Let me know when you're right back. Good. All right, good morning. All right, let's try that again. Good morning. All right, much better, much better. Okay. Today is the third day of our trial in the matter of Krieger et al. Versus Eagle et al. Our case 2094, this is Michigan Court of Claims. I'm Jim Redford. I have the privilege of serving in this case. Today we're joined by Rebecca Miner as our court reporter. And as I sort of let you know yesterday, had the privilege of serving with Mrs. Miner on the 17th Circuit from January 1st, 2003. Actually, no, it was earlier because you transcribed my investiture. So it was December of 2002 until January 13th, or January 12th, sorry, 2015 when I resigned from the bench. So she's in charge. Everybody should understand that who's been a trial lawyer. I know all of you are. So if Mrs. Miner thinks that she needs to move to be closer to the witnesses, we're going to take a 5 to 15-minute recess to engineer that. And we'll take whatever other breaks she requires or any of us require. So we continue today on our third day of trial with the examination of Mr. Trumbull. Mr. Trumbull, if you want to, I think you know the path. If you could return to the stand, it'd be great. And we'll continue with the benefit of the cross-examination of defense counsel, Mr. Gamble. Oh, before we do that, the plaintiffs or defendants need to put anything on the record from anything that's taking place. So we did get one email from Mr. Gamble that I candidly didn't see till this morning, but other than that, I don't have anything. All right. Okay, Becky, do you want the lawyers to identify themselves? Okay, those three are the ones that talk the most, you'll notice, but and Mr. Dubin also, he talks a bit, so you'll hear from him. So Ms. Almonroad got a pass on this witness, so we don't hear from Ms. Almonroad on this one. So, all right. Okay, thanks. Good morning, Mr. Trumbull. You're still under oath.
Mr. Trumbull, yesterday we left off talking about whether FERC had ever required the dam owner to pre-lower Wixom Lake as a risk mitigation measure because of the spillway capacity problems. Do you remember that testimony?
I do, yes. Did you say pre-lower, Mr. Gamble?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what I thought you said.
Amy, could you please bring up Exhibit D91, Defendant 91?
Stipulated or unstipulated?
Stipulated.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize this as a letter from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to the U.S. House Committee on Energy and Commerce?
I do, yes.
Have you seen this letter before?
I have.
This was sent June 18th, 2020, so after the dam failed, right?
That's correct.
Let's just read the question that the U.S. House Committee issued to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So if you could highlight paragraph 2, Amy, please. So could you read the italicized question, please?
The record indicates that FERC's dam safety engineers were aware of the deficiencies in the spillway capacity of the Edenville facility since at least 1999, when the facility was operated by a previous licensee. Was Boyce Hydro aware of the issues with the spillway and the need to repair the spillway when it acquired the license? At that time, did the commission include limitations on reservoir level or capacity or other operational conditions in the license to minimize the risk of dam failure?
So the House wants to know, did Boyce Hydro know about the need to increase the spillway capacity? And in the meantime, had the commission included any limitations on lowering the reservoir to minimize the risk of dam failure, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
All right, could you please read, and we'll go into the second page, Amy, but could you please read the answer that FERC gave to the U.S. House?
The commission's dam safety guidelines require projects to be designed to safely handle the inflow design flood, which was the probable maximum flood in Edenville's case. The dam must be able to safely pass the flows through spillways without overtopping the embankments. As described in the publicly available docket for this project, the commission issued a letter in 1999 to the prior licensee of the project, Wolverine Power Corporation, Wolverine, describing the need to increase spillway capacity as it could only pass about 50% of the probable maximum flood. The licenses for Sanford, Edenville, Secord, and Smallwood projects were transferred from Wolverine to Sinex Michigan LLC, Sinex, in June 2004. Sinex later changed its name to Boyce Hydro.
Okay, so Sinex is Boyce Hydro, right?
Correct.
And FERC is saying they notified the owner of the dam, all the way, at least back in 1999, about the spillway capacity problem, right?
That's correct.
And under FERC guidelines, you had to be able to pass full probable maximum flood, not just half.
That's correct.
All right, could you please read the final highlighted paragraph there?
At the time that Sinex acquired the license, the commission had not imposed safety-related reservoir level limitations or other operational conditions. While preemptive drawdowns had been considered, staff assessment determined they would not increase the ability of the facility to pass the probable maximum flood.
So FERC confirms that their staff considered drawing down Wixom Lake as a risk mitigation measure, right?
That's correct.
But then they decided against it because they didn't think it would be worthwhile. Is that right?
That's also correct.
And the level of Wixom Lake, while FERC's license was in place, was that optional for the dam owner or was that a requirement?
That would have been a requirement of the FERC license.
So it wasn't just that FERC was letting the dam owner maintain the normal level. It was actually requiring the dam owner to maintain the normal level, right?
Yes, that is under normal operation. The articles of the license would be in effect. So unless there was some other agreement between FERC and the licensee to allow some deviations from that, that would be the required elevations.
And FERC could have ordered otherwise, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Amy, could you please put up D106? This is the IFT report. And we're going to scroll all the way down to
Hold on just a
page,
second.
oh, okay. This is D106. This is page 138 of D106. Amy, I'm seeing page 162. We need 138. Could you highlight that highlighted paragraph, please, Amy? Thank you. Mr. Oh. Are you with us, Your Honor? All right. Mr. Trumbull, you testified yesterday that Michigan law, or let me rephrase the question. You testified yesterday that under Michigan's jurisdiction, Michigan wouldn't be able to force a dam owner to increase their spillway capacity to pass the full probable maximum flood, right?
That's correct.
So when FERC sent this dam to the state's jurisdiction, it knew at the time that Michigan's spillway capacity standards were much lower than FERC standards, didn't they?
That's also correct, yes.
And could you please read the highlighted paragraph for us?
What page again, please?
This
Sorry.
is 138,
Thank you.
and this is the second paragraph down.
Thank you.
In 2018, FERC revoked the license for Edenville Dam, and thereafter the dam was regulated by the state of Michigan through Eagle. Under Eagle regulation, the spillway capacity must meet or exceed the half PMF, which is defined by Michigan Dam Safety Regulators as the flood resulting from half of the PMP, rather.
Can we hold on just 1 second?
Yep.
I'm looking at 106. And at the bottom of the page, May 2002, 138.
If you look at the top bait stamp,
Okay.
page
I
138.
saw
of the
there were
exhibit.
different numbers up there, which of course is what trial lawyers do to make old trial judges think they're going crazy. So, all right, let me get to the correct page. Thank you. It's like nothing he's saying appears. Okay, all right, I see in 2018. Super, thank you. Please proceed.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to start over because I don't remember where I left off.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbull.
In 2018, FERC revoked the license for Edenville Dam, and thereafter the dam was regulated by the state of Michigan through Eagle. Under Eagle regulation, the spillway capacity must meet or exceed the half PMF, which is defined by Michigan Dam Safety Regulators as the flood resulting from half of the PMP rather than half of the PMF hydrograph. For Edenville Dam, the half PMF results in an inflow which is about 40% of the full PMF, not numerically 1/2 of the PMF flow. It is noteworthy that Michigan is one of only a few states which uses the half PMF as the IDF for high hazard dams. By comparison, most states require the full PMF for high hazard dams, as does FERC FEMA 2012.
Thank you, Mr. Trumbull. So Michigan's requirements were just lower than federal requirements, right?
That's correct.
And this wasn't mysterious. This was well known.
Yes, it was well known.
And before I forget, you mentioned, or I think Mr. Carlson brought up some of your deposition testimony yesterday about the 2013 work that Boyce Hydro did about pre-lowering the reservoir. Do you remember that deposition testimony?
I do, yes.
And he pointed out that you had testified in your deposition that part of that work only considered something like a 3-foot drawdown of Wixom Lake. Is that right?
I believe the citation that he was referring to was the baseline condition. So they wanted to determine peak reservoir elevations during normal operations of the dam. And then there was, I believe, an assessment of if they were forecasted a large storm and they started to lower the impoundments. I'd have to confirm all the details, but if they started to lower the impoundments when they got that forecast, how low could they get it, and would that make a difference? And I believe that an ultimate they also assessed what if it was just lowered, the full maximum that the gates could lower the impoundment, would that make a difference? And the conclusions were all that it wouldn't make enough of a difference to change, certainly to not be able to pass full PMF capacity, flow capacity, or change the peak reservoir elevation significantly during those large flood events.
So when FERC and Boise Hydro were talking about this, they didn't just stop at lowering at 3 feet. They also considered what the effect would have been if they lowered it more, as much as the gates would allow, right?
That's my understanding, is that they considered the full drawdown elevation as well.
And in any event, FERC confirmed to Congress after the fact that their staff had rejected the idea of pre-lowering Wixom Lake as a way to mitigate the risk, right?
It's my understanding that the determination by the engineer who did that analysis was that it would not, and that FERC agreed with that analysis, showing that the flood reduction would be insignificant from pre-lowering of the impoundment.
Let's shift gears a little bit. Amy, if you could bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 216, 216. This will be the 2015 Consultant Safety Inspection Report. Mr. Trumbull, you visited the Edenville Dam shortly after it fell under the state's jurisdiction, didn't you?
Yes. that's
Okay,
correct.
so you went and did a field visit and looked at the embankments, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at what the field visit showed in 2015. Amy, if you could go down to page 40 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 216. If you could scroll up one page, Amy, please. You see at the top, this is the section under field inspection that he's reporting about.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the next page. If you could highlight that area, Amy, thank you. So referring specific to the Edenville embankment during his field inspection in 2015, could you please read what he found the condition of the Edenville embankment to be?
The left embankment was found to be in very good condition with a healthy grass growth. Generally, there were no slumps, slides, cracks, or unusual conditions noted. The upstream slope riprap was in good condition. The left abutment contact was walked and is well maintained. Some oozing seepage was seen along the downstream growing area near an old concrete structure. The function of that structure is unknown. The drainage ditch appeared to be functioning properly with drain pipes freely discharging into the collector trench. Edenville Weir number 1 was also observed to be properly functioning. No sand or fines were seen in the drainage ditch or discharging from the individual drain pipes. The drain appears to be functioning properly.
Thank you. So during the 2015 field inspection, they found that the left embankment was in very good condition, right?
That's correct.
And he didn't identify any slumps or slides or cracks or any other unusual conditions on the Edenville embankment, did he?
No.
And from what he could tell, the downstream, the upstream slope riprap, it was in good condition.
That's correct.
And then when he looked at the drains, they appeared to be functioning properly, right?
That's also correct, yes.
So Amy, can we scroll down to page 68 of Plaintiff's Exhibit 216? And starting in page 68, this section 7.8 is when the engineer discusses the stability and stress analysis of project structures. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you read the first big paragraph under there, please?
The independent consultant has reviewed all available analyses and evaluations of dam and its appurtenant structures. The independent consultant has reviewed the underlying assumptions and design parameters for the analyses and evaluations. The assumptions and methods for analyses and evaluations were appropriate for this structure and are considered to have been properly applied and are appropriate given the current guidelines of the state of dam safety practice.
So he reviewed existing stability analysis that had been performed, right?
That's correct, yes.
And he didn't identify any shortcomings with those analysis, as far as we can tell, right?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
And Amy, could you highlight that? Thank you. And we'll go to the next page with this one, Amy, as well. So could you read about the liquefaction analysis summary, please, Mr. Trumbull?
Using soil parameters derived from borings of the embankment taken in 2010, the analysis used the standard penetration test, SPT, method for liquefaction determination. The results indicate that the dam is not subject to liquefaction due to the combination of soil properties and the very low energy of an earthquake event for this geographic location.
So when Mr. Perkypile, the engineer here, reviewed whether the dam was subject to liquefaction, he ultimately concluded it was not, right?
That's correct.
Both because of its soil properties and because of the low energy of an earthquake event for that area, right?
That's correct.
And then he goes down and discusses the embankment stability analysis summary. This is on page 69. Do you see that, Mr. Trumbull?
I do.
Okay, let's go ahead and read that first big paragraph.
Embankment stability analysis was performed for the weighted filter toe drain project in 2009. Slope stability analysis used historical observed well values to determine phreatic levels in the embankment. Internal angle of friction and cohesion were taken from soil borings found in the STID, as well as dry and saturate unit weights for soils. Appear to be appropriate for the soils in this section of the embankment. The report indicates that the weighted filter toe drain provides adequate factors of safety for both the normal pool, FS equal to 1.553, and the full pool, FS equal to 1.4, potential slope failure scenarios for the dam. The rapid drawdown results also show adequate factors of safety, FS equal to 1.323, for the normal pool condition, and for the full pool condition, FS equal to 1.295. The results meet the FERC minimum required factor of safety for the conditions listed above.
Okay, let's pause there. Could you explain to us what a factor of safety means?
Yes, a factor of safety is a factor of safety of 1 means that the embankment in this case can withstand that loading scenario with no reserve. So any factor of safety below 1 would be expected to fail under that loading condition. Any factor of safety above 1 would mean that it can meet that loading scenario plus some reserve.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
A factor of safety of 1.5 would mean that the embankment can meet that loading scenario plus a half additional loading, of that scenario.
So the stability analyses that were performed for the embankment, all of them determined that the embankment had adequate factor of safety. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can an engineer determine the factor of safety simply by looking at an embankment?
No.
It requires a more detailed embankment stability analysis. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And those were done here, or at least those that were available at the time, showed that all of the stability analyses for the Edenville embankment had adequate factor of safety. Is that right?
This one is referring specifically to the section with the toe drain, but the other, so previous stability analysis would have indicated the factor of safety for the existing embankment. This was during one of the sections that was improved. But yes, the factors of safety, the stability analysis considered in this report all indicated that the embankments met appropriate design and safety standards.
Could you read that last paragraph for us, please?
The drains also act to intercept the phreatic line within the embankment and safely conveys the collected seepage to measurement weirs.
So is he flagging any problems with the drains here in this line?
No, he indicates that they are safely conveying seepage.
Amy, can we bring up D106 again? This is back to the IFT report. And this time, could you please go to page 153, 153? Mr. Trumbull, you can see we're going to read this highlighted paragraph, and it's in the section titled Effects of Eagle Actions. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Are you with us, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Can you highlight the paragraph? Thank you. All right, why don't you, well, let's just work through this paragraph. Will you go ahead and start reading, Mr. Trumbull?
Yes. Given that the high lake level on May 19, 2020 was a physical contributor to the embankment instability failure, it is noteworthy that a regulator and most dam safety programs would not typically raise question about embankment stability unless there were specific physical observations suggesting problems such as shallow slumping, cracking, or new or increased seepage at a downstream slope.
Okay, go ahead and pause there. So if an engineer can't identify physical observations suggesting problems, the IFT is saying, well, a regulator ordinarily wouldn't raise questions about embankment stability if the embankment looks stable.
Objection, foundation.
Response.
Your Honor, this is the contents of a report that's been submitted for stipulated to.
Objection. Your
I
Honor.
don't think what response, please?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear his explanation.
The foundation is not the author of the report. He can't speak to what the report says a regulator would see or perceive.
Well,
Not that regulator.
he can certainly read what the report says, Your Honor.
Well, he can't read it unless it's admitted into evidence.
It
And
is.
hasn't been
This has been stipulated into evidence, Your
the
Honor.
entire report.
Yes.
Is that correct?
The report's been stipulated. The question asks him to say what a regulator would see or what the state of mind behind this report is. He's not the author of the report.
Oh, I understand that. Of course, he's not the author. I believe we have a witness, Mr. France, who's endorsed, right?
Yes.
He's one of the authors, right?
Yes.
But Mr. Carlson, if it's admitted into evidence, why can't the witness review it with the court?
He can, Your Honor, but the question that Mr. Gamble asked goes beyond reviewing or presenting the document. No objection to the document. It's the question and scope of Mr. Gamble's question about his foundation.
Okay,
Okay.
why don't you restate your question? And now that I have it squarely framed, at least as squarely as I can get it framed in my head, ask the question and let's see if we have continued objections. Then I'll.
Fair enough. Mr. Trumbull, are you a dam safety regulator?
I am, yes.
Would you typically raise questions about embankment stability if there were no specific physical observations suggesting problems with the embankment?
Not during a visual inspection, no.
Okay, let's go to the, and you did visit the Edenville Dam, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you see any problems with embankment stability from,
Temporally, when.
oh, pardon me.
I remember there's been testimony you visited shortly after September, I think 2018, but what time are we talking about?
Did you visit the Edenville Dam on October 4th, 2018?
Yes.
During that visit, did you make any physical observations suggesting problems with the embankments?
No, our observations were very close to what was observed in this report, or sorry, in the 2016 CSIR report, that no visual signs of slumps or cracks or other movement or indicators of instability in the embankment were observed visually.
Okay, let's pick up where we left off, where it says, in the case of Edenville Dam.
In the case of Edenville Dam, the dam had already gone through a PFMA.
I apologize. What page are you on?
This is page, could you tell us, Amy? 153.
All right.
Okay. In the case of Edenville Dam, the dam had already gone through a PFMA. several geotechnical investigations, and 6 FERC Part 12D inspections and evaluations, the most recent being in 2015. The conclusions by the engineering consultants and FERC were that there were no significant embankment stability concerns which had not already been addressed by embankment overlays and drain modifications. Therefore, in the opinion of the IFT,
Actually, let me pause right there. So it says the conclusions by the engineering consultants and FERC were that there were no significant embankment stability concerns which had not already been addressed by embankment overlays and drain modifications. Is that consistent with your review of those same reports?
yes, my review of those same reports indicated that there were no remaining concerns of embankment stability.
And some of those reports, like the 2015 CSIR, noted that some of the embankments contained sand, were made of sand. Is that right?
Yes, that in general, the embankments were constructed from sand.
But those reports noted that embankment stability analyses had been conducted. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they ultimately concluded that there were no embankment stability concerns which had not already been addressed. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And then before we read that last sentence, it refers to the ASDSO peer review of the Eagle Dam Safety Program. Do you know what that's referring to?
Yes, I do.
Could you explain to us what that was and how it came about?
So ASDSO is the Association of State Dam Safety Officials. As a service to state agencies, dam owners, federal dam safety programs, they provide a peer review service, which is where under contract, typically they will come in, send a team of experts in to look at the regulations, the staffing levels, the funding, the policies and procedures, file keeping, all of the things that go to efficient and appropriate administration of the program. And then they would offer comments on where things are going well, things are not going well, and make recommendations on things that could be improved to meet kind of the dam safety state of practice for whatever the agency is. And Eagle had one done, DEQ back then had one done in 2006. And then again, following the failure of the Edenville and Sanford dams in 2020.
So did Eagle ask for that review to be done?
Yes,
So after the dam failures, Eagle sought out the Association for State Dam Safety Officials and asked them to review Eagle's dam safety program. Is that right?
that's correct.
And the IFT, the independent forensic team, reviewed that report, it looks like. Does that sound right to you?
Yes.
So could you read that last paragraph or that last sentence, please, starting with therefore?
Therefore, in the opinion of the IFT, even if all the recommendations in ASDSO's peer review of the Eagle Dam Safety Program, ASDSO 2020, had been implemented before 2020, that would not likely have led to subsequent decisions or actions by Eagle that would have resulted in preventing the May 2020 failure.
Thank you. Amy, you can take that down. So you mentioned previously, many times now, that you visited the dam, the Edenville Dam, on October 4th, 2018, after it reverted to state jurisdiction, right?
That's correct.
And you had gone there. Well, didn't Mario Fusco suggest a site visit?
Yes,
And also Mr. Mueller, the dam owner, he had asked Eagle to come visit the dam, right?
that's correct.
Were you prohibited from communicating with Boyce Hydro about dam safety issues?
No,
There was litigation ongoing between Eagle and the dam owner about wetland and floodplain violations. Is that right?
that's my understanding, yes.
And so were you advised that because of that litigation, you could not communicate with Boyce Hydro about dam safety issues?
No, the advisement from Department of Attorney General was that the communications need to be initiated until they could set kind of some guidelines that we would not discuss the ongoing litigation, and the focus of those conversations would be related to dam safety issues. So just to ensure that we weren't discussing ongoing litigation related to something else during our site visits or during our evaluation of the dam safety. That was the only guidance we received.
So you were free to go visit this dam in order to evaluate it for safety, for
That's
dam
correct.
safety purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And who was in attendance at that October 4th, 2018 visit on behalf of Eagle?
Myself and Jim Pulaski.
And who was there on behalf of Boyce Hydro?
Michelle Mueller was present with us during the site visit.
Was Lee Mueller also on site?
It's my understanding that he was on site, but we never spoke with him.
And so he's the one who had invited you, raising a concern about dam safety, wanted you to come visit the dam, right?
That's correct.
But he didn't actually come and visit the dam with you, right?
He was present on site, but not accompanying us during that site visit, no.
Shifting gears, back to a topic that we spent a lot of time on yesterday, which is determining Michigan's spillway capacity. And yesterday, I remember you testifying that you did some of the analysis needed to determine the spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam after it came under state jurisdiction. Is that right?
That's correct.
How does it typically work when Eagle is confirming the spillway capacity of a dam under its jurisdiction?
Typically, it's the responsibility of the dam owner and their consultant to provide those calculations to Eagle for review. So they would do that as part of their inspection process or other hydraulic analyses process and provide those results to Eagle for review.
And is that what dam owners typically do?
It's a requirement under the statute that they provide those calculations and inspection reports and further detailed hydraulic analysis if requested by the department.
In the case of the Edenville Dam, they didn't actually provide those calculations to you, is that right?
The only calculations provided to us prior to the failure was the D Perky pile January 2019 technical memorandum, which contained a table, a spillway rating curve table, but none of the supporting calculations. And I think we've talked a lot about that we had concerns and asked for additional information and additional calculations.
What was the date of that?
January 9th.
January 9th, 2019, I want to say. I can,
I should agree, approximately.
the Perky pile.
Perk pile report, January 2019 sometime.
Yeah, early January 19.
Okay, thanks.
Yesterday, the plaintiffs showed you a Spicer memo from September 2019 about gate testing. Do you remember that?
That's correct. I believe the gate test occurred in June, and then there was another memo from September that had contained that is same information.
And they pointed out that the memo reported that the gates could be opened safely up to 6 feet. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
During the flood, though, of May 2020, were the dam owners able to open the gate a little bit higher, as far as you know?
It's my understanding that all gates at Edenville were opened to 7 feet.
Amy, could you please bring up D106 again? This is the IFT report. We'll go to page 44. And could you highlight the bottom paragraph along with the table? Thank you. So this is page 44 of D106. And could you please read out how the IFT determined the gate heights of the Edenville Dam during the flood?
The IFT had two sources of information for the gate opening heights at various spillways at the Boyce Hydro dams. One, handwritten logs attached to the Boyce Supplemental Incident Report submitted to FERC Boyce Hydro 2020B. And two, information obtained from independent discussions with Boyce Hydro operators who were on site on May 18th and May 19th. The reported openings for the two sources are summarized in Table 3-2.
So if you look at the table 3-2, Edenville Spillway, according to those two sources, how high had the gates been raised?
The handwritten logs indicated 7 feet for the Edenville Spillway, 3 gates, and also the operator interviews indicated 7 feet for the 3 Edenville Spillway gates.
And can we scroll to the next page, Amy, to see the tobacco side spillway gates? Page 45. Could you highlight the table for us? Thank you. So on the, do you see where it says Edenville/tobacco spillway?
Yes,
So according to the table, both the handwritten logs and operator interviews confirm that they have been raised 7 feet during the flood, right?
that's correct.
And we'll read just one more paragraph. Amy, if you could please highlight the first big paragraph, the first paragraph after the table. Because the gate testing memo indicated that the gates could only be safely raised 6 feet, right?
That's correct.
Okay, well, so let's read this paragraph. Could you read it, please?
All 3 operators reported that the gates at Edenville were lifted with a combination of the original chain hoist system and sparing use of the supplemental A-frame system. The A-frame system was used sparingly because of the recommendations of the 2019 gate test, Spicer 2019, which raised concerns for personal safety and potential damage to the gates with use of the A-frames.
So they actually did use the A-frame, at least sparingly.
It's my understanding that they used the A-frames during the 2019, or sorry, the 2020 flood, to raise the gates approximately an additional 1 foot above what the chain hoist system could do safely per their report. Yeah.
Thank you. Amy, could you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 64? Defense 64. Yesterday, Mr. Carlson showed you an incomplete copy of this email exchange. Do you remember reviewing this email exchange between Teresa Seidel and Bill Lang?
I do, yes.
Okay, let's just start all the way at the bottom, Amy, please. So this is page 4. Okay. Defendant 6-4.
Okay.
Defendant's Exhibit 6-4, and we're starting at the bottom on page 4. This is an email exchange between Bill Lang and Teresa Seidel and Dan Devon. Do you see that, Mr. Trumbull?
I do, yes.
Amy, could you just highlight that top part? Thank you. So could you remind us who Dan Devon is, please, Mr. Trumbull?
Dan Devon was a regional engineer in Eagle and Dam Safety, who was hired, I believe, around July of 2019 to backfill Jim Pulaski's position vacated when he retired.
So he's
So-
a dam safety
He's
engineer.
a dam safety engineer who was assuming this coverage area, which included Gladwin and Midland counties, yes.
And Is Bill Lang a state official as far as you know?
No, Bill Lang is a local resident, I believe, who owned a home on Wixom Lake.
So he's a member of the public.
He's, yes, a member of the public.
Okay. Could you read, please, these highlighted sections that Mr. Lang wrote to Teresa and Dan?
Yes. Teresa, Dan, I spoke with both of you earlier today and I apologize for at times becoming agitated. As a property owner on Wixom Lake who has been trying to get specific information on what is actually going on, it has been very frustrating trying to get basic information. As I stated, the 4LTF,
Is the 4LTF, the Four Lakes Task Force?
I'm assuming he's referring to the Four Lakes Task Force, yes, has been telling people that the state of Michigan is going to increase the spillway capacity requirements for dams under its supervision. So the property owners will have to pay to bring them into compliance. Both of you have stated this is not true. However, you went on to tell me that the Edenville Dam spillway capacity may not meet the state requirements and that engineering studies are being done.
Great, thanks. So what's Mr. Lang's concern based on this email?
I believe that his concern is that, at least he's indicating that he thinks that the Four Lakes Task Force is overstating the spillway capacity requirements and that would result in expenditure of money, to increase spillway capacity at the dam unnecessarily.
Is he,
Objections, that's speculation.
Yeah, it's sustained.
okay,
That he can't, the witness can't testify. What did Joe Smith mean by this? That's not appropriate. He can say, what did he say in the document?
that's what I meant to ask him, Your Honor. It's just based on the email. What was he saying? That's all that I asked him.
Okay, I'm not sure that's what you asked, but at any rate, the objection is sustained.
Fair enough. But according to this email, that last sentence, both Teresa and Dan told Mr. Lang that the Edenville Dam spillway capacity may not meet state requirements. Is that right?
Yes, that's what he says.
So this is something that Eagle was candidly, this is information Eagle was willing to share with people, as far as you know, right?
Yes, this was not being withheld from public, no.
What was that?
This
last
was
thing you said?
not, the fact that we had concerns that the spillway capacity may not meet state requirements and that we were doing further analysis to determine that was not being withheld from the public, no.
Thank you. All right, Amy, let's scroll up and continue through this email exchange to page 3. Could you highlight actually Teresa Seidel's response to Mr. Lang below? Could you read out the response for us, Mr. Trumbull?
Mr. Lang, yes, the spillway must be able to convey half the probable maximum flood. This is a state requirement. Additionally, Boyce's engineer had submitted some analyses that indicated the dam did meet state requirements. Eagle concluded that the analyses were incomplete/flawed. The consultant is gathering information needed to do a better analysis. Once we have that data, we will be able to say with certainty that upgrades are or are not needed.
Great, thank you very much. And then can we go up, Amy, and just highlight and we'll just read the highlighted language. This is Mr. Lang's response to Ms. Seidel. Could you read just the highlighted sections, Mr. Trumbull?
However, your answer is incomplete as there's no explanation of why Eagle does not know whether the dam is or isn't in compliance with state requirements at the present time. And then the second highlighted section says,
Yes.
I would like to make it clear that my questions are in regard to whether the spillway capacity has to be increased and are not referring to questions of disrepair.
Great, thank you. And then let's go up to Ms. Seidel's response. It's actually really long. It spans both pages 1 and 2. Mr. Trumbull, did you actually draft this language for Ms. Seidel to send to Mr. Lang?
I believe,
Oh,
sorry, the italicized portion, um, eh, yeah, I believe the italicized portion was drafted by me. Yes.
okay. And we're not going to read all the italicized portion, but is it fair to say in this language, you explain in detail the effort the Eagle was going to try and determine the spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam? Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And then ultimately, in paragraph 10 of that response, you ultimately conclude, or you ultimately include the following language. Could you read it for us, please?
It is likely that the dam does not, in its current condition, meet state requirements to be able to pass 1/2 PMF and will require modifications to meet this standard.
Great, thank you very much. And then Amy, could you highlight Mr. Lang's response to Ms. Seidel, which was omitted from yesterday's version of this? Could you read that for us, Mr. Trumbull?
Yes. Ms. Seidel, thank you. This is exactly the kind of factual information I have been attempting to get. I would agree with your engineer that collecting the data would take some time.
Great, thank you. So the potential lack of spillway capacity at the Edenville Dam was not secret information, right?
No,
You weren't trying to hold this back from the public in some way, were you?
no,
If someone asked you about it, you would just provide the information they requested, right?
that's correct.
Amy, could you please bring up plaintiff exhibit 146? And why don't we go to page 2? Do you recognize this email exchange from yesterday from Ron Hansen to you on February 7th, 2020, in which he asks you to notify Boyce Hydro of the lack of spillway capacity or the spillway capacity deficiency? Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
And then could you read that for us?
During the public hearing process, we have received many questions regarding the project scope and estimated cost. In developing the project estimates, we have estimated that spillway repairs, gate hoist improvements, and additional auxiliary spillway capacity would be a requirement to meet Part 315. From our point of view, verification from your office that this will be a requirement provides clarity on the scope and the capital improvement bond that is being requested.
So according to this email, Mr. Hansen says that they've received many questions during the project scope and estimated costs. Do you see that?
Yes,
And that's during the public hearing process. Do you know what he's referring to?
I believe that's the public hearing process.
What page of the exhibit is this?
This is page 2 of plaintiff's exhibit 146.
Thank you.
I believe this is the public hearing process related to establishment of the tax assessment rules for the special assessment districts.
And Mr. Lang referred to hearing from the Four Lakes Task Force about the need to increase spillway capacity in that last exhibit, right?
That's correct.
And Mr. Hansen is saying that from our point of view, verification will help provide clarity on the scope and the capital improvement bond is being requested. Do you see that?
That's correct.
Okay, could you, Amy, scroll up to page 1 in your response to Mr. Hansen? And you note at the top, thank you for the update. We will communicate the hydraulic deficiency to Boyce and Four Lakes Task Force soon. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, let's read the last paragraph there. Could you read that for us, Mr. Trumbull?
As for the Edenville Dam, the critical issue at hand is the current lack of spillway capacity. Your email below lays out a rough schedule for implementation of projects that would increase the spillway capacity of the dam to meet state requirements, with gate hoist upgrades coming in late summer, early fall of 2020, and construction of auxiliary spillways to come in the next 2 to 3 years.
All right, let's pause there for a moment. Were you attentive to the lack of spillway capacity at the Edenville Dam?
Yes.
This isn't something that you and the dam safety staff at Eagle were just ignoring, right?
No.
And now that a deficiency had been identified, what were you expecting the dam owner and Four Lakes Task Force to do about it?
Typically, the first step is to submit a plan and schedule to address the deficiencies identified.
And they already had done that, hadn't they?
Yes, they had been working on that for quite some time. Yes,
So if you had ordered them to address this deficiency, it would have been to request that they do the thing that they were already doing, right?
yes, that's the most likely case.
Would you ordinarily issue dam safety orders to people to do something that they're doing already?
Not typically if they're already doing it voluntarily.
And here they already had a plan in place to, for gate hoist upgrades and ultimately the construction of auxiliary spillways, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But you didn't stop there, Mr. Trumbull, right? If we read the next sentence, you anticipate the possibility of additional deficiencies that may exist at the dam.
Yes, there was. Do you want me to read it or do you want me to?
Well, I guess, let me ask, before we read that, you refer to a Part 315 inspection report in these sentences. What is that you're referring to? Could you describe what that is for us?
Under Part 315, the Dam Safety Act, the owner is required to submit an inspection report to Eagle for review every 3, 4, or 5 years, depending on hazard potential classification. In this case, it'd be every 3 years. We hadn't received one because the dam had just come under state jurisdiction, in late 2018, and the last FERC inspection was done in 2018 as well. So the indication is that we needed a Part 315 inspection report to be submitted to us, because that is the basis for most of our typical compliance and enforcement avenues is starting with deficiencies identified in an inspection report submitted to us.
So the October 4th, 2018 site visit and the October 8th, 2018 memo following that site visit, was that a Part 315 inspection report?
I'd say the October 4th site visit and the October 8th memo?
Yes.
No, it was not a Part 315 inspection report.
And a Part 315 inspection report is much more detailed, right?
Yes, it requires assessment of hydraulic capacity, structural integrity, operational adequacy, emergency action plans if they exist, structural integrity. I think I mentioned a detailed site inspection and conclusions or recommendations section. So in statute, there are several additional things that were not covered in that October 4th site visit and October 8th memo that would need to be submitted by the owner to the state.
Does Eagle typically perform Part 315 inspections for privately owned dams?
No, it is the requirement that the owner provide that inspection report to Eagle for review. The only inspections that we do are for state-owned dams and municipally owned dams if requested.
Okay. All right, let's pick up where you left off in the middle of that paragraph. It starts, as for other potential.
As for other potential structural/overall condition deficiencies, our review of the past FERC yearly and 12D inspection reports did not uncover any structural deficiencies that would put the dam at immediate risk of failure. This is consistent with our site inspections and conversations with Spicer and others. The forthcoming Part 315 inspection report should identify any existing deficiencies and recommend a time frame in which those should be addressed. The expectation of the dam safety program would be that the owner adheres to the recommendations of the inspection report and implements repairs before the deficiencies become critical and impact the safety of the dam. If the owner were unable or unwilling to perform these repairs in a timely manner, the department would evaluate and consider escalated enforcement for non-compliance with Part 315 requirements.
Thank you. And so you're laying out the possibility that additional deficiencies might be identified in the Part 315 report, right?
That's correct. At this time, parallel to compiling the information needed for the Part 315 report, Spicer was acting on behalf of Four Lakes Task Force to do what they call due diligence, which would be to review all existing data and commission any additional engineering analysis needed to fill in any gaps or provide them a better understanding of the overall safety of the dam that they were considering to purchase. So I think that, yes, that was the expectation, that in addition to any known deficiencies with spillway capacity, any other deficiencies, structural stability or geotechnical embankment stability that were uncovered during that process would be reported to us, and they would have an adequate plan to address those before they became critical.
And at this point, at the time you sent the email, you indicate that the existing FERC and Part 12D inspection reports didn't uncover any structural deficiencies that would put the dam in immediate risk of failure, right?
Yeah, that was the conclusions of those past inspection reports, that no such deficiencies existed.
And it wasn't until after the dam failed that Eagle actually received the Part 315 inspection report from Spicer Group, right?
That's correct.
Did that report recommend lowering the level of Wixom Lake as a risk mitigation measure?
It did not.
Let's change gears and talk about Part 307. You mentioned Part 307 yesterday and then earlier today. Could you please just educate us? What is a Part 307 lake level process and what is Eagle's role in that process?
So typically, our Part 307 process starts with petition by the property owners or a resolution by the County Board of Administrators to establish a legal lake level, or establish the normal level of an inland lake. And that's kind of the language in the statute. After that resolution, the county, through, if it's delegated, it's an authority, or through the County Board of Commissioners, will commission a lake level study to be completed by a consulting engineering firm that will consider a lot of things, and determine what is it feasible to maintain a lake, and make recommendations on what that level should be. Following that, the county then petitions the court based on the recommendations of that lake level to hold a hearing to establish, the county circuit court to establish that legal lake level, or that normal level of the lake in a county circuit court order. Eagle's role in that process, I believe we have to be provided notice of the hearing 21 days ahead of the hearing. And then we are an interested party, I believe by statute, in all of those hearings. So, and do you want me to continue to go what our role is, or?
Well, let me
Yeah.
go back a little bit and we can work through some of that. So the county is the one that typically files a petition to establish the lake level, right?
That's correct.
Is that a public process where they send out notice to people about what's happening?
Yes. There are noticing, I believe that all the the folks around the impoundment, so the property owners that around the impoundment or have access to the impoundment or the proposed impoundment would be notified, and several other folks are notified of that process.
And if someone's notified of the process, are they entitled to participate in the process if they wish?
Yes, anybody who wishes to do so can participate in the hearing and then provide comment or testimony if they wish to do so.
And so you mentioned the Eagle is defined as an interested party in this process. Is that what you said?
I believe that's the language, yes.
So does Eagle have a duty to participate, or is it optional?
It's optional. We can choose to remain silent, provide a comment letter, or come and testify in person, depending on if we have any concerns or objections with what's being proposed, or if we're generally okay with what's being proposed.
And so Part 307 doesn't command Eagle to do anything. It's just a requirement that Eagle be notified so it can participate if it wants.
That's correct.
What is the role of a consulting engineer in this Part 307 process?
The consulting engineer would typically, they would develop that preliminary lake level study, which determines, they need to look at several things, and environmental flooding, the ability of a dam to maintain that lake level, several other things. I think there's even a process typically to interview the people around the lake to see what they want the lake level to be. And then at the end of that process, they recommend what the lake level should be established as. And then so that is the basis for the court hearing. Typically, a lot of times the engineer will come and testify at those hearings of what study they did and what their recommendations are. And a lot of times it's also that same engineer who would, after the lake level has been established, would develop any plans for repair, construction, or modification to a dam that would maintain that lake level. A lot of times that happens as well. So that's typically their role.
Okay. And is it normal for a county to either use an in-house engineer or a consulting engineer to advise them with these processes?
Yes, the county, I think the county they have the ability to commission that study to determine what the lake levels be, and that's done by an engineer, yes.
So Midland and Gladwin counties, didn't they file petition to set a normal lake level, not just for Edenville, but for 3 other lakes in the system?
Yes, they jointly filed petition in Midland Circuit Court to, I believe that's the case, to establish lake levels on Secord, Smallwood, Wixom, and Sanford Lakes.
Did Eagle require or mandate that the counties file this petition?
No,
Was this something that counties did on their own?
that's correct.
What about DNR? As far as you're aware, did DNR mandate that the counties file the petition with the circuit court?
Not to my knowledge.
Is that typically how it would work?
No, I can't think of any instance where that would be the case.
Amy, could you bring up part 307? And we'll just look at one section of part 307. This is MCL 324.30701. Excuse me. And let's just scroll down to look at the definition of normal lake level. Could you highlight that for us? So this is 324. .307. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. 324.30701. And this is the definition section, so subparagraph I, normal level.
I published one, it says it's sub H, so
Oh,
the legislature's been busy.
okay. In any event, Mr. Trumbull, could you read the highlighted definition of normal level, please? Well, you can read the,
In between.
just so it's a complete sentence, right?
Normal level means the target level or levels of the water in an inland lake around which actual levels may fluctuate that provide the most benefit to the public, that best protect the public health, safety, and welfare, that best preserve the natural resources of the state, and that best preserve and protect the value of the property around that inland lake.
So the topic of these Part 307 proceedings is to establish what the normal level is for any particular lake, right?
To establish that normal level as a level that should be maintained. Yes.
And a normal level is the one that best protects public health, safety, and welfare, right?
Yes,
According
per
to this.
statutory definition, that's what it is, yes.
And also is the level that best preserves and protects the value of property around the inland lake, right?
Yes,
So this is the topic, this is the subject of a Part 307 proceeding, is to find out what is the normal level that achieves these purposes, right?
that's correct.
Amy, could you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 27, Exhibit D27? Do you recognize this as the petition that was filed by the counties?
Hold on.
This is exhibit D27. Do you recognize this? Oh, sorry, Your Honor.
I am now. Thank you.
So, Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize this as the petition that was filed by the counties to establish a normal lake level for not just Edenville, but the other three lakes?
Yes,
Okay, so Mr. Carlson yesterday made the point that you personally did not testify in this Part 307 proceeding, right?
I did not. No,
You personally did not communicate with Judge Karras in this proceeding about the spillway capacity problems at the Edenville Dam, right?
no, I did not.
Okay, let's scroll down. If you would, and we'll look through some of the highlighted language. So when the counties filed the Part 30, this is page 4 of Exhibit 27. And we'll look at paragraph 14. So this is the petition filed with the judge. Could you read it for us, Mr. Trumbull?
The Edenville Dam was completed around 1925, and despite repairs and maintenance of the dam, a FERC safety inspections report disclosed that the present condition of the dam and spillway require repairs.
So it was already alleged in the petition that the spillway required repairs at the dam. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, let's scroll down to the next highlighted paragraph and we'll give you, this is page 5. Why don't you, Amy, could you just highlight the entire highlighted section there? So paragraphs 18 through 20. Thank you. And in paragraph 18, it talks about the reason that FERC revoked Boyce Hydro's license. Could you read paragraph 18 for us, please?
That on September 10th, 2018, FERC revoked Boyce Hydro's license for the Edenville Dam for noncompliance, citing among other things, the primary need to address a long-standing requirement to upgrade the spillway capacity of Edenville Dam to handle FERC's probable maximum PMF standard.
All right. So right there in the petition, it identifies the lack of spillway capacity at the Edenville Dam, right?
It does.
Could you read the next paragraph 19, please?
The revocation of Edenville Dam license removed FERC's regulatory oversight, including terms and conditions concerning the water level for Wixom Lake, dam safety, property rights, water quality, public recreation and safety, and other areas of public concern, creating uncertainty in the maintenance of predictable water levels for Wixom Lake and detrimentally affecting public and residential use of the lake.
And go ahead with 20.
Public and residential use of the four lakes is dependent on the coordination of the dams to regulate the historical and predictable water levels of all four lakes.
So they're alleging that it's really in the public's best interest to regulate the historical and predictable water levels for these lakes, right?
Yes, that's what's in the petition.
Okay, let's keep scrolling through. Okay, so the next page is page 6. So, Mr. Trumbull, the FERC revoked Boyce Hydro's license on effective September 25th, 2018. Does that sound right to you?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay, so a couple of weeks later or so, the counties acted. Could you read paragraph 22 for us?
That on October 9, 2018, the Gladwin County Board of Commissioners adopted a resolution finding that in order to protect the public's health, safety, and welfare, to best preserve the natural resources of the state, and to best preserve and protect the value of property around the lake, that is necessary to establish and maintain the normal lake levels for each of the four lakes, Exhibit B, resolution dated October 9, 2018.
So the county's acted quickly to file this or to adopt this resolution, finding it to be in the best interest of the public health, safety, and welfare to actually establish the normal level for Wixom Lake, right?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go to the next paragraph, please, Amy. So this is paragraph 24. Could you read that for us? We'll learn about the Four Lakes Task Force.
The resolutions adopted by the counties, the resolutions appointed the Sanford Lake Preservation Association, a Michigan nonprofit corporation, also known as the Four Lakes Task Force, which includes representation of property owners from all four lakes and has amended its bylaws accordingly as the delegated authority, and further authorizes the filing of this petition under Part 307.
Was the Four Lakes Task Force a state entity?
No.
What is a delegated authority then?
Delegated authority under Part 307 is when the counties file a petition and then seek out a court order to establish a normal lake level. The counties assume authority over the dam that would regulate that lake level and the responsibility to maintain that lake level. And they typically delegate that authority to a drain commissioner,
Maybe we should just stick with the statute, which should define delegated authority.
yes,
I think I'm good with understanding of the statute. So.
Got it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Subsection 30701E, delegated authority means the county drain commissioner or any other person designated by the county board to perform duties required under this charter. Plaintiff's okay with the court considering laws of Michigan?
I had no objection.
You okay with that?
No objection, Your Honor. So, Mr. Trump.
Thank you for your explanation.
So,
I think that's my wheelhouse.
okay. So, Mr. Trumbull, the point is the Four Lakes Task Force is not exercising state authority. It's been delegated authority by the county, right?
that's correct.
Okay. So let's go to the next highlighted paragraph. Paragraph 28 on page 7 of Defendant's Exhibit 27. This will explain why they want to establish a lake level, at least in part. Could you read that for us, Mr. Trumbull?
This matter seeks to establish the normal lake levels under Part 307 for each of the four lakes and to create a special assessment district to finance the repairs, replacements, improvements, and to operate and maintain each of the dams of the four lakes.
So why were they trying to raise money? What do they want to do with the money?
I believe at this time they had estimated that there was about $40 to $50 million needed across the four dams to address known and anticipated safety concerns and to meet safety standards. The three of the dams were still regulated in FERC, so it'd be to maintain compliance with FERC regulations or come into compliance with FERC regulations at those three dams, and then to also make any improvements to the Edenville Dam to maintain state and eventual federal compliance. So that this was the mechanism to fund the operation and those planned maintenance activities.
And so the fact that the dams needed repair work, including for spillway capacity, that wasn't a secret, right?
No,
No, the whole purpose of this proceeding was to raise money to address those concerns, right?
yes,
And this would have been plain to the judge who read this petition, right? I mean, I take that back. I can't ask you to speculate about what the judge was thinking, but fair to say, this is in the petition itself, right? This information.
yes, it's highlighted right here in the petition.
Okay, let's scroll down. Specific to Wixom Lake, could you read this for us?
The revoked FERC license establishes a normal summer level for Wixom Lake at 675.8 NGVD 29 or 675.2 NAVD 88 and normal winter level for Wixom Lake at 672.8 NGVD 29 or 672.2 NAVD 88.
All right, I'll actually have you stop there. That's fine. So it's pointing out that the FERC license had already established normal summer and normal winter level for Wixom Lake, right?
Yes, there were articles in the FERC license that specified those elevations.
Okay, let's go to the next highlight. Thank you. So this is page 9, paragraphs 37 and 38. Could you read the first paragraph there, 37?
This petition does not seek to revisit the merits or wisdom of the FERC in determining the lake levels of each of the 4 lakes, as the lake levels have been harmoniously maintained for almost 100 years. However, in the context of determining and approving a special assessment district under the statute, petitioners do request that this court make an independent and consistent determination of the normal levels under Part 307, which comports with modern measurement standards.
Great. So they allege that these lake levels have essentially been harmoniously maintained for almost 100 years, right? And they're not asking the court to revisit the merits or wisdom of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in determining that these lake levels are the right ones for this lake, right? I mean, right?
Yes,
But they do ask the court make an independent determination, right?
yes.
So could you read paragraph 38? Thank you.
The normal levels for each of the 4 lakes as provided in the FERC licenses for each of the 4 lakes dams provides the most benefit to the public, best protects the public health, safety, and welfare, and preserves the natural resources of the state, and further best preserves and protects the value of property around the lake, all as envisioned by Part 307.
So those normal lake levels that FERC had established, the counties are alleging, those are the levels that provide the most benefit to the public, right?
That's what is stated in the petition, yes.
That those are the levels that best protect public health and safety, right?
Yes,
And that those are the levels that best protect and preserve the value of property around the lake, right?
yes.
Okay, let's go down. This is in the relief section where the counties ask for relief, what they want the court to do. And they essentially ask the court to establish the normal summer level of Wixom Lake at 675.8, the normal winter level at 672.8, or at the level as otherwise determined by the court in accordance with Part 307. But those lake levels in paragraph E, are those the same as the FERC lake levels?
Yes, those are consistent with the FERC, the revoked FERC license, yes.
Thank you. All right, let's scroll down to the next paragraphs near the bottom, Amy. The affidavit of Ron Hansen. So as far as you know, had Spicer Group been designated as the consulting engineer for the counties?
Yes,
And so the counties weren't just making this up or acting on their own without expert advice. They had the help of Spicer Group to guide them in making these determinations, right?
that's correct.
Okay, can we highlight this exhibit that was submitted by the counties to the circuit court? Okay, and this is an affidavit for Mr. Ronald B. Hansen. Do you see that? And then he says in paragraph 3, he explains his credentials. Could you actually read the highlighted section, please?
I'm a licensed professional engineer and licensed professional surveyor with over 20 years' experience in civil engineering and infrastructure projects. I have worked extensively with county drain commissioners throughout the state of Michigan, and I'm well-versed in the Michigan Drain Code and environmental regulations, including Parts 307, inland lake levels, and Part 315, dam safety of the Michigan Natural Resources and Environmental Protection Act.
And you've worked with Mr. Ron Hansen on Wixom Lake matters, isn't that right?
Yes,
And is his statements about his qualifications consistent with your understanding of his qualifications?
yes, at that time, those would have been consistent, yeah.
Okay, can we scroll down, Amy, and just highlight? Yeah, this is paragraphs 6 and 7 of Mr. Hansen's affidavit he filed with the court. And he says in paragraph 6, do you see this, that Spicer Group reviewed the Federal Energy and Regulatory Commission licenses and related documents pertaining to the hydroelectric dams on all 4 lakes, included Wixom Lake. And then he says in paragraph 7, Spicer Group is currently preparing an engineering report to be presented to the court for all 4 lakes. Do you see that?
I do.
Did Spicer Group prepare that engineering report and present it to the court, Mr. Trumbull?
They did.
Okay. Amy, could you please bring up Defendant's Exhibit 46. Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize this as the engineering report that Spicer Group presented to the court?
I do, yes.
Amy, could you scroll down to page 6 of Defense Exhibit 46? So in this, why don't I just have you read this? Go ahead, Mr. Trumbull, the highlighted section.
The FLTF met and coordinated with the MDEQ dam safety staff and understand that many of the repairs and improvements outlined in the Part 12D safety inspection reports for FERC would also be required for state of Michigan, should the MDEQ inherit regulatory oversight of the dams. The preliminary conclusion is it should be anticipated that modest improvements to spillway capacity at Wixom Lake and Secord Lake will be required and that repairs at all 4 dams will be required. In general, signs of instability or structural fatigue have not been observed, but repairs and maintenance are needed.
Great, thank you. And so in the report that Spicer Group as an expert engineer prepared and submitted to the court, it notes in the middle of that highlighted area that it should be anticipated that modest improvements to spillway capacity at Wixom Lake will be required. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And then he also notes in that last sentence that signs of instability or structural fatigue have not been observed at the dam. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
And is that consistent with your visit to the dam on October 4th, 2018?
It is, yes.
Amy, could you scroll down to page 10 of this exhibit, please? Just highlight the first hazard potential classification area. Yep, thank you. Mr. Trumbull, this refers to the hazard potential classification of the Edenville Dam and says that it's classified as having a high hazard potential. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
What does a hazard classification have to do with the condition of a dam?
Nothing.
So
Page again, I'm sorry, 10.
10, yes. So sorry, one more time. What does the dam's hazard classification have to do with the dam's condition?
It has nothing to do with the condition.
So a dam can be high hazard and be in excellent condition, right?
Yes,
So just because a dam is classified as high hazard does not mean that it's in poor condition or might fail, right?
that is correct.
And this is information, the high hazard potential classification, this is information submitted to the court by Spicer Group, right?
Yes,
And the Spicer Group even explains that that classification means that a potential failure has potential for loss of life, and the failure of downstream dams, right?
yes,
So this is not information that was secret or hidden from the public. This is all part of the public record, right?
that is correct.
Okay. Let's go down to page 14 of Defendant's Exhibit 46. Your Honor, with the 10 o'clock recess, maybe this would be a good time to pause or would?
You're not done yet? No. I was just looking at my notes.
Yeah.
You've been, you said you're going to take 3 hours and we're about an hour and 50 minutes into it. So do you think about another hour, 2 hours? Across? Just a ballpark.
I think potentially another 2 hours.
I'm not surprised. And I suspect plaintiffs probably aren't either. So, okay, this would be a good time for a recess. Becky, is that okay? All right. We'll take a 2 hour recess. No, I'm just kidding. 15 minutes. It's 10 o'clock. We'll reconvene at 10:15. Thank you. You're going to be under oath. You're excused. You may step down.
Thank you.
Come back. Thank you. Anything we need to address? Sorry, before.
Now for clarification.
All right, thank you. We're in recess. Please be seated. All right. The time is 10:17. We're back on the record. Mr. Gannon, you may begin.
Thank you.
Anything, I'm sorry, plaintiffs or defense before we go? Ready? Okay. All right, let's go.
Uh, Thank you. Mr. Trumbull, this is Defense Exhibit 46. We're now on page 14. And Amy, could you please highlight all those, magnify those highlighted areas? Thank you. Okay, in this section of the report that Spicer Lake submitted to the court, the title is, quote, "The expediency of the normal."
Submitted to the circuit court in the 307.
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, pardon me.
Nope. Nope.
The expediency of the normal level project. Do you see that, Mr. Trumbull?
I do.
Okay, could you please read those two highlighted sections?
The implementation schedule is to operate normal lake levels in 2019 or as soon as possible to implement necessary repairs and improvements to all 4 dams by 2023 and to complete acquisition of all assets by 2024. For Wixom Lake, the objective is to achieve the normal level within 45 days of the court order. To achieve normal levels, the 4 Lake Task Force must enter into a purchase agreement with Boyce Hydro and contract with them to operate the dam through 2019.
Thank you. So Spicer Group is saying that in this report that their objective is to achieve the normal level of Wixom Lake within 45 days of the court order, right?
That's correct.
And that's before the modest spillway capacity improvements could be completed. Is that right?
That's correct.
So Spicer Group was recommending continuing to maintain the normal level, even though the spillway capacity needed to be increased at the dam, right?
That's let's
So as far as you're aware, they didn't raise any safety concerns at all with that course of action, right?
They did not.
Let's shift gears now to the winter drawdown permit. Yesterday, Mr. Carlson asked you about an application that the Spicer Group filed with the 4 Lakes Task Force and Boyce Hydro to lower Wixom Lake below the Part 307 levels during the winter of 2019, 2020. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
And were you involved in reviewing that application, Mr. Trumbull?
I was.
In the application, did they say that they wanted to permanently lower Wixom Lake because of flooding concerns in the spring of 2020?
They did not.
It was just a temporary winter drawdown because of ice conditions, right?
Yes, over concerns of ice buildup on the dam's gates.
And they wanted, and in the application itself, it stated that they intended to return Wixom Lake to its normal level in the spring of 2020, right?
Yes.
And their primary, so what were ways they could have managed ice buildup on the spillways other than just lower the lake level so low during the winter?
Common practice in cold environments where impoundments are not drawn down through the winter, to install heat tape on some of the components of the gates to prevent icing, to regularly operate the gates. I believe the term is called shuttering of the gates, where they raise and lower them quickly to kind of shutter the ice buildup off. They can manually remove ice by chipping or using heated pressure washers. They can install bubblers upstream of the gates. Bubblers just pumps air into the water so that it doesn't freeze, and freeze the gates so that they cannot be operated from the upstream side. There are, certain ways to build in components, heating elements into the dams and gates to prevent the icing. I've heard of jetting, so the fire departments or other folks with trucks that can produce high velocity water to de-ice gates, that happens. So there's several options over winter to either prevent or remove or maintain gates relatively free of ice conditions so that they can be reliably operated through winter. It does happen around the state and other parts of the country where icing is a problem.
And are there even companies that dam owners can hire and contract with to come out on an emergency basis and remove ice if needed?
Yes, it's my understanding that typically the normal operation staff would handle the day-to-day occurrences of ice buildup within their means. And then if icing of gates had been a problem in the past, that dam operators can have emergency contracts with contractors who will come in and do those things, chip ice, spray the gates with heated pressure washers and things like that to provide additional assistance to dam operators in extremely cold portions of winter when the normal dam operation staff cannot keep up with those.
So for Boyce Hydro, when the license was revoked, they lost their revenue stream for the Edenville Dam, right? Because they couldn't sell electricity anymore.
That is correct.
And so is it your understanding that Boyce Hydro just either didn't want to or didn't have the money to spend on those de-icing actions?
That's my understanding, yes.
And so they wanted to just lower it over the winter rather than expend resources on funding those efforts, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
And Amy, could you bring up Exhibit D59, Defendant's Exhibit 59? Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize this as a draft press release prepared by the Four Lakes Task Force for September 23rd, 2019?
Yes.
And you testified previously that when Boyce Hydro and Four Lakes Task Force and Spicer Group submitted this application, they always intended to return Wixom Lake to its normal summer level in the spring of 2020, right?
Yes.
Could you read that last paragraph for us, please?
The early drawdown will not interfere with summer lake levels. Wixom Lake will return to the normal summer level by the time the surface water temperature reaches 39 degrees Fahrenheit in spring 2020 in accordance with the Part 307 order.
And so did Eagle require Boyce Hydro and Four Lakes Task Force and Spicer Group to make the plan that they describe in this press release?
No,
That was a plan that they presented to Eagle, right?
that is correct.
Did Eagle or DNR, are they the government entity that issued the Part 307 order?
No,
That was entered by the circuit court, right?
that's correct.
And then in the spring of 2020, they implement their plan that they come up with in the fall of 2019, and they submit a refill application, or excuse me, a refill application to return Wixom Lake to its normal level for summer 2020. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So Amy, could you bring up Plaintiff's Exhibit 148? Mr. Trumbull, do you see the highlighted date on the bottom left there?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as the application that Boyce Hydro and Spicer Group and Four Lakes Task Force submitted to refill Wixom Lake to its normal summer level?
I do, yes.
And so, Amy, if we go down to, scroll down maybe just a few pages. Keep going, one more. Could you magnify the second set of highlights under additional contact information? Thank you. So on this application to refill Wixom Lake to its normal summer level, Spicer Group is the consultant. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And Spicer Group is the one that was asking Eagle to confirm the spillway capacity deficiency at the Edenville Dam, right?
That's correct.
But at the same time, they were pursuing a permit to refill Wixom Lake to its normal summer level, right?
That is correct.
So they didn't think, as far as you know, that there was any safety concerns about taking that course of action, did they?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Response, please.
Your Honor, I asked him as far as he knows. I didn't ask him to get into the head of Spicer Group. I asked him about his own personal knowledge about.
Rephrase the question to what is the personal knowledge of the witness, please?
Mr. Trumbull, did Spicer Group ever tell you that they had a safety concern about refilling Wixom Lake to its normal summer level?
Any objection to that question?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
No, they had indicated that they believed it to be safe to return the water levels back to normal summer operation levels.
Okay, let's shift gears to your communications with the independent forensic team after the dam failed. Amy, could you bring back up Defense Exhibit 106? And let's scroll down to page 26. Could you magnify these highlighted sections? So, Mr. Trumbull, in this section of Defense Exhibit 106 on page 26, the IFT is explaining how it was formed and what they did. Could you please read the first? We'll just start reading that first big paragraph and I'll stop you.
Although the IFT members' contracts were with FERC, the IFT carried out its work independently and its efforts were not directed or controlled by FERC, Eagle, Boys Hydro, or Four Lakes Task Force. The IFT also completed its work independently of all other organizations and agencies, including regulatory bodies, government agencies, consulting firms, water user groups, and professional societies, including the Association of State Dam Safety Officials, ASDSO, United States Society on Dams, USSD, and American Society of Civil Engineers, ASCE.
Thank you. So did you direct the work of the independent forensic team?
No, I did not.
As far as you know, did anyone at Eagle direct the work of the independent forensic team?
I do not.
Sorry, go ahead.
As far as I know, no one from Eagle directed the work of the IFT.
Could you skip down to the second paragraph and read that for us, please?
FERC, Eagle, Boys Hydro, and FLTF supported and cooperated with the IFT by providing data from their files, assisting with arranging meetings and interviews with personnel, and facilitating completion of on-site investigative work requested by the IFT. Other than fact-checking of some sections, this report was not reviewed by FERC, Eagle, Boys Hydro, Four Lake, FLTF, or any other agency, organization, or individual at any point prior to its finalization.
Thank you. So in that section, the IFT report mentions fact-checking of some sections. Did the IFT send you some sections to fact-check?
Yes, I believe we discussed that yesterday, that there was a section that was provided me for review.
Did the IFT accept all of the recommendations you made?
No, I provided several comments and they, I believe, in response withdrew or crossed out the first part of one sentence.
Other than that section, did the IFT team send you any other parts of the report to review prior to it being finalized?
I don't believe so. I believe that was the only section I reviewed.
Did you review a draft of the report prior to it being a full draft of the report prior to it being finalized?
No, we were provided an advance copy of the final report, but did not review a draft prior to finalization.
How far in advance did you receive that final version of the report before it was made public?
I believe it was the day before. I would have to double check, but I believe it was just the day before. Here's an advance copy. It will be, the full version is released tomorrow.
So you learned about the final conclusions of the IFT once they gave you the final version of their report, right?
That is correct, yes.
Shifting gears to back to the Edenville Dam and Boyce Hydro. Mr. Trumple, did you give directions to Boyce Hydro employees prior to the dam failure about how they should operate the dam?
No,
Did they report to you in any way?
no,
Could you personally operate the equipment of the Edenville Dam?
no, I could not.
It was private property,
Let
right?
me- Are you saying physically was he able to do it? Or I just don't understand the question.
Let me rephrase, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Were you personally able to go onto Boyce Hydro property and operate any of their equipment?
No, I would not have been able to do that if I had so desired, I guess. No.
No. Okay, so could you direct Boyce Hydro employees prior to this dam failure what to do in their job?
No, I could not.
Could you, Amy, bring up Exhibit D72, Defendant's Exhibit 72? And Amy, if you could magnify the lower highlight first. Include the address information, like who it's from and the date. Thank you.
Okay, you want me to read the highlighted portion?
Just
Oh, sorry.
1 second. Okay, yes. Mr. Trumbull, do you recognize this as an email from you to Lee Moeller on February 5th, 2020?
Yes,
And you describe in that first line that you have a pre-application meeting with the Spicer Group scheduled on February 6th to discuss proposed and upcoming improvements to Edenville Dam. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And through the rest of this email, you ask for access to the dam so you can go and do a site visit. Is that right?
That's correct.
And specifically, you want to go look, among other things, for potential auxiliary spillway locations, right?
Yes,
Okay, Amy, can we go back up to Mr. Mueller's response? So the reason you sent this email, Mr. Trumbull, is because you couldn't just go out there and break through the fence on your own and go look at this property, right?
not directly. There are provisions for entering private property in Part 315 after we have contacted the owner. And we would not be able to legally enter the property without contacting or attempting to contact the owner first to investigate a potential dam safety concern, right? So that's the only authority we would have under statute to enter private properties investigating a potential dam safety concern. In this case, for doing a familiarization of the site, and it would not have been appropriate to enter without property owner, and probably not legal to. I'm not an attorney, but I would not have entered the property without permission from the property owner in this case.
Great, thank you. And so Mr. Mueller responds to you on February 5th. Actually, could you just read the entire section, including the highlighted section?
Starting with Luke.
Yes.
Luke, thank you for contacting me regarding current and planned activities associated with Spicer Engineering's intentions for future alteration to the Edenville Dam. Notwithstanding the future plans for an ownership transition with Edenville Dam, Boyce Hydro is operating company for the facility for at least the next 2 years and is therefore the entity to contact regarding any questions about the current conditions at the dam and regarding any requests for access on the part of dam safety personnel employed by the state of Michigan.
Thank you. And so it was Boyce Hydro who had to give you permission to go and visit the dam. at least according to Mr. Mueller, right?
Yeah, as property owner, that is correct.
Um, Amy, could you please bring up part 315? And if you could scroll down, please, Amy, to part 315.16, 315.16. Keep going down. All right, thank you, Amy. So Mr. Carlson showed you this section several times yesterday. Do you remember that, Mr. Trumbull?
I do, yes.
So this is the section of part 315 referring to spillway capacity requirements, right?
That is correct.
Could you go to the next page, please, Amy? Could you highlight subparagraph 3 and magnify it? Thank you. So, Mr. Trumbull, with this first sentence, if a dam cannot pass the design flood, an auxiliary spillway must be provided, period. So it's mandatory for an auxiliary spillway to be provided in this situation, right?
Yes.
But what if dam alterations can be made or gate operations or some other thing can be done so that the dam can pass the design flood? Would an auxiliary spillway still be required in that circumstance?
No.
So if Boyce Hydro could have modified its gate usage in such a way so that it could pass the design flood, an auxiliary spillway wouldn't actually be required, right?
That's correct.
In any event, Boyce Hydro and Four Lakes Task Force and the Spicer Group, they were already planning on installing an auxiliary spillway, right?
They're planning on installing 2 auxiliary spillways. That's my understanding.
And that's why you were actually going out in February 2020. One of the reasons was to scope out the site for locations of those spillways, right?
That is correct, yes.
And under part 315, my understanding, and you can confirm, is that there's 2 different types of orders Eagle can issue. There's kind of a normal dam safety order and there's an emergency order. Is that fair? Is that accurate?
Yeah, there are 3 different types of orders, but
Why
they're,
don't you explain for us?
so section 315.18 of part 315 would be what you would consider a dam safety, or we commonly refer to as a dam safety order. Basically indicates that if an inspection report identifies a deficiency that endangers the dam and the department has confirmed that deficiency, then we can order the dam owner to take certain action to alleviate that deficiency, to alleviate the endangerment of the dam. Section 315.19, which we've covered previously, is orders to restrict dam operations or remove a dam, I believe, as the full context. I'm pulling from memory a little bit, but I'm familiar. That section is more so related to the actual operations of a dam. If a dam operator is passing too much flow or not passing enough flow or doing something by, operating the dam gates that is endangering people through flooding, through environmental impacts, through, or other things as defined in that section, then we the department can issue an order for them to stop doing that, basically. Or all the way up to, or I believe the section says if the continued existence of the dam, threatens to cause those same harms, we can actually order the removal of the dam. Then under section 315.21, which we commonly refer to as emergency orders, is when the department determines that dam failure is imminent, that if quick action is needed to prevent dam failure, we can order the owner to take that action, whatever action deemed necessary to prevent the failure of the dam. And there's actually emergency provisions under that. If the dam owner doesn't act, that the department can then, after having issued that order and the not being able to obtain compliance with that order from the owner, the department can then step in, take the necessary action to reduce the risk of the failure, and sue the owner to recoup costs.
And so under Part 315, a dam owner can also take what they view as emergency action without permission from Eagle, right? As long as they tell Eagle afterwards?
That is correct. There's I can't remember the exact citation, but there is a section in 315 that is about unprecedented flood or alarming circumstances. So in their course of business operating the dam, if a dam owner identifies any condition that endangers the dam, they can take emergency action to alleviate that danger. They have to notify the department within 24 hours, I believe is the requirement.
So even though ordinarily if a Part 307 order is in place, a dam owner ordinarily would need to get a permit to modify the level of the lake outside of the parameters of a Part 307 order. If the dam owner thinks there's some urgent or emergency basis for modifying the level of the lake, they can do that and then just tell Eagle afterwards. Is that right?
As far as state law is concerned, yes.
Did you ever, your unit, dam safety unit, ever issue an order to Boyce Hydro requiring them to maintain the normal summer level of Wixom Lake?
No,
Did Boyce Hydro ever apply for a permit to permanently lower Wixom Lake out of fear of spring flooding?
no.
Can you or anyone else in the dam safety unit issue an order under Part 315 to a dam owner without an engineering basis for doing so?
No, we would need to have confirmed that either a deficiency exists that endangers the dam. I believe 315.19 would be some expectation that this harm is going to occur, or we would have to determine that failure of the dam is imminent in order for us to exercise those order provisions within the statute. And most of those are predicated that we have to have the data to understand that those concerns exist.
Was there an engineering basis prior to the dam failure for ordering Boyce Hydro to draw down Wixom Lake below its Part 307 levels?
No, all of the engineering data that I had reviewed or was in possession of indicated that it was not necessary or would not be effective to addressing the concerns with the dams that existed. So there was, in my opinion, there was no engineering basis to order a drawdown of Wixom Lake prior to the failure.
And that was Spicer Group's opinion too, wasn't it?
Yes,
Response.
Your Honor, Spicer Group submitted a lake level report to the court that we've reviewed in detail in which they made that recommendation to the court to maintain the normal level of Wixom Lake and not do it.
But you're asking the witness to comment on another party's assessment and to sort of to tell me what your position, I think, as I understand your objection, your response to objection, is there's evidence of record to support this.
Yes.
Fair? Okay. Well, you're asking this witness to tell me what the evidence of record is. And I don't think he needs to do that.
Okay.
We've got the evidence. You've got the papal we. The evidence is been presented to the court. I'll consider all the lawfully admissible and admitted evidence, but I'm not sure. I don't think we need to go into that particular line of question. So the objection is sustained. Thank you.
Mr. Trumbull, did Spicer Group ever tell you that they thought there was an engineering basis for pre-lowering Wixom Lake?
They did not.
And we saw previously that FERC reported to the US House that their staff did not think there was a basis for pre-lowering Wixom Lake, right?
That was the content of their letter, yes.
Amy, could we bring up D106? Go to page 151.
Man, please listen.
Yes.
Seriously, thinking about talking to my son and seeing if I could borrow back the folding tables that we used for our project this week. I may be doing that the next night or two. Okay, I'm at 106.
And we're on page 151. And
Exhibit 106.
yes. So top right, page number 151.
My 106 in the binder starts at page 270 and 502.
Defendants exhibit?
Defendants 106. The first page in my binder is 270 and 502. And interestingly, it says page intentionally left blank. So I'll just assume that for the first 269 pages. I'll look at the screen. Don't worry. I can
Oh,
look-
okay.
I can look at this.
Because we've looked at other sections of D106 already today.
No, I've looked at a bunch of D106. It's open. I don't know what,
Okay.
I'm sure it's operator error on my part.
Uh,
And not damn operator, but
Right.
just brain operator. Okay, 106.
So Mr. Trumbull, this is the section of the IFT report referring to effects of FERC actions. Do you see that highlighted?
I do, yes.
Okay, Amy, could you highlight or magnify the next two highlighted areas? Thank you, and bring those up.
I thought I had taken all and created a separate binder. I only took about half of it.
Oh.
What page again?
151.
Let me just- Sorry, Mr. Trumbull. As I said the other day, yesterday, I'm not an engineer. I'm from a very long line of engineers, but I remember sitting around the dining room table as a 16-year-old, my father saying, what don't you get about this? And he's explaining a slide rule. And my 14-year-old brother, oh, Dad, I get it. And he whips his slide rule out. So I'm not an engineer. I understand engineering, sort of. But I can't even get binders together. So, all right.
Page 151, Your Honor.
All right. I'm with you. Thank you.
So this is section regarding effects of FERC actions. And then, Mr. Trumbull, could you read the first highlighted sentence, please?
The following is the IFT's analysis of FERC's options to exert pressure on the dam owners to at least partially upgrade the spillway capacity while still maintaining a license.
Great, thank you. And then one of those options is the second point. Second bullet point was an order lowering of Wixom Lake to the spillway crest. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, could you read the orange highlight, please?
Order lowering of Wixom Lake to the spillway crest. If the spillway gates had been kept open, the lake level would have been lowered to about 6 to 8 feet below the normal lake level. This option by itself would have had a limited benefit with respect to reducing the chance of overtopping the dam. If this option by itself had been exercised, the peak level would have been about 0.2 feet lower than the level at the time of the May 2020 failure. This option would have also impacted the ability to generate power and therefore would have reduced the funds available to the dam owners to upgrade the spillway capacity. This option would have also impacted recreational use of the lakes as well as property values and possibly have caused adverse environmental impacts.
So according to the IFT, exercising that option would have had a limited benefit with respect to reducing the chance of overtopping the dam, right?
Yes, they're saying that it would have lowered the peak lake elevation by about 0.2 foot.
And ultimately, even after the fact, the IFT concludes in the blue highlight that considering these factors, this would not have been a good option to exercise. Do you see that?
I do.
So the IFT also agrees, even after the fact, that pre-lowering Wixom Lake would not have been a good option to exercise, right?
Yes, that's what they have
Could
indicated.
could you also read their comment about FERC in the purple highlight?
Consistent with this, the IFT was told that FERC did evaluate this option and judged it not to be a good option to order the dam owner to undertake.
So that statement's consistent with the letter we reviewed earlier that FERC sent to the U.S. House of Representatives, right?
That is correct.
Mr. Trumbull, you were asked yesterday about two different situations when Eagle had ordered a dam owner to lower the lake behind the impoundment behind a dam. One was the White Cloud Dam. Do you remember talking about that?
That is correct, yes.
What was different about the White Cloud Dam versus the Edenville Dam? So why did Eagle order a drawdown at the White Cloud Dam, but didn't order a drawdown at Wixom Lake?
The White Cloud Dam, immediately preceding the order to draw down, had an extensive engineering evaluation that looked at all facets of dam safety, including embankment stability, structural stability, hydraulic capacity, operational adequacy, all those things. And that engineering firm recommended immediate drawdown of the impoundment to alleviate the many concerns with dam safety in the interim, until all of those issues could be addressed.
So you testified previously that Eagle cannot issue orders under Part 315 without an engineering basis for doing so, right?
Yes,
And for the White Cloud Dam, there was an engineering basis to issue that order, right? Because the engineer recommended that course of action.
yes, the engineer did extensive evaluation of the dam, identified several deficiencies, and made that recommendation, yes.
Was there any engineering report for the Wixom Lake impoundment that came to that same conclusion, that it should be drawn down?
There were no engineering recommendations to my knowledge that recommended lowering of the impoundment.
And Mr. Carlson also asked you about the Holly Dam.
Yes,
Could you,
What dam?
Holly,
Oh, yeah.
Village of
I
Holly?
remember that one.
yes.
Yeah. What was different about the Holly Dam compared to Wixom Lake?
Similarly to White Cloud, there had been an engineering evaluation of embankment stability following, over years, there'd been several engineering evaluations. And then more recently in 2021, the Village of Holly did some unauthorized work to the embankment, which actually made it less stable, less safe. Their engineer did another evaluation of that embankment, determined that it was unsafe, even under normal loading conditions, normal flow conditions, and recommended the drawdown occur as well.
And did the property owners associated with the Holly Dam impoundment, did all of them agree with that course of action?
Unfortunately, no, they did not.
So Eagle is willing to issue orders to lower impoundments if there's an engineering basis for doing so, even if property owners don't like it, right?
Absolutely. If there is an engineering basis for recommending drawdown, and we reviewed that, or based on an engineering evaluation, it's determined that drawdown is an appropriate risk reduction measure, we have and will continue to issue those orders. And then in the case of Holly, we actually implemented the order and performed the drawdown ourselves.
And before I forget, shifting gears completely, back to the 2015 consultant safety inspection report prepared by Mr. Perkypile. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes, I do.
When did you first receive a copy of that report?
We received a paper copy of the report minus appendices, I believe, on October 4th during the site visit.
2018?
Sorry, October 4th, 2018, during the site visit with Michelle Mueller. She printed a copy of the report body and provided that to us, and then provided some of the appendices, I believe, electronically at a later date. I couldn't be certain of the exact date, but shortly thereafter.
And that's report that ultimately concluded that the dam was safe for continued reliable operation, right?
That is correct, yes.
That's all we have, Your Honor, for Mr. Trumbull.
Let me have a moment, please. Thank you. Mr. Carlson, you ready, or do you want a short recess?
You're on already.
Okay,
Thanks.
court's ready to. Becky, okay? All right. All right. If everybody wants to stand up and join me for a short stretch before we have the benefit of the questions and Mr. Carlson and the answers from our witness. Pardon? Oh, sure. That's understood. I had a year and a half, a year and a half ago, I was the presiding judge in Lansing. The chief judge was attending by Zoom because we've done an accident. And it's like, I think so, either the last or second last argument. And very capable, experienced lawyer providing this oral argument. And when I saw counsel, and he pulled credit. Oh, gosh. In the court. Our court's IT department was monitoring it. They immediately rushed in and court staff, CPR, and he had passed and brought him back. It was astonishing. So when I saw one of our young lawyers leaning, I'm like, oh my gosh, not again. So yes, well, hopefully, especially she's too young. I mean, that chap was my age. So anyway, but brought him back. It was amazing. We brought it back. The staff did. I prayed literally. Mr. Carlson? Yep. Ready?
Ready.
Okay, let's continue.
Greg, could you go to exhibit 180? 180. Thanks. Mr. Trumbull, hi again.
Oh.
Your Honor, while we're waiting for the exhibit to warm up, I'll mention that during the cross-exam,
Yes, sir.
I was looking at the IFT report,
Right.
page 10 and page 11 give you sort of like the gross embankment lengths and dimensions that you were talking about
Oh, great.
yesterday.
Okay. Thanks.
So, yeah.
I have another question, and if we need to have the answer from a witness, I'm fine with that. But, and I'm not sure it's relevant. But I just, when we look at this, 6,000 foot earthen dam, the powerhouse is in basically the far left side. Is that, as we're looking from upstream to downstream, is that right? I am guessing there's a road for egress to the powerhouse. Is that right? From the shore someplace? I'm assuming they don't take boats in.
There's a road along the downstream side of the dam to access the powerhouse.
On the left? Is your,
Oh, on the left?
and you're upstream. When you're looking from upstream, the powerhouse on the left before May 19th, 2020.
Correct. So on the left embankment, there's a road access, there's a Consumers Energy substation with a road to that.
Okay,
And then to access the powerhouse, you would have to walk across a steel catwalk to the powerhouse. You could also access the powerhouse from the right.
that's
Where-
what my next
yeah.
question was.
So-
Is there a road from the right as well
Correct.
that comes up close to where the powerhouse,
Yeah.
close to where the
Yes.
concrete structure is?
So Boyce Hydro offices, now Four Lakes Task Force offices were located there.
Oh,
And there
on
was
the
a
right.
road along the downstream side that you could drive up to park and then walk up a staircase to enter the powerhouse.
So it's not at the same level as the reservoir. It's now below to where the river runs after it goes through the powerhouse and the dam.
That's correct, yes, in the downstream area.
You agree with that, Mr. Carlson?
Yes.
Okay. I don't suspect that will be a finding of fact that's relevant, but I'm just trying to get my mind's eye around it, having portaged, as a boy, the Mayo, Loud, Alcona, Cook, 5 channels, Foot and Cook dams on the Ausable River. I just wondered if where the roads were.
Robert,
Yes,
there's also a map of what was the trouble explaining and defendants include the wrong mistakes that we should report.
thank you, counsel. That's very helpful. I knew there had to be some, but thank you. That's brilliant. Okay, let me have just a second, please. Can I ask another question? As we look at the photograph that's depicted on page 34, we have the M30 Causeway Bridge. And looking at the photograph to the left, you have the Tobacco Spillway. Tobacco Spillway is where the portion of the Tobacco River continues on into its confluence with the Tittawabassi River is right there. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
But there's not a dam there. Is that just an open spillway?
That's embankment, that's dam.
So that's part of the dam. That's part of the 6,000 feet earthen dam.
There's a spillway just west of the intersection of the causeway and the dam.
Right.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. What involvement, if any, did that have on the events of May 19th, 2020?
That's outside of my lane, Your Honor.
All right.
I can help if.
I don't want
Okay,
to,
okay.
thanks. But
Yeah, I would defer to the many experts who can talk about that.
right. Well, I don't want to throw free radicals into the equation beyond. That's the danger of having a bench trial. Yeah. I did not design the statute, so otherwise, yeah, a jury. Okay. Thank you.
All set? Thanks.
Yep. Thanks for your indulgence.
No problem. Mr. Trumbull, at the end of your testimony, I think the last topic was the statements in the in the independent forensics team report, IFT report, page 151, that there would have been limited benefit to a preemptive drawdown as a risk reduction measure. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And Craig, if you go to page 2 of this exhibit, in the course of your interactions at the bottom, Craig, in the course of your interactions with the IFT members, you were told by Iftar Alvey, the IFT member, I think you have to consider situations where there is an emergency due to the problem, e.g. evidence of significant erosion or an incoming big storm, but there's still a general concern with dam safety risk, as in the Edenville case, where you have a known spillway capacity deficiency, further exacerbated by inability to release through the powerhouse and inability to lift the gates enough to get full weir flow through the spillways. Mr. Alvey wrote that to you, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know why the IFT did not include in its independent report Mr. Alvey's thinking on this, correct? You don't know why they didn't include it. Do you know why they didn't include it?
Okay. You rephrased, so I'm gonna take that as a consent to sustain, and so the question's rephrased. Is there any objection to the rephrased question?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
The lack of foundation that assumes it's not included anywhere in the documentation.
Overruled. Thank you. Restate the question, please.
You don't have any reason to know why IFT did or did not include this thinking in its final report, correct?
I believe,
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Trumbull.
so the question was, do I know why they didn't include this? No, I do not know why they didn't include this.
Thank you. Back to the first page, please, Craig. Highlight the part where it says in hindsight, you are correct. The big one. Number 3. In response to Mr. Alvey from the independent forensics team sharing his thinking with you, you wrote, quote, "In hindsight, you are definitely correct. Lowering of the lake would have likely provided some risk reduction for smaller / more frequent floods, but we did not expect that it would provide much benefit during the 1/2 PMF design flood or prevent overtopping in this scenario." End quote. That's what you responded to him with, correct?
Yeah, yes.
You indicated, you can take the exhibit down, Craig, thanks. You indicated in your recross with Mr. Gamble that in order for Eagle to take an action or to order an action be taken, you'd have to have some engineering basis for the action, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Now, with regard to MCL 324.31516, the spillway capacity section, you're familiar with that?
Yes.
Where it says for dams the size of Edenville must be capable of passing 1/2 PMF, correct?
Yes.
And it says auxiliary spillway must be provided, correct?
Yes.
You testified yesterday and on examination from Mr. Gamble that even though the statute says an auxiliary spillway must be provided, you and Eagle have some latitude to determine if there's another measure other than an auxiliary spillway that would relieve that spillway capacity problem, you can approve the owner going with that option instead of the mandatory option for putting in or providing an auxiliary spillway, correct?
The, what?
Yes or no?
The answer isn't as simple as a yes or no.
Okay, it was simple. It was a simple yes or no when Mr. Gamble was asking you leading questions and nodding his head or shaking his head. You said, yes, we have the ability to choose a different option other than an auxiliary spillway, even though the statute says an auxiliary spillway must be provided. That's what you said, right?
No,
You didn't say that.
I said that if the spillway, if by some other means the spillway deficiency was addressed and no longer existed, then we would not require an auxiliary spillway.
Because at that point, there would no longer be a spillway deficiency.
Correct.
Okay, so even though the statute says an auxiliary spillway must be provided, the way you apply that statute in practice is if there's an alternate means for providing spillway capacity, you can go with that one instead of providing an auxiliary spillway.
Yes, if an owner addresses the spillway capacity deficiency in another acceptable way, then we would no longer require the addition of an auxiliary spillway.
And would you agree that that practice is not expressly written into that section of the law?
Yes, it is not explicitly written in that section of the law.
Okay, now, under 31518, you say that to take the action that we're empowered to take under 31518, we must have both an inspection report and confirmation by Eagle, correct?
That's correct.
Why in the world, if you have the information needed to take one of the actions under 31518, is it mandatory that you have an inspection report and confirmation before acting? But under 31516, you can act in different ways other than what the statute provides for, which is must provide an auxiliary spillway. Why do you see 31518 as being mandatory and 31516 as being advisory?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, you say after an inspection, I have to have an inspection report. I must have one. And I must have Eagle confirmation before doing what I'm empowered to do under 3518, because the statute says upon receipt of an inspection report. But in 31516, which says very clearly an auxiliary spillway must be provided, your testimony is unless there's other ways to do it. What's your basis in fact or in reading of the statute for seeing those requirements differently?
In my opinion, 31516 indicates the responsibility of the owner to provide an auxiliary spillway if they cannot meet spillway capacity requirements. 31518 is the enforcement authority of the department to compel the owner when they do not do that. So in order for us to write an order that can be challenged, it's pretty imperative that we follow the process from which we're authorized to issue that order.
Mhm.
So it can, because it's an enforcement action against an owner when they don't do what they're statutorily required to do.
In general, it's imperative that you follow all mandatory orders of statute, correct?
If the statute directs us to do something, then yes, I would agree with that.
You indicated that you wouldn't take an action or order that a specific action be taken without being provided an engineering basis for doing so, correct?
Yes, we would rely on engineering basis to confirm that the requirements of those order provisions in the statute have been met.
Spicer Group are engineers, correct?
Correct.
I think Mr. Gamble had you read Mr. Hansen's engineering credentials into the record even. Spicer Group, as an example of this, provided you with an engineering basis for why they wanted to draw down the water by 8 feet for the winter operations of 2019 into 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And you rejected it, correct?
We rejected that there were not feasible and prudent alternatives to what was being proposed as is required by Part 301.
It wouldn't have been dangerous or unsafe for them to lower the water for winter operations in 2019, correct? It wasn't about safety.
The purpose of that drawdown was related to potential safety concerns if the gates could not be reliably operated.
Right. And what my question is, it wouldn't have been unsafe to let them lower the water.
Are you speaking of unsafe in terms of
Unsafe
overall
to
safety of
anyone.
the dam?
Unsafe to public, to any human life or property. Would have been unsafe to anyone to let them lower that water?
Potentially, if the drawdown was not conducted in a manner that protected public safety.
Were they indicating that they wanted to do it in a hasty fashion or a way that would endanger public safety? Or were they saying we're going to do it prudently and at a pace that we've done it before to make sure that safety isn't jeopardized?
I would have to review the application and what the provisions were in that application, but I don't recall any alarmingly unsafe practices to conduct the drawdown.
One more question about the statutes. 31519 does not require Eagle to wait for a dam safety problem to actually happen. It allows them to act in anticipation of a problem, correct?
I have to review the specific language, but that's my recollection, yes.
Up on the screen during Mr. Gamble's examination, you saw Defense Exhibit 148, which was the permit application that was submitted by Boyce to refill Wixom Lake. I believe they submitted that application on February 27th, 2020. Do you recall seeing that date?
I recall seeing the application, yes.
You testified yesterday, and as you wrote in your email to Mr. Seelick and Mr. Alvey on the IFT, when you gave them a timeline, that it was on February 4th of 2020 when you conclusively determined that the dam didn't meet 1/2 PMF and was out of compliance with Part 315, correct?
Yes.
And so when Spicer and Boyce, because Boyce was still the owner then, right? They're the owner, they're the property owner of record, correct?
Yes.
Right? And if you're dealing with promises or assurances or plans or aspirations of money and building and delivering on dam safety upgrades, at that point, you're really counting on Boyce as the owner to come through on some of that stuff too, right?
No, not at all.
You're assuming that Boyce is going to close, reach an agreement for purchase, close on the purchase with Four Lakes Task Force, And then Four Lakes Task Force plans are going to go according to Hoyle. Is that the idea?
The idea is that Part 307 allows for the counties to take over ownership or obtain easement to the dams.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about which entities you're actually dealing with in February of March, April of 2020. You're still dealing with Boyce as the owner, correct?
Dealing with Boyce in a limited capacity as property owner, dealing to a much more extent with Four Lakes Task Force and their consultants who would actually be implementing the projects.
Right. And for 16 years up to that point, Boyce has been in a state of such disregard for improving the spillway capacity of this dam that FERC had described it as appalling, right?
That's correct.
And until Boyce and their behavior, and however appalling it might be, comes to the table and actually closes with Four Lakes Task Force, Four Lakes Task Force isn't going to be able to, concretely deliver on any of its plans to build auxiliary spillways or do other improvements at the dam, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that, no.
Regardless, on February 27, 2020, when Four Lakes Task Force and Boyce and Spicer signed this permit application to refill Wixom Lake, they knew the dam was out of compliance conclusively with Part 315, correct?
Correct.
And just because they ask for authorization to refill the lake doesn't mean Eagle has to give them authorization to refill the lake. Eagle has the power to say no, correct?
Yeah, if the permit review would have indicated that doing so would have been in violation of statute, yes.
What's the date of the application?
22720.
Thank you.
As we saw in the Part 307 proceedings in 2019, Four Lakes Task Force made no bones about it. They wanted the water level refilled in Wixom Lake within 45 days of the court's entry of that order, correct?
They stated that as their intent in the petition and lake level study, I believe.
And in February of 2020, even after the dam has been deemed out of compliance with Part 315, Four Lakes Task Force wants its lakes refilled, Wixom Lake refilled, correct?
Yeah, there was an application to refill by Four Lakes Task Force, Boyce and their consultant, yes.
The water level, the permit authorizing, the authorization to refill is issued April 9, 2020. You agree with that?
I'd have to look at the date, but the time frame seems reasonable.
Could you put up Exhibit 154, please? Mr. Trumbull, does this refresh your recollection that the authorization was issued April 9, 2020?
Yes,
And the authorized activity is conduct refill activities at the Edenville facility to raise Wixom Lake?
yes.
What was the,
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Can you put that back up, please? This is your 154. I just need a second. Well, might be more, a second. Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Trumbull, the lake level of Wixom Lake, the day before this authorized activity of refilling Wixom was 6 to 8 feet lower than normal summer pond level. Is that correct?
I would have to review the lake level recordings, but I believe it was on the order of 6 feet lower.
6 feet
Yes.
less than normal pond the day before Eagle authorizes the activity of refilling Wixom Lake, correct?
Again, I'd have to confirm on that there is a recording of the lake level elevations. I was not on site to confirm, so I couldn't confirm that without reviewing that data.
Okay. One last question about the winter drawdown. DNR, we're going to hear testimony from witnesses, Kyle Krieger and Jessica Mistak later in the case, but DNR was kind of also pushing or in favor of rejecting the application for a winter drawdown, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Earlier today, you talked about the lake level study that was submitted by Spicer Group in support of the Part 307 petition. Recall that?
I do.
The objective of the Spicer report was the establishment of the normal legal lake level at 675.8, correct?
That's correct.
And again, even when a normal legal lake level is established, we're in agreement that when a dam is involved, the dam must still be compliant with dam safety requirements. Correct?
There's no such requirement in Part 307.
But a dam impounding a lake subject to a 307 lake level order, that dam must be compliant with 315.
Yes, 315 still applies to dams regulated under Part 307 if they meet the size requirements defined in Part 307 or 315, yes.
And assuming they did, which Edenville does, fit within the size parameters of 315, a dam owner can't violate 315 and then say in their defense, oh, it's okay, I'm allowed to be out of compliance with 315 because I've got a Part 307 lake level order. They can't use that as a defense, correct?
I believe there's terms, at least in 307, that I can't pronounce the word, but it says that Part 307 basically doesn't supersede any other statutes. And I don't know if there's similar language, but I expect there is in Part 315. So one does not cancel the other out, no.
Craig, if you could go to Exhibit 98, Spicer Group lake level study. 98, yeah, thanks. Actually, the number of the Spicer lake level. Oh, that's right. Craig, it's going to be 90. Sorry about that. Mr. Trumbull, when you were asking or answering questions earlier on examination from Mr. Gamble, you indicated that in the Part 307 petition, the petitioners alleged in their petition to set the lake level that FERC had revoked the license to generate power at the Edenville Dam, correct?
That's correct.
And they stated that one of the reasons for that was inadequate spillway capacity, correct?
That's correct.
That petition did not tell the Midland Circuit Court judge that the status quo at the dam with inadequate spillway capacity created a grave danger. Didn't say that, correct?
No, it did not say that.
And it didn't say that FERC had found Boyce's disregard for the severity of the situation to be appalling. It didn't say that either, correct?
I don't recall that language in the petition, no.
And it didn't say in the petition that FERC had determined the spillway issue must be remedied to protect life, limb, and property. It didn't say that either in the petition, correct?
I don't believe it said that.
The Spicer Group 4 lake level study also does not say that the spillway inadequacy must be remedied to protect life, limb, and property. It doesn't say that, does it?
Does not use those specific words, no.
In fact, at page 6, if you go to page 6, Craig, and you read this part into the record earlier, Mr. Trumbull, you recall reading the part where it says, the preliminary conclusion is it should be anticipated that modest improvements to spillway capacity at Wixom Lake and Seacord Lake will be required, and that repairs at all 4 dams will be required.
Yes,
You'd agree that telling the Midland Circuit Court, as Spicer does here, that modest improvements to spillway capacity will be required is different than saying that those repairs must happen to protect life, limb, and property, correct?
I would agree that that's different because they're two different standards.
Did you think Spicer was kind of understating the seriousness or severity of the spillway situation in this lake level study?
Did I think that Spicer thought that?
Yeah, you've read it. Did you think they were kind of understating the situation a little bit?
Not exactly. Certainly when FERC made those statements about, not meeting the standard and they were relying on a long history of noncompliance and a very big deficit. When Spicer made these statements in the report, the dam had only been under state jurisdiction for a very short time. And the deficit was much smaller. So in comparison, the spillway capacity upgrades when compared to the FERC standard are modest. They're not as significant. So I don't have any major objection to them using that language.
If a dam, you talked about this dam being a high hazard potential classification, high hazard potential rating, correct?
Yes,
And how that rating in and of itself is not a reflection on the actual condition of the dam, right?
that's correct.
But high hazard potential ratings are still important, aren't they?
Of course, yes.
And they're important, of course, because you don't want to mess with the safety or take risks or chances with the safety of a high hazard potential dam, correct?
I don't want to take risk with the safety of any dam, but
That's
the
good.
consequences are much higher for a high hazard dam than they would be for a low hazard dam.
And that's what that high hazard potential rating is telling us, right?
It's telling us what the risks of failure are. Or consequence of failure would be, I'm sorry.
On page 7 of the PDF, Greg, it says the anticipated schedule for the needed repairs for the lake level assets will be completed by 2023. Do you recall that being part of the lake level study from Spicer, Mr. Trumbull?
I don't see it on my screen, but I do recall seeing that just a few moments ago with Mr. Gamble.
And you know that they also later changed that to at least 2024, correct?
I believe that they stated that in emails, and meeting notes, but I do recall that their preliminary construction schedules did indicate 2023. I don't know if 2024 was what they had actually planned or if it was providing a buffer or why there was a discrepancy, but there was a discrepancy between this and some of the other documents I had seen and the emails and meeting notes that we had seen yesterday.
Well, maybe the discrepancy is explained by the fact that between April of 2019 and February of 2020, almost a year has gone by without installation of the mandated auxiliary spillway. It bumps everything back a year. That's one possibility, right?
I don't see your logic in that.
Maybe they
question.
thought in this 2019 lake level study, they were going to be able to get started sooner than they actually were, right? And in 2020, having not begun yet, they're like, well, we got to tack on a year. I'll withdraw the
Respond.
question.
All right.
I'll withdraw the question.
Thank you.
Page 13 of the PDF, please, Craig. At the end of the Spicer lake level study, Mr. Trumbull, you see the section at the bottom which says overview.
Yes, I see
Mentions
that.
these different bullet points, feasibility of a project, expediency of normal level projects. People improve an alternate, should have cut that's in design for controlling the normal level, estimated costs, method of financing initial costs, necessity of a special assistant, that's district and boundaries. You see that?
I do see that.
These bullet points don't include any mention of the words dam safety. Would you agree with that?
They don't specifically use the term dam safety, no.
And it doesn't say anything like the words embankment stability or stability analysis, correct?
No, they do not.
And it doesn't say anything about spillway capacity or hydraulic sufficiency or hydraulic capacity.
Those terms are not specifically mentioned in this bullet list, no.
And at this point in the timeline, April of 2019, you were still trying to coordinate with Spicer and Boyce an actual spillway capacity analysis, correct?
Yes, at this time, correct.
And you had not calculated the actual PMF of the dam as of April 2019 either, correct?
I never calculated PMF, so half PMF had been calculated in 2016 and PMF had been calculated by FERC and others previously, but I had never calculated PMF.
Did you calculate half PMF?
I did not perform the calculations of half PMF, no.
Who did, Griner?
I'd have to look, that 2016 flood flow request indicated, I believe, what the half PMF, that it would have been Ms. Griner or somebody else in the hydrologic studies would have calculated that estimate.
Eagle was still coordinating with Spicer at this time to calculate whether the Edenville Dam had sufficient spillway capacity to pass 1/2 PMF, correct?
That is correct.
And you testified yesterday that you did some calculations about whether pre-lowering the water in Wixom Lake would have had any impact on safety or risk reduction? You recall that?
I testified that I had looked at the flood volumes compared with the available flood storage as an indicator of whether or not it would, the pre-lowering would have impacted the overall flood elevations during the half PMF flood.
You could not have done that without calculating the spillway capacity of the Edenville Dam, correct?
No, we could absolutely could have done that without calculating spillway capacity.
Without calculating the spillway capacity? You talked about what sort of the state of information was in April of 2019, when Spicer would have submitted the lake level study and the counties would have submitted their petition to the court. Craig, could you bring up exhibit 170, plaintiffs 170, please? I'm going to show you exhibit 170, Mr. Trumbull, and for the record, this is the same exhibit as defendants 91, which was used during Mr. Trumbull's examination. It's the June 18, 2020 letter from FERC to the chairman of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Subcommittee on Energy, U.S. House of Representatives. Mr. Trumbull, if you go to page 3, Craig. Question number 5 from the House of Representatives Subcommittee asked FERC, quote, FERC's 2017 compliance order stated that the commission's primary concern is Boyce Hydro's longstanding failure to address the project's inadequate spillway capacity, which must be remedied to protect life, limb, and property. When FERC made the decision to go forward with the revocation order, did FERC consult Michigan regarding the significant public safety concerns stemming from the longstanding non-compliance pattern by Boyce Hydro and the implications for the state? End quote. Mr. Trumbull, why don't you read the answer to that question, please?
Yes, for a number of years, commission staff worked with Michigan state authorities who were aware of and occasionally reported to the commission improper activities by Boyce Hydro. Following the issuance of the commission's order proposing revocation on February 15th, 2018, staff contacted the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality to discuss the result of the commission's possible revocation of the license would remove the facility from federal jurisdiction.
The next question from the House of Representatives Subcommittee to FERC, number 6, was, quote, what, if any, involvement did Michigan have during the non-compliance proceeding? What, if any, involvement did Michigan have during the revocation proceeding? Did FERC determine what authorities Michigan has in order to compel necessary repairs to the facility under state law after revocation? End quote. Can you please read the answer to that question?
Multiple Michigan agencies intervened or commented during the years of noncompliance or in the revocation proceeding for the Edenville project. Their comments were generally focused on recreational and environmental impacts and potential transfer of the license to other parties. As described in the 2018 Commission order revoking license, the state of Michigan has authority over non-federally regulated dams in the state. In both the order revoking license and on rehearing, the commission noted that Michigan has extensive dam safety regulations, including enforcement mechanisms such as the ability to commence a civil action for appropriate relief and violations.
Craig, could you pull up exhibit 24, please? Mr. Trumbull, showing you an exhibit we talked about yesterday, exhibit 24, plaintiffs 24, the FERC order revoking license issued September 10th, 2018. Craig, if you could please go to page 24, paragraph 55. Mr. Trumbull, could you please read? Well, FERC wrote paragraph 55 when they issued the revocation of license. And they said, quote, "We disagree that revocation of the license has potential to harm public safety." Do you see that, the first sentence of paragraph 55?
I do, yes.
And then it says, "as noted in the order proposing revocation." Why don't you read for us what it says, beginning with "as noted in the order proposing revocation"?
As noted in the order proposing revocation, the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality, Michigan DEQ, has regulatory authority over dams and impoundments in the state and will have regulatory authority over the Edenville project as a result of this revocation. Michigan DEQ regulates over 1,000 dams, has extensive regulatory authority to ensure that dams are constructed, operated, and maintained safely. For example, Michigan law requires, among other things, a licensed professional engineer prepare plans and specifications in most instances. 2, approval by Michigan DEQ prior to making modifications to a dam. 3, minimum spillway capacities. 4, periodic inspections. And 5, the ability to commence a civil action for appropriate relief, including injunctive relief for violations. Therefore, although Michigan DEQ's dam safety regulations, including the minimum spillway capacity requirement, do not mirror those of the commission, we conclude that revocation of the license does not have the potential to harm public safety.
In footnote 130, where FERC says Michigan law requires minimum spillway capacities, what law do they cite? What law does FERC cite in footnote 130?
They cite section 315.16 of part 315.
31516, correct?
Yes.
The Part 307 petition submitted by the counties says that FERC revoked the license because the dam did not have sufficient spillway capacity to pass full PMF. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it doesn't say anything about preliminary assessments showing the dam might not even be able to meet 1/2 PMF, correct?
That's not correct.
It doesn't say that in the petition that it might not meet 1/2 PMF? Or you're saying it says that?
It makes reference to anticipated spillway repairs and upgrades, I believe, which may not use those words specifically, but it anticipates that the spillways do not meet Michigan requirements.
It says they might need modest improvements, right?
Correct.
A Part 315 inspection report under Michigan law. You can take that down, Craig, thanks. Part 315 inspection reports are more thorough than the annual inspection reports conducted under a FERC license, correct?
No, I believe they're approximately equivalent.
To an annual?
Yes.
Okay. And so you had the most recent annual FERC inspection report from August 21 of 2018, correct?
Yes, we had the 2018 FERC inspection report.
And would you agree that a Part 315 inspection report is important for Eagle to have because it helps tell you the details of a dam and what might make it safe versus not safe?
The intent is to identify any deficiencies that need to be addressed or could endanger the dam, yes.
And so in February of 2020, Ron Hansen from Spicer tells you that he expects to provide you with the dam safety inspection report under Part 315 by the end of March of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you did not receive that inspection report from Spicer by the end of March 2020, right?
no,
And you did not receive that Part 315 inspection report from Spicer before the authorization to refill Wixom Lake was approved on April 9, 2020, correct?
that's correct.
What would have been wrong with saying when that application to refill Wixom Lake comes in? What would have been wrong with saying, let's wait for the Part 315 report to make sure we have Spicer's full report on all aspects of this dam before authorizing refilling the impoundment? Would there have been anything wrong with waiting on that?
I mean, that's a tricky question. I mean, there's, obviously that was not what was in the permit application. That was what was requested, to delay the refill. There might have been some environmental, considerations with the prolonged drawdown into, further into the year. Other than that, I don't, I mean, I don't have, it's a very hypothetical situation, so I don't know what all the concerns might have been, but there could have been some concerns with elongating the drawdown, yes.
In the Spicer report that did come through after the Wixom Lake was refilled, it said the dam did not meet state spillway safety standards and that these were deficiencies that had to be corrected, correct?
Are you talking about the Four Lakes Task Force Spicer Group inspection report from June?
June 5th, 2020.
I would have to see the document to recall exactly what that document said.
Okay. Craig, could you put up exhibit 104, please? Yeah, thank you, 104. Page 9.
Plaintiff's 104, sorry. 1 second, please. Thank you. Page 9.
Craig, could you go to 10, please? Right, I'm not seeing the language I wanted to quote. You go one bit, I'll locate it and I'll slide it in.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah, any objection, Mr. Campbell?
No.
Okay. All right, sound prudent? All right, thank you. All right, time is 12 o'clock. Take our 60-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 1. Becky, do you need anything before we excuse the lawyers for lunch hour? All right. Court's in recess. Mr. Trumbull, see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. On oath. Mr. Carlson, you may examine.
Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Mr. Trumbull, before we broke, we were looking at the Part 315 inspection report prepared by Spicer in 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Craig, if you could please pull up Exhibit 104, page 4. At the bottom, the second paragraph from the bottom, under overall condition, the first sentence that Spicer reports in its Part 315 inspection report is, quote, "The visual inspection of the dam and its appurtenant structures indicate that the dam is in fair to poor condition." Is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall Liesl Clark's, the director of Eagle's letter to the U.S. House of Representatives that we looked at yesterday, where she indicated that if the dam was determined to be incapable of passing 1/2 PMF, that should result in a poor rating, correct?
That's what the letter said, yes.
If you look at the last paragraph of this page, Craig. Mr. Trumbull, could you read the last paragraph on page 4 of the Spicer Part 315 inspection report, please?
Currently, there are deficiencies which need to be corrected. The dam does not provide adequate capacity to pass the half probable maximum flood, PMF, event sufficiently to meet Eagle Dam safety requirements. This has been previously identified during review of rating curves by Eagle Dam safety engineers and confirmed by the Four Lakes Task Force engineering team. Currently, the FLTF has initiated engineering studies and the planning process to address increasing spillway capacity of the dam and bring it into compliance with both state and federal requirements. For that to occur, FLTF must secure ownership of the dam to implement this plan.
So according to this report, the Four Lakes Task Force had initiated their engineering.
Hold on.
Just hold on a second, right?
Thank you. According to this report, as of this report, the Four Lakes Task Force had just initiated engineering studies and the planning process to address increasing spillway capacity, correct?
That's correct.
And for even that aspects, even the planning process and engineering studies to happen, Four Lakes Task Force must still secure ownership of the dam to implement that plan, correct?
No, they were doing the engineering studies well before they obtained ownership of the dams.
They're stating here in their official Part 315 inspection report that for those things, for that to occur, they must secure ownership to implement it, correct?
They say that, I believe, in reference to bringing the dam into compliance with both state and federal requirements.
Because it was out of compliance at this time, correct?
Correct.
And you were expecting this report to arrive, but it did not arrive before the April 9 authorization to refill Wixom Lake, correct?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, if you could just please hold on a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Take a few minutes. Yep. 5-minute recess.
Okay.
You can stay in place or go about your business, whichever is fine. Done.
My heart started racing.
Can I, do you have the capacity to make any record at this point or? Okay, okay, can we just, can I say what we're gonna do? Can you record that? Or don't have to? You need to fix, you want to work on that? Okay, that's fine. All right. All right, bud. All right. We're on the record, but we don't have a we don't have a court reporter record. Just be seated. The lawyers came up with the same solution I was thinking about when I was sitting in the roving room. Mrs. Minor's machine is not obeying her right now. So it's been suggested that we adjourn from the live testimony of Mr. Trumbull and pivot to the testimony, which is going to be a reading of depositions, which we would have excused the court reporter for anyway. I know I don't have a transcript going on now. I'll memorialize this next time we're on the record. Does anybody have any objection to us? You know, we adjourned at about 5 after 1. And then the lawyers asked for another 5 minutes. I think that was what the problem was. You guys, we were ready to go, but then you broke something, lawyers. I don't know what, but, and then, it's now 1:35. I'm comfortable moving forward. I think that's an efficient use of all of our time. But if anybody objects, we'll recess, until the morning. Yeah, so those are our two choices, I guess, at this point. Plaintiff's okay with? Great, okay, all right. Back, hope to see you in a bit, but no worries. Keep me posted. Okay, and then let me just jot down a couple things so I know what to say when we get back on the record. Okay. Thanks, Becky. Okay. So time's now 1:40. We're going to proceed into depths. Who's going to be doing the exam and what witnesses are we talking about?
I'm going to be for another file keeper, and I have a few times for you that the highlight that and the deposition pivot along with the chart that's the court market trial.
Okay, thank you. Please. Thank you. All right, who's going to examine for the defense? Thanks. Are you Krieger?
Joke's going up here, so
Okay.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be more than excellent.
And for the non-transcribed record, this is the deposition of Kyle Krieger from April 9th, 2025. Mr. Krieger was sworn in, and we're going to start on page 10.
Okay. Ready when you are.
Mr. Krieger, I'd like to ask you a little bit about your education and professional background. You attended college at Michigan State University, sir?
Correct.
Did you graduate?
Yes.
In what year?
84, I believe, is my final year. I graduated in 82 with bachelor's degree of science, and I believe it's 84 or 85 with my master's.
Okay, your undergraduate degree was in fisheries, correct?
Correct.
Is that degree, is it literally just called fisheries? Or is it something like fishery sciences, fisheries management? What was the specific degree that you graduated with, sir?
It's fisheries and aquatic sciences, I think, something along that line. But fisheries and wildlife management is more the direction of what it was. I can't remember specifically what the title was.
Okay, and then you said you obtained your master's from Michigan State as well, right?
Correct.
And what was that field?
Fisheries management.
Okay, did any of your coursework in either your undergraduate or graduate education encompass geotechnical engineering?
No,
What about structural engineering?
no.
What about hydrology?
Yes, we had classes in hydrology, like stream hydrology, lake hydrology, those type of things.
What about dam safety?
None of the coursework I took at MSU had anything to do with dam safety.
Okay, do you currently hold any professional licenses, sir?
No.
What about professional certifications?
No, I was a certified fisheries scientist, but I didn't renew. I didn't complete the, what do you want to say, continuing education to do that. But at one time, I was certified as a fisheries scientist. It was through the American Fisheries Society.
At some point, you began working for the state of Michigan Department of Natural Resources, correct?
Correct.
And in what year did you begin employment there?
In I believe it was 84 and 85, I worked as a summer temporary employee for a division out of the Jackson District Office. At that time, there was an office in Jackson. I don't think if it's still there or not. And then I was hired on in 1987 full-time as a biologist.
As a fisheries biologist?
Correct.
Okay, when you began full-time with the DNR as a fisheries biologist, can you please describe for me what your primary job duties were?
I was a position which was referred to as a fisheries management biologist. Our job was to plan surveys where the crews would go out and evaluate the fishery populations in various lakes and streams. We would analyze the data, and then we would prepare reports for the record for our files, and then also answer questions from the public and meet with lake associations, things like that.
I believe you said fish surveys. Were your surveys limited to fish populations in lakes around Michigan, or did it encompass other wildlife as well?
It was essentially limited to fisheries issues. Sometimes they would make notes if there was a large populations of fish eating birds or something like that, but that would be a kind on anecdotal information. We'd also take sometimes immunological information, what the water temperatures were, if there was in the summertime where the thermal climb is in the lake, things like that to characterize the water and water quality of the body of water that was being surveyed. But it was all things that pertained back to fisheries and fisheries management.
Okay, at some point, let me ask you this. Are you currently retired, sir?
Yes.
When did you retire?
I think it was October 2002.
2022?
22, correct. Yeah, I apologize. Yes.
No.
Maybe it was 21. I don't remember.
Okay, sometime in the 2021 to 22 timeframe.
Correct.
And did you work continuously from 1987 up to the 2021-2022 timeframe for the DNR?
Correct.
Mr. Krieger, at some point, did your primary job responsibilities shift from planning the fishery surveys that you just mentioned to monitoring compliance with hydro products and their federal licenses with FERC?
Yes.
When did that shift happen?
It started around 93 on kind of a supplemental basis to help out other staff. And probably by 97, 98, it was pretty much between monitoring hydropower compliance, habitat improvement, and stream restoration stuff that became my primary focus at my work.
Is it fair to say by 1998, the majority of your job duties included monitoring compliance with hydro projects through federal licenses?
Correct.
Okay, did that remain the case up through your retirement?
Yes.
If you had to estimate a percentage of your professional time, again from 1998 up until retirement, where you were focusing on the monitoring and the compliance of hydro projects and their federal licenses, what would that figure be relative to your overall workload?
About a third.
What made up the other 2/3 of your workload during that time frame?
Stream restoration, habitat improvement projects, and I also was in charge of a grant program called the Habitat Improvement Account Grant Program. And I monitored that and I facilitated. I basically ran that program and that took a big chunk of time.
Okay, and just to confirm, were you a fisheries biologist with the DNR for your entire tenure?
I was a senior when I left. I was considered what was called a senior fisheries biologist. It was just one grade above a fisheries biologist, but yes, I was always a fisheries biologist by classification.
Okay, and just to focus in on the 2018 to 2020 timeframe, is it accurate to say that your primary job duties, or a third of your job duties during that timeframe, focused on the monitoring compliance?
That's fair to say.
What about again, focusing on that timeframe, 2018 to 2020? Could you please list for me your supervisors?
Chris Freiberger was my supervisor. I'm trying to remember when he went to the Fish and Wildlife Services, and then it was Jessica Mistak. I can't remember the exact date that Chris left.
Okay, to your understanding, did the DNR have any oversight authority over the Department of Environmental Quality Dam Safety Unit?
To my knowledge, they had none.
What about vice versa?
I can't recall any circumstance where it was conveyed to me that they had any particular authority over us.
So there's the Department of Natural Resources and the Department of Environmental Quality. And again, I'm talking in the 2018 to 2020 timeframe. Could you just give me a general description of what the two departments focused on in terms of their primary focuses and initiatives?
My understanding was Department of Environmental Quality did things like the dam safety program. They enforced water quality standards. They did the permitting process for dredge and fill and those type of things. And what we did is we monitored the fisheries, we monitored the license compliance, and if we found issues, we raised those issues to the various authorities that were responsible for those.
So it sounds like the DEQ focused more on dam safety. Is that accurate?
That is my understanding.
Okay. And sir, going back to some of your job duties, again, 2018, 2020 timeframe, monitoring compliance with the FERC license at Edenville, that was of your job duties, right?
Correct.
During that same timeframe, can you give me an estimate of how many hydro projects were in your portfolio of dams that you were monitoring?
75.
When you talk about monitoring hydro projects for compliance with federal licenses, we're talking about you making sure that owners and operators of hydro projects were compliant with their federal licenses issued by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, right?
Correct. Well, I should clarify that. Our primary goal was to monitor the environmental compliance. All the license had certain things written into the license, and we would monitor monitor that they were managing the water levels properly, that they were meeting the DO standards, that they were meeting the recreational requirements, and those type of things. That's what our primary focus was when we were doing compliance.
Okay, so again, your monitoring efforts were focused more on the environmental and recreational aspects of those licenses as opposed to potential safety issues.
Correct. That was my primary focus.
As to the Edenville Dam and Wixom Lake specifically, for how long were you involved in monitoring compliance of that hydro project for compliance issues?
Well, on and off, starting back in the 90s when we were doing that.
And you're familiar with Boyce Hydro, sir?
Yes.
Boyce was the owner and operator of the Edenville Dam for several years, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall when Boyce first took ownership of the Edenville Dam?
Well, it went through a couple different steps, but it was somewhere in the early 2000s, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so based on what you just told me about when you first became involved in monitoring compliance at Edenville, you would have been involved with monitoring compliance from the prior owner as well, correct? The owner prior to Boyce, is that right?
Yes, Wolverine Power Company owned it. I had attended a few FERC inspections, and we had done some reviews of the project at that time prior to Boyce.
When you say reviews of the projects, could you just describe in a little bit more detail, what do you mean by that?
In the case of the early on, we would go when FERC would do an annual inspection. A lot of times we would attend so we would see what the situation was at the dam. It allowed us access to places which are typically not allowed access to during the normal operations of the dam, and allowed us to ask questions if we had any. And then we would also go and look at the recreation sites and make sure the flows were going in the direction that they were supposed to go, and things related back to the license.
Were there ever instances throughout your entire tenure monitoring compliance at Edenville across any owner? Were there instances where you nevertheless reported what you believe was a safety issue to FERC?
I believe you'll find instances where in correspondence I had with FERC, I would ask them when they were going to make sure that the project was brought into compliance under the rules. For most of the time that Boyce had the projects, they were lacking spillway capacity. It was brought up a number of times, but it was only me just expressing the concern that we needed to deal with that.
Once Boyce took over ownership of Edenville, would you say that you were in frequent contact with representatives of Boyce about issues of noncompliance?
Generally, when we had issues to relate to them about our feelings of noncompliance, they did not respond. So I was in frequent contact with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission about noncompliance. And most of my correspondence about noncompliance was directed to the FERC because they were the enforcement agency.
And just to make sure that I understand, in the early days of Boyce owning Edenville, are you saying it was your experience where you would attempt to communicate with them about issues of noncompliance and they would just not respond to you?
Correct.
And so over time, you would bypass attempting to work with them and go straight to FERC if you wanted to raise an issue of noncompliance. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And with respect to Boyce and Edenville specifically, can you give me some examples of the times of noncompliance that you would report to FERC in the context of, you know, the environmental and recreational aspects we talked about?
They essentially shut down all the recreation facilities that they had, and then they made a couple minor ones that they had added unilaterally without consulting the agencies or the FERC. We also would monitor the water levels, where they were in the wintertime, were they returning the water levels in the springtime, were they meeting their DO quality requirements in the tail races, those types of things.
You would estimate how many times over the course of your career that you contacted FERC to report an issue of noncompliance at Edenville, specifically across all of its owners. What would that figure be?
Oh, I don't know, 75, maybe more.
Would you say that you contacted FERC about Boyce's noncompliance more so than any other dam owner in your portfolio of hydro projects?
Yes,
Why was that?
they were the most non-compliant.
Do you recall ever submitting correspondence to FERC where you characterized Boyce's violations as repeated, blatant, and willful?
I don't recall specifically, but I won't deny that.
Did you believe that Boyce representatives made false statements to FERC about issues of compliance?
Yes.
Are there any that in particular you can recall sitting here today?
Most of them had to do with saying there was a recreation site available and open to the public, and they were not.
Were your colleagues in the DNR and the DEQ, to your understanding, aware that you were consistently submitting correspondence to FERC about compliance issues at Edenville?
My supervisors knew I was filing complaints because usually they would be copied on any filings that I made with the commission.
Sir, I'd like to show you a document now. For the court's reference, this is Deposition Exhibit 1, which is Trial Exhibit 413. Sir, you can see this is a May 20th, 2013 letter from Boyce Hydro that is addressed to FERC. Do you see that?
Yes.
And for the record, this document, it's Bates numbered Eagle _0015510, and this will be Exhibit 1. So, Mr. Krieger, you can see that this letter references a conference call in which Boyce Hydro and FERC representatives discussed spillway alterations at Edenville. Do you see that?
Yes,
And those spillway alterations pertain to the probable maximum flood capacity. Do you see that?
yes.
What is probable maximum flood capacity? Do you know?
My understanding of probable maximum flood is they do an estimation of the worst case scenario for weather conditions, which create the biggest flow conceivable given the geographic location, the soil types, the river, and what would potentially be the inflow into the project that would essentially be catastrophic. It would be the biggest flood ever, and they would have to design to meet that.
Okay, during this time frame, May of 2013, Edenville was one of the dams that you were monitoring for compliance with the FERC license.
Correct.
You see in the third paragraph where Boyce says that it intends to surrender its license for Edenville?
It's hard to read, but I believe, I'm not going to say I recall, they tossed that out a few times. They had a lot of different options when it came to meeting their PMF requirements. And they had put up a lot of different options at different times.
Okay, so the third paragraph says, given this circumstance of insufficient earnings to support the cost of the PMF spillway alterations, Boyce is left with the requirement that it commence license surrender for the Edenville project. Consequently, Boyce will prepare and submit a plan and schedule for commencing the license surrender process within the next 60 days. And then in the fourth paragraph, the middle of that paragraph says, quote, it was suggested that the only near-term option for providing any meaningful form of mitigation would be to lower the impoundment, Wixom Lake, approximately 8 feet to the level of the spillway crest, thereby providing a safety buffer for flood water discharge. Do you see that?
Yes,
Okay, do you agree with Boyce's statement there that lowering the water by 8 feet could be a mitigation effort in the event that the required spillway capacity was not addressed?
I'm not a dam safety expert. I can't tell you that.
And now I will show you another document, and I'll represent to you, sir, that the document I'm showing you now on the screen is an email chain to which the letter we just looked at was attached. And in fact, the email that attached that letter is an email from you, May 21st of 2013. Do you see your email at the bottom of the screen there? And for the record, at this point, Exhibit 2 is on the screen. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep,
And it's addressed to Gary Whalen, Chris Freiberger, Randall Claremont, Ted Grishke, Jim Baker, and it CC's James Dexter. Do you see that?
yes.
And you say, quote, I'm not sure if there's gamesmanship afloat here, or this is Boyce giving up, end quote. What did you mean by gamesmanship there?
Boyce had multiple strategies to address the issues, and they came at it in many different directions. And they were in a constant state of change. So it was always hard to figure out what they really meant.
You said Chris Freiberger was one of your supervisors at this time, correct?
Correct.
Gary Whalen was his, oh, okay,
Gary Whalen was the supervisor.
okay.
Randy Claremont was the basin coordinator for Lake Huron, which the Tittabawassee is a tributary to. Todd Grishke was in the Lansing office. Jim Baker was the district supervisor out of the Bay City office. And Jim Dexter was, I believe, chief at that time.
Chief of?
Fisheries Division.
Dexter was chief of what exactly?
Fisheries Division.
Okay, so your email gets forwarded. Chris Freiberger forwards it to Byron Lake and Luke Trumbull. Do you see that here?
Yep.
Byron Lane. Byron Lane and Luke Trumbull were both in the DEQ dam safety unit, right?
That was my understanding.
Okay, so Byron then forwards the email to several individuals up here. I'm not going to read everybody's name, but I'd like you to look at that last paragraph there in Byron Lane's email, and it says, quote, note that if the FERC license is surrendered, the dam will revert to regulation by the department under Part 315 dam safety of the NREPA. Do you see that?
Yes.
He goes on to say, quote, in that eventuality, FERC would work with us to ensure the dam complies with Michigan law before the surrender is approved. Our preliminary assessment is that the dam does not currently have adequate spillway capacity to meet the requirements of Part 315. Do you see that?
Yes.
And ultimately, Boyce did not surrender its license in 2013, right?
Correct.
Boyce continued operating the dam for the next several years, correct?
Correct.
And Boyce did not address, to your knowledge, the spillway capacity issue that was referenced in the letter we just looked at, correct?
They didn't fix the spillway to meet the FERC standards. That is correct.
And now, Mr. Krieger, I'd like to show you another document. This is where Exhibit 3 gets put on the screen. Mr. Krieger, can you read that?
I can see part of it. The FERC proposal, revocation of license of Edenville project. What's the date on that?
Date on this document is February 15th, 2018. The Bates number is, give me 1 second, Eagle_0007794. And Mr. Krieger, I'd like you to look at this as an email from you to Brian Rudolph, Eric Decker, Jim Pulowski, and it looks like you CC Jessica Mistak. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you tell Brian, Jim, and Eric to see the order below. FERC has proposed revoking the license for the Edenville project. Do you see that?
Yes.
Toward the end of, it looks like you quote part of the filing from FERC. And then toward the end, you say, note paragraph 20, page 7. And then you quote the FERC filing and you say, which would put DEQ right in the regulatory seat for this dam. Let me know if you have any questions. Do you see that?
Yes.
Was one of your objectives in sending this email to alert your colleagues in the dam safety unit about the forthcoming revocation of Boyce's license so that they could take steps to prepare for obtaining jurisdiction over the Edenville Dam?
I would say that was a fair assessment of this note, is trying to keep the other agencies informed when it potentially could put a lot of burden on them. They needed to be aware.
FERC ultimately revoked Boyce's license. I believe it became effective September 25th of 2018. Is that your understanding?
It sounds about right, but I can't tell you a specific date without looking it up.
I'll represent to you it was September of 2018. So this email was approximately 7 months before that, right?
I guess so.
After you sent this email to your colleagues in the DEQ Dam Safety Unit, was it your expectation or understanding that they would begin taking steps, whatever steps were necessary to get out ahead of potential safety issues that needed to be addressed once the dam, if revocation took place, shifted over to their jurisdiction?
I don't know what their process is. You'd have to talk to them.
And just to clarify, I'm not asking you to tell me what their process is. I'm asking you if one of the reasons you forwarded this email was to give them, DEQ, a heads up so that whatever the steps were they may be taking, they could begin to take those steps. That's the question.
Yes, they needed to be aware because if it fell in their lap, that they would need to be ready.
I'm going to show you another document. This document begins at Bates Edenville _litigation _0014563. And this is Exhibit 4. My words. You see affiliated researchers emails you about developing a field plan to conduct mussel survey. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Brian Rudolph within DEQ forwards it to John Leone, Dave Pingle, and Kim Fish. Do you see that?
Yes.
Kim Fish, what was her role within DEQ?
I don't know what her role was specifically.
Okay. She asks, quote, how does the revocation of the license affect the drawdown? Since they were doing the drawdown to comply with FERC regulations, is the drawdown still needed/required? Do you see that?
Yes.
And then John Leone forwards Jim's email to you, CCing others. It says, Kyle, would you please give us your best answer on Kim Fish's question in the email immediately below? Do you see that?
Yes.
So then you respond. I'll give you a second to read your email.
Okay.
So you begin by talking about the drawdown at Wixon Lake still being necessary, as you understand the situation, because they need to inspect the spillway slabs at Smallwood, the upstream project. Then you say the more pertinent question is whether or not they choose to inspect the Edenville spillway, because the amended order pretty much passed on anything related to Edenville since the license was revoked. And then you say, quote, that said, the burden of dam safety will fall squarely on the shoulder of the DEQ's dam safety group. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you say, quote, the question is, do they need that inspection to give proper evaluation to the status of the Edenville project? It seems to make sense to do it while the engineers are dealing with the other projects, as opposed to DEQ requiring it at a later date. Do you see that?
Yes.
And when you mention if there were significant safety issues, your email here says the burden of dam safety will fall squarely on the shoulders of DEQ's dam safety group. It was your understanding that the DEQ dam safety group would be spearheading those efforts to identify whatever safety issues there may be. Is that right?
It may have been them, or it may have been a consultant for the company. I don't know which.
Mr. Krieger, the next document I'd like to show you, and Kathy, this will be Exhibit 5. Bates number is Eagle _0013092. Kathleen Keene emails Rex Ainsley, and both of them appear to be within the DNR. Is that right?
Yes, they appear to be wildlife folks.
Okay, and so Ms. Keene asks, who is our DNR contact for people wanting to talk about lake level issues with the Boyce Hydro deal? And let me take a step back. This is an October 16th, 2018 email. And then she asks, or do we give them right to the DEQ? And if so, do you know the name of the contact? Rex forwards the email to you and says, can you shed some light on this, please? Do you see that, sir?
Yes,
And then you say, hi, Rex. Right now it is uncertain about who, if anyone, has the ability to, quote, correct the situation at Wixom Lake since FERC pulled the license from Boyce. Do you see that?
yes,
You say, as I understand the situation, the DNR does not have the authority to require them to change the lake levels there. The DEQ has indicated that without a legally established lake level, they do not have the power to direct Boyce to return the pond to normal elevations. To my knowledge, there have been meetings with various groups, parentheses, lake associations, legislative agency, and parentheses, but no specific lead has been established. Do you see that?
yes,
And then I'd like you to direct you to the next paragraph, Mr. Krieger. You say, the only known fact is that it is now up to DEQ's dam safety unit to decide on the structural integrity of the dam and if it is safe to operate. But they are just getting or still waiting for information and data from FERC. They've done a preliminary walk down of the project, but have taken no specific action at this time. Do you see that, sir?
yes,
So, Mr. Krieger, going back to what you just said a few minutes ago when we were looking at the prior document, was it your understanding that the burden of dam safety was on DEQ? And regardless of whether an inspection or safety assessment would be conducted by someone retained by Boyce or someone internally within DEQ, ultimately DEQ had a responsibility and an obligation to make sure this dam was safe?
that was my understanding, but I was not part of the dam safety unit with DEQ, so I can't tell you how they viewed it.
Skipping ahead to page 55. Let's look at, so this will be the next exhibit, and Bates SOM underscore 0000312, which is exhibit 6 in the binder. Again, this is a September 2018 email chain. You can see here at the bottom of this document, you forward what appears to be a notification from FERC to several individuals within DNR. Do you see that?
Okay,
And you say, FYI, FERC has revoked the license for the Edenville project. Do you see that?
yes,
Okay, my purpose here is just to give you context. I'm going to show you another email up above in a second. And then Patrick Ertl, who was he within DNR?
he was with the Habitat Management Unit that I used to work in. He did not have a fisheries degree. He's a resource specialist, resource analyst, something like that. But he worked on habitat improvement, stream restoration, and I was leaving. He was taking on some of the responsibilities related to FERC.
Okay, and he says, quote, this is partially wondering and partially a question. Should we contact the proper senator and representative to get out in front of any implications of this, end quote. And he goes on to talk about Boyce closing access points, recreation sites, and then whether it would be good to have shared this news with people before they get complaints. Do you see that?
Yes,
So in the middle paragraph there, you say, in reference to water levels, you say, quote, if DEQ decides this may be the safest way to operate during the coldest parts of the winter, it may be an issue. We may need to think about how this will play out, end quote. And you go on in the third paragraph to say, quote, drawing Boardman Lake down 10 feet was DEQ's response to refusal to complete spillway repairs by Grand Traverse County. So it's not like it hasn't happened before. I understand that was a removal precursor, but when it comes to safety, sometimes we don't get to make all the rules, end quote. Do you see that?
yes,
Going back to the Boardman Dam and Boardman Lake for a second, when you say here that it was DEQ's response, did DEQ order Grand Traverse County to draw down Boardman Lake by the 10 feet?
I don't know.
When you stated here in that third paragraph, drawing Boardman Lake down 10 feet was DEQ's response, so it's not like it hasn't happened before. When it comes to safety, sometimes we don't get to make the rules. What were you trying to convey there to your colleagues in the DNR?
When the rules allow us to do the most environmentally prudent thing to protect the environment, we prefer to do that. But when it comes to safety, things would change.
So safety takes priority over environmental concerns?
Yes,
If wildlife surveys have been conducted at Boardman, is that something you believe you would have known about?
I may be aware of it, but if I'm not mistaken, at the time that happened, they no longer had license on those dams. And they were in the process of planning for removals, so that would require a certain amount of evaluation of the habitat and the processes to do the removals. But I don't recall specifically what was done.
Okay. Do you know whether DNR, DEQ, or any other state agency initiated litigation against Grand Traverse County following that 10-foot drawdown for any death to wildlife?
I don't know. I don't believe there was any litigation for the drawdown as it was part of the process of removing the dams.
Okay. To your knowledge, was there a protocol within DNR that every single time a dam was drawn down lower than the winter water level, that wildlife surveys had to be conducted?
That was the standard procedure.
In your experience, was it always the case that following a drawdown lower than the winter water level, that wildlife surveys were conducted?
My understanding is yes. It was very consistent that they were done. We have a mussel survey, a stranded fish survey, and they would go out and evaluate the impacts of the drawdown.
Are you aware that the state filed a lawsuit against Boyce Hydro based on the 2018-2019 drawdowns solely for restitution to mussels and wildlife?
I was aware there was a lawsuit.
Outside of that lawsuit involving Boyce Hydro, are you aware of a single instance in your 25, 30-year career as a fisheries biologist where the state commenced litigation against a dam owner solely based on the destruction of mussels? Not fish, but mussels?
I'm not aware of any.
Mr. Krieger, I'm going to show you another document, and this will be the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 7 in the binder. And it's based Eagle_0022200. So we'll start here with an email from Jessica Mistak. Do you see that?
Yeah,
Okay, it's an October 22nd, 2018 email from Jessica Mistak to Scott Hanshew. Who is Scott Hanshew?
he was a fisheries biologist. He worked out of Plainview, and he had extra training in and specific interest in kind of being the person that dealt with mussels in the state for fisheries division.
Okay, so Jessica Mistak, Scott, but then she CCs Todd Grishke, you, Jim Baker, Randall Claremont regarding subject is stranded dead mussels, Wixom Lake, Midland County. Do you see that?
Yes,
And she basically said DEQ found dead stranded mussels after a drawdown at Edenville, and that the impoundment may stay drawn down for an undetermined amount of time. You asked Scott, can you provide advice on what happens next? Do you see that?
yes.
So I'm just going to scroll up because he responds and says, if we want to go after resource damages, we would need to get an estimate of loss for each species and then use AFS values and the mussel loss models used in NRDA settlements. Let me know if you want to discuss. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is what is AFS values?
AFS is American Fisheries Society, and they produce a publication which has replacement values for various aquatic species based on what it would cost to return those fish or mussels to a particular body of water.
Okay, Jessica Mistek responds and says, Kyle and Jim, I presume it will be up to the two of you to decide how to proceed. Do you see that?
Yes.
And sir, can you just remind me, please? Jim Baker was who again? His job title was what again?
He was a district manager for the Bay City office.
Okay, in terms of hierarchy, was Jim Baker above you and Miss Mistek?
Yeah, well, not in the chain of command, but as grade level, yes.
Okay, and you respond October 23rd, 2018, quote, not sure what type of effort will be required. There's a lot of exposed bottomlands there, end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then Jim says, quote, a lot of exposed bottomlands is an understatement. I don't know if those bottomlands are firm enough to be walkable or if we'd have to patrol along the edge in a boat or try to count clamshells that way. Or sorry, I read that wrong. Along the edge in a boat to try to count clamshells that way, end quote. And he asked Chris and Catherine, please join in if you have thoughts. Do you see that?
Yes.
So then Randall Claremont, and he looks like he's a DNR fisheries basin coordinator.
He was a basin coordinator for Lake Huron at that time.
Okay, so he says, after speaking with Catherine this week and hearing about the site visit to evaluate the feasibility of the inventory and the stranded mussels on Wixom Lake, I support your recommendation that providing a quantitative count is not feasible at this time. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you respond that you tried calling Jim to discuss, but given his comments was coming to the same conclusion. The effort required for true evaluation would require significant staff helping outside, which is not available. Do you see that?
Yes.
So bear with me. I know it's a long email chain, but we're almost finished. Look at this. So then Catherine Schauder, it looks like she's a fisheries biologist as well.
Correct.
Were you two, in terms of, hierarchy or grade level, did you two sit on the same level?
I don't know if she was a senior fisheries biologist or not at that time. Essentially, it was the same grade.
Okay, and she says, quote, "Our staff is largely unavailable at this time, and the bottom type and magnitude of different exposed habitats would make this an undaunting task, and I even question the accuracy. Having said that, time and scrutiny of results would certainly be a problem. You can't just do a section and extrapolate. Also, there are so many fingers and such, it is a huge impoundment. At this time, launching is impossible," end quote. Do you see that?
Yes.
Did you ever write to her and say, "No, Catherine, you're way off base, that's wrong"?
I don't recall.
Did you and Catherine Schauder, did you work closely together?
We worked occasionally together on things that were in their districts. And it happened to be these projects were in their districts.
What district was she in?
She was in the Bay City district. So they covered Saginaw Bay, Tittabawassee River, Saginaw River, Cass.
In your experience with her, did you find her to be a competent fisheries biologist?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Krieger, I'd like to show you another email chain here for the group in the courtroom. That's Exhibit 8, Trial Exhibit 159. In this document, if you can see here at the bottom of this chain, it's an email and it's dated the same day as the email chain we just looked at, October 26, 2018. This one occurs a little bit later in the day, 1:27 p.m. And you write to Brian Rudolph, CCing Jessica Mistak. And you say you're following up on your message regarding the mussels Eric saw while out at Wixom Lake. We're trying to figure things out in terms of what should be done. Do you see that?
Yes.
So my question, Mr. Krieger, is in the brief email which we get on the same day a few hours prior, you had said that you agreed with Jim Baker and others' assessments that moving forward with mussel surveys was not feasible. And a few hours later, you write to Brian Rudolph saying that you're trying to figure things out in terms of what can and should be done. And my question is, why did you not apprise Mr. Rudolph here that you and others within the DNR had determined that mussel surveys would not be feasible?
I don't remember.
You see, he read that email and he says, "I'd rather discuss in a conference call. Do you and Jessica have some time this week to talk?" Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of Mr. Rudolph telling you why he preferred to discuss this in a call as opposed to writing an email back to you?
No.
So a few days later, it looks like the following week on Tuesday, October 30th, Jessica Mistak writes to Brian and you and says that her two questions that she's hoping can be answered ASAP is, has Boyce Hydro collected daily stranded fish and mussel surveys since they began the current drawdown at Wixom Lake in early October? If yes, can we have the data? And secondly, has Boyce Hydro collected mussel data during previous drawdowns at Wixom Lake? If yes, can we have the data? Do you see that?
Yes.
And he says in part, quote, "Unfortunately, I have no information that they've collected any mussel data. I doubt they have, as we told them that the issued permit does not apply to this drawdown and is not in effect for the purposes currently given. Consequently, we're not asking them to abide by the conditions of that permit." Do you see that?
Yes.
Further down, he says in the next paragraph, "I don't believe we required a mussel survey that last time they requested a drawdown, but I would have to look. That was one of the reasons they balked so hard at the requirement this time. I think he means this time in the comments to FERC. Do you see that?"
Yes.
Now we skip to page 75. Mr. Krieger, earlier we looked at an email where Jessica Mistak said that she presumed the issue of pursuing mussel surveys would be up to you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At some point, did you have a discussion between late October 2018 and the date of this email with either Jessica Mistak or others about pursuing damages for mussels?
There were conversations, but I don't remember the specifics or the times on them.
Do you recall any discussions where it was discussed at this initiative? The idea of whether or not to pursue litigation for mussels was shifting towards Jessica Mistak's plate or somebody else off your plate, let's say.
No, I don't remember.
Were you personally involved in any of the calculations to potential restitution values for the dead or stranded mussels at Wixom Lake?
No, I was not.
Okay, so we'll mark. Sorry, I thought for a minute we were skipping to Mr. Cole. Okay, so we'll mark what I'm going to show you, a document that Jessica Mistak attached this email. For those in the courtroom, this is Exhibit 11. This is going to be the next exhibit, Bates number,
Can you hold on just a second?
yes.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thanks.
Okay, so we'll mark what I'm going to show you, a document that Jessica Mistock attached this email. This is going to be the next exhibit, Bates number Eagle_0022820. And Mr. Krieger, you can see this. It's dated April 20th, 2019, DNR Fisheries Division on the top head note up there. And then this document, it's titled Wixom Lake Mussel Injury. And there's a decision point. The DNR needs to decide whether to pursue mussel damages for a significant mussel take at Wixom Lake that occurred between September and October of 2018. Sir, do you see that first sentence there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to the middle paragraph here, and I'll give you a moment to read it, and then I just have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Okay, you see in the middle, and I have the cursor over it, this document says the actual number of dead mussels found, parentheses, about 1,200, during the surveys was extrapolated over the total area exposed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Remember the email we looked at where Catherine Schauder said that she did not believe that it would be accurate to extrapolate the dead mussels to come up with the restitution value?
Yes.
So at least this document would appear to directly contradict what was recommended by Catherine Schauder, correct?
Catherine offered her opinion. Others had different feelings about it and went in a different direction.
And so whereas Catherine Schauder said that the DNR should not extrapolate the number of dead mussels, that's exactly what they did to come up with a restitution value, right?
There were others in the authority chain that made the decisions that were different from Catherine.
Would you agree then that within DNR, the methodology for calculating restitution value, that there was no consensus on that methodology?
I really can't say for sure, but my understanding would be that using extrapolation was the way they would go if they chose to do it. And there may have been agreement among all the rest of them in one dissent.
Your Honor, the highlighting on page 84 is a remnant of something that we couldn't remove. That should not be there. I apologize. If we move to page 89. Well, in your opinion, so you have 30 years of experience, give or take, being involved with the Edenville Dam, Wixom Lake monitoring compliance. Do you think that DNR leans in favor of safety, or do you think it leans in favor of mussels?
Safety.
Mr. Krieger, you testified before about obtaining documents from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. Is that right?
Yes.
Could you obtain documents from their e-library other than those that were publicly available?
No.
So you could not access any information that had been withheld as critical energy infrastructure information. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, for a mussel survey, could you describe what a mussel survey is briefly?
My understanding of, and what we had done in a couple places, is you cordon off a certain area in which you understand what the square footage of the area is that you're looking at, and you comb through there trying to find all the mussels that you can. There will be live mussels, dead mussels, and then long dead mussels are pieces of shell. And you collect all of those up and then sort them out by species. And then you enumerate them. And then you know that in this amount of square footage or acreage or whatever on the bottom of the pond, there were this many mussels.
To perform a mussel survey like you just described on an impoundment, would that endanger the dam in some way?
No.
For mussels, for example, in Wixom Lake, do mussels need to be underwater to survive?
Yes.
Is it bad for mussels to be out of the water?
It is. They do have the ability to resist temporary, like short-term hours type of dewatering, because they can close their shells up and they may be okay. And some of them, if the drawdown is going slow enough, part of the reason that drawdowns are slow, like half a foot or a foot per day, is some of them can move, so they would move toward the water and not be left out in the air. And the chance there was a larger, more rapid drawdown, a lot of them are stranded and they're left out in the air. And if they're exposed long enough, they either die from desiccation. If it's cold, they'll freeze. They'll die that way. So no, they need to be in the water to survive.
If so for the mussels in Wixom Lake, would it have been good for the mussels for the Edenville Dam to fail?
No.
Why not?
They would become dewatered. They would especially during a failure, it's a rapid reduction in the water level, and most of them would be stranded and left to die.
So if DNR were worried about the mussels in Wixom Lake, they would want the dam to remain intact, right?
Correct.
All the questions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
As they say at my wife's church, sure ends the reading. So when I looked at the plaintiff's witness list, let me just write down, it's 225. We don't have any more transcripts that we're going to read. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Let me find out what the situation is with Mrs. Minor. Oh. Oh, jeez. Hi, Terry. Holy cow. This is deja vu all over again.
Well, here's the good news, Becky and I actually got to see each other.
That is nice. Okay.
Because that just doesn't happen.
How long do you need to get set up?
I can.
Okay, 5 minutes. And then our ace relievers coming in, so. I. Please be seated. All right. I just want to try to the best I'm able to sort of memorialize what's been happening. All right. And I'm going to ask the lawyers for their edification or amplification once I'm done with my statements. All right. The court conducted, we commenced our duties today together at approximately 8:30 with a continued examination of Mr. Trumbull, the witness, soon to be called the witness emeritus, but which means staying forever. But anyway, I'm small effort at judicial humor. Probably shouldn't make a joke of it. I apologize. All right, we started at 8:30, went till morning recess at 10, took a 15-minute recess, went till noon. By then, Mr. Trumbull was on redirect with Mr. Carson. And everything was going fine. We reconvened at 1. At 5 minutes after 1, Mrs. Minor, the court reporter, indicated there was a problem. And it was that in the device that she's using for recording for creating the transcript, it wasn't, the device was not speaking to her computer screen, so she wasn't able to confirm what was making it. At that point, she said it was working fine to the best of her knowledge and belief before the 12 o'clock recess. I asked her if she needed time. She said, yeah. I said 5 minutes, that should be good. We recessed until 13:05. Mrs. Minor said, or I'm sorry, from 13:05, 1:05 p.m. to about 10 after 1. Mrs. Minor said she thought things were ready. The lawyers asked for another 5 or 10 minutes. They were working on some exhibits, and they weren't. It wasn't frivolous, or it wasn't, just wanting a delay for delay. They were trying to expedite the organization of the presentation of proofs, and I said absolutely fine. And then between the time when the lawyers asked for a couple more minutes, up to 10, 5 or 10 minutes, and getting back on the record, Mrs. Minor came. I was in the robing room, which is adjacent to the courtroom here in Grand Rapids, and either Dan Cranmer, our security director, or somebody else came in and said, not working again. So that was around 1:15. I came out, advised the lawyers were in recess until we get this fixed. That was about 1:30. And then at 1:30, I was advised that this isn't working. So Mrs. Minor indicated that she can't get her device to work. The lawyers suggested, and I agreed, and it was communicated to me through Security Director Cranmer, that at 1:35 p.m. that we should proceed with the taking of proofs in the same process we utilized the first day of trial, which was the reading of previously memorialized testimony through the deposition process of witness Kyle Krieger. All the parties agreed to it. We started at 1:40. Elizabeth Fagan examined on behalf of the plaintiffs. Mr. Cool examined on behalf of the defense, and Mr. Dubin read the portions of the transcript attributed to Kyle Krieger. Ms. Fagan handed the court a binder, I don't know what, 1.5-inch binder or something, that had the testimony highlighted just like the previous testimony. This one had the exhibits attached to it. And we went through that testimony until 2:25 p.m., at which time, and it's now 2:37 p.m. We're shortly after recess at 2:25. As I said, I quoted, I said, as we say at my wife's church, here ends the reading, and that was the end of the deposition being read into the record. And the door opened to the robing room, and there appeared Mrs. Heacock from yesterday, Ms. Heacock. So she magically appeared. And again, the lawyers thought about reading the transcript, and I thought about that too. I thought, man, we should call Terry, but I didn't do anything about it. So both the lawyers were ahead of me and the staff was ahead of me as usual. I'm thinking things, you're doing things. So you're doers, I'm thinkers. We now have Ms. Heacock back with us. I will indicate, I talked with Mrs. Minor briefly after the completion of the depositions. She's not sure what we got. Okay. So I want the lawyers to keep that focused. We may not know tonight, we may not know tomorrow, but if it becomes a situation where we don't have a transcript of part of our testimony today, there are processes through which the trial court is authorized to, and I've issued, I've been parts of Court of Appeals panels that have issued orders, and I'm not going to get the correct terms of art, but it's to, create the record that, and not create it out of whole cloth, but to make the record solid. I've got literally hundreds of pages of notes so far, and I'm sure the lawyers have lots of pages of notes too. Please. Oh. This is why we have young lawyers. This is why I have a 38, a 34, a 30. See, my kids would have suggested that, but I would never in 1,000 years. Yep. That should be pretty easy to get a record then. Okay. All right. Never mind. Dinosaur Redford will continue and talk about when Lincoln was cross-examining that witness when we were riding the circuit in Illinois. Anyway, holy cow. Brilliant. Thank you. Yeah, so whoever our IT people are, please, if you're listening, do not let anything happen to our tape from starting at 8:30 this morning until my speaking right now. Thank you, counsel. All right, good. Then we're not going to have to trust my notes, which is probably a good thing for everybody. And we'll proceed. So that's my statement to the record for the benefit of the reviewing tribunal, should it become necessary to have the decisions of the court reviewed. Plaintiffs, any amplification, edification, additional information you want to put on? Okay, defense. All right, are we ready for our witness to return for the continued exam? Are you ready, sir? Okay, thank you. Would you like another water up there? Okay. All right. And as I've said many times, and I say this to every witness after every recess, so I'm not picking on any witness who's here today, Mr. Trumbull or anybody else. You're still under oath. So we'll now continue with the exam, please.
Thank you. Craig, can we go back to exhibit 104, page 9, please? 104? Yep.
And the time that we're beginning, returning the testimony is approximately 2:40. Hold on just a second. All right. In lieu of an afternoon recess, since we've had, quite a few, frankly, unless we need to have what we used to call in the Navy Marine Corps trial judiciary a health and comfort break, meaning somebody needs to use facilities who otherwise can't step out of the courtroom. My intention would be, let's go 120 minutes and call it a day at 20 minutes before 5. Okay, any objections? We might all feel an objection at about the 75-minute point, but Mr. Cool.
She's all the way from the UP, an 8-hour trip.
Okay.
So we're hoping to get her in today.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. How long do you think her testimony is going to be?
to, take probably an hour and a half with her. I think we can push through and get her done today.
Well, I don't know how long we're going to be with Mr. Trumbull. The question becomes, do we want to ask Mr. Trumbull to have a seat? And do we want to take the direct exam of the witness who's from 300 miles away? Having made that trip many times myself when I had the Veterans Agency, it's a bit of a drive. So
We did discuss it earlier. We were going to vote, Mr. Humble.
I have no preference. I defer to the convenience of the court and the witness, as long as Luke, Mr. Trumbull, they're, we're holding you longer if that happens. You're
you're staying, aren't
okay
you?
to stay? You're staying either way.
As soon as I'm cleared to go, I'll go, but I'll stay as long as I need to.
Your Honor, is there any possibility when you pass?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes, excuse me. I just said that, yeah, we absolutely can go, and I've said, all right, this is an incentive to fine tune. Okay. All right. Mr. Trumbull, you're still under oath?
Thank you.
Craig, if you
Okay.
could,
And counsel, that was Elizabeth Fagan speaking from the gallery, and that's Richard Cool who spoke here. And this is Mr. Carlson, I think.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right.
Mr. Trumbull, drawing your attention to page 9 of the Spicer Part 15 inspection report. This paragraph states, currently the Four Lakes Task Force Engineering Team is completing an independent review PMF, which will be used as the basis for Phase 2 design. That indicates that they hadn't even obtained the basis for their Phase 2 design to upgrade the Edenville Dam yet, correct?
This indicates that they were commissioning a separate PMF study to replace previous PMF studies so that they would know what the appropriate full PMF flow would be to design their ultimate project towards the Phase 2.
Yep, and it indicates that that review has not been completed yet, correct?
That's correct.
And it indicates until that review is completed, they won't be able to use it as the basis for their Phase 2 design, correct?
They would not be able to finalize the designs for Phase 2 until they had confirmed the PMF flow, as was their intent to design to.
It is anticipated, it says, that PMF flow rates will increase and that substantial spillway capacity improvements are needed, end quote. You see that part?
Yes,
This is an easy one. The phrase substantial spillway capacity improvements is quite different than the phrase modest improvements they used in supporting the 307 petition in 2019, correct?
correct. The modest was in reference to half PMF and the substantial is in reference to full PMF.
They're not going to get building though until they have a plan in place to get it up to full PMF. Is what this says, right?
It was their intent to design the auxiliary spillways to pass full PMF, as it was also their intent to meet federal standards and relicense through FERC to generate hydroelectricity.
At the bottom of this page, Craig, the last paragraph. Under existing spillway capacity, it says the rating curve from Eagle is included in Appendix B. The 1/2 PMF is 25,900, and therefore the existing spillways do not have the capacity to pass this flow. Dam modifications are being considered to pass this flow through a passive auxiliary spillway, and supporting modeling is being developed, end quote. That's what Spicer was saying in 2020, correct?
Yes, I believe the time of this report was June 2020.
At the top of page 10. Under routing of spillway design flood, it says, quote, the dam cannot pass the half and full PMF, which are required by Eagle and FERC respectively. It is anticipated that an additional auxiliary spillway will be needed, and the Four Lakes Task Force Engineering Team is currently working on a PMF study and planning for additional spillway capacity in Phase 2 improvements on both sides of the dam, end quote. That's what Spicer was reporting in 2020, correct?
Correct.
The plan was to do additional spillway, auxiliary spillway, not some alternative that would make an auxiliary spillway unnecessary. Correct?
The plan was to do both. Well, the plan was to do two phases. The first phase being the gate operator improvements, which would increase the ability for the existing spillway gates to open higher. And then the second phase would be to add 2 auxiliary spillways to meet full PMF capacity.
Craig, if you could go to exhibit 281, please. And page 20. Mr. Trumbull, calling your attention to exhibit 281. This is the Chapman inspection report that you testified about earlier today. Do you recall it?
I do, yes.
And under probable failure mode number 2, which has category number 1, what is the risk reduction measure identified in response to PFM number 2?
Maintain EAP, continue to design additional spillway capacity.
If you take a look at PFM number 15, Craig, it's on the next page. PFM number 15 is reservoir levels reaching higher than historical levels results in increased phreatic surface in the earth embankments, leading to a slope failure. And you testified earlier that you thought this category of risk is the most closely analogous to what actually ended up happening when the Edenville Dam failed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the risk reduction measure identified for this failure mode?
Continue to monitor well and weir data along with visual monitoring of embankments.
Well data in this context means something called the piezometer. Is that correct?
Yeah, monitoring well in piezometers.
And piezometers measure
Could you spell that?
PIEZOMETER.
Thank you.
A piezometer measures the pore pressure inside the soil of an earth embankment dam.
No, it simply monitors the phreatic surface or the
Could you spell phreatic, please?
PHREATIC.
which in a more common term would be like the groundwater table. So the elevation of the water as it passes through the embankment.
And fluctuations in phreatic surface level as measured by these piezometers can tell you how much the soil inside the embankment reacts to water.
They can identify changes in phreatic surface related to high flow events, dry weather periods, or just over time, identify trends.
And you knew that these monitor wells or piezometers were installed on the right embankment of the Edenville Dam, but not the left embankment, correct?
I would have to review the monitoring well locations. I don't recall offhand where all of the monitoring wells were located.
You recall testimony about the 2015 CSIR report?
Yes,
This is the FERC dam safety report from 2015.
correct. Well, it's not performed by FERC, it's performed by an independent consultant, but it is submitted to FERC, yes.
That independent consultant for 2015 was a man named D. Perkypile,
That's correct.
and he was paid by Boyce Hydro to complete that report, correct?
That would be typical. I wasn't aware of the contract arrangement, but yes, I would assume that's correct.
So even though it's an independent report, he's being hired and paid by the dam owner to do the work.
Yes, the dam owner pays for a consultant to do that inspection report, yes.
And you testified that as of that report, Mr. Perkypile was saying the dam's in good condition. As far as he is concerned, it gets a good checkup for continued operation at that time, correct?
Yeah, I believe his words were that the dam is safe for continued reliable and safe operation.
Now, in 2018, well, let's take that back. In 2015, when Mr. Perkypile says the dam is safe for continued and reliable operation, the normal level of Wixom Lake is 675.8, correct?
The normal summer level, correct.
And 3 years later, in 2018, FERC revokes the license, right?
That is correct.
And FERC obviously was aware of the contents of the Perkypile 2015 CSIR, right?
Correct.
And FERC, as we discussed yesterday, was obviously aware that the lake level elevation, the normal pool elevation at the time of revocation was 675.8, correct?
I assume they would have been aware of that, yes.
And they still revoked it and said that there was a grave danger, correct?
I don't recall the exact wording, but they indicated that the lack of progress and disdain for meeting requirements posed a danger to the dam, yes.
Yeah, well, they don't say lack of progress and disdain in the abstract. They say lack of progress in addressing inadequate spillway capacity in particular, correct?
Amongst other regulatory non-compliance issues.
And even though FERC was aware of the conclusions in the 2015 CSIR and was aware that the normal lake level was 675.8, they still said that spillway capacity issues must be addressed to protect life, limb, and property, correct?
I believe that's what the order said, yes.
The 2015 CSIR talks about, and thanks, Craig, you can take this one down. The 2015 CSIR talks about something called seismic liquefaction. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Seismic liquefaction relates to the potential for earthquakes, right?
No, it relates to the likelihood of earth and embankments failing due to liquefaction induced by an earthquake.
Liquefaction induced by an earthquake.
Correct.
And you testified in your deposition, consistent with that, that the liquefaction analysis in the 2015 CSIR by Mr. Perkypile dealt with earthquakes, correct?
That is correct.
And that is different from static liquefaction, correct?
Yes, the trigger for seismic liquefaction is an earthquake, a dynamic loading condition, where the trigger for static liquefaction would be more of like a hydrologic loading or some other static loading condition.
And you agree with your deposition testimony that Mr. Perkypile's 2015 report indicated that there's not sufficient earthquakes in this area to raise concerns regarding earthquake liquefaction, correct?
It identified two things. One, that the soils are not
You're-
subject to
Mr.
liquefaction, and two, that
Mr. Trumbull? His report indicated that there's not sufficient earthquakes in this area to raise concerns regarding earthquake liquefaction, correct or incorrect?
where are you quoting this from?
Page 92 of your deposition, if you want to look at it.
I have spent a few months on that site.
You still got that book back there?
Want me to bring it up here?
Sure.
What, page 92? Down on page 92 of the deposition.
Yes. So at the bottom, line 18, I'll ask the question. But that report indicated that there's not sufficient earthquakes in this area to raise concerns regarding earthquake liquefaction, correct?
Correct.
And your answer?
Sorry, that's correct.
Question. And it did not directly address static liquefaction. And your answer?
It did not directly static liquefaction.
And that's still your testimony. It did not directly address static liquefaction.
No, it did not consider static liquefaction.
And it's fair to say that it would be inappropriate to confuse those two issues. That you knew enough that static liquefaction is different than liquefaction occurring from earthquakes, correct?
My answer was that's correct, yes.
And you still agree with that answer today?
Yes, it would be inappropriate to confuse static liquefaction and earthquake or seismic liquefaction.
And the fact that earthquake liquefaction wasn't an issue does not mean, to your knowledge, that that ruled out static liquefaction, correct?
The two analyses are different. Or so do you want me to read the answer?
Please read the
Okay.
answer.
No, it wouldn't have done analysis of static liquefaction. So it's not a direct comparison.
And your testimony in your deposition is that there's some correlation between soil characteristics and susceptibility to static liquefaction and susceptibility to seismic liquefaction, even though the triggers are different, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I believe that's what you were trying to tell me earlier.
Yes,
Okay.
the analysis in the 2015 CSIR identified two things. One, that the soil is not susceptible to liquefaction, and that two, that there's not sufficient earthquake loading in the area to lend a lot of concern towards seismic liquefaction.
The static trigger versus the seismic trigger for a liquefaction event, the seismic trigger is typically hydraulic loading excess for water pressure, correct?
Yes, hydraulic loading and excess pore water pressure would be a static liquefaction trigger.
Craig, if we can go to Defense Exhibit 106, the IFT report. Mr. Trumbull, the observed gate measurements and gate opening numbers that were used in IFT, I think you said were 7 feet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I recall from the report.
And the gate operation logs reporting what was actually done to the gates, lifting them up or down in the course of the rain events, May 17, May 18, May 19 of 2020. Those were logged in by hand by employees of Boyce Hydro, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Do you know which Boyce personnel wrote down those figures in those logs?
I would have to review those logs, but it would have been whoever was on site during the gate operation procedures and maintaining the logs. I believe there were several staff from Boyce in the field at that time.
Were you in the field in the vicinity of the dam during some point of the rain event?
I arrived there the morning of May 19th, around 11:30, I believe is my recollection.
So several hours before the dam failed.
Correct.
And were you there when it failed?
Yes.
And in what part of the dam or its surrounding area were you located throughout the half a day or so that you were there before it failed?
Several different areas. Where I'd walked the embankments near and on both near the right embankment to the Tittabawassee Powerhouse and Spillway, and had walked portions of the embankments on both sides of the Tobacco Spillway, which is across the M30 highway, and spent a lot of time in or near the offices talking with personnel and staff as well.
Okay. And who else was there with you?
There were a lot of people there. With me from Eagle was Dan Devon, who got there a little while before I did. There, Spicer Engineering had several staff. Fisher Contracting had several staff. Boyce Hydro Dam operators were in and out through the day. I'm trying to think, Midland County Emergency Management and other folks came in and out through the day. There's probably more, but I'm missing, but those were a good cross section of the folks on site.
You weren't down at the Sanford Dam or up at Secord or the other dams. You were at Edenville, correct?
My intention was to visit several dams that day, who had reporting flood damage or there was a lot of reports of dam failures that had already occurred that turned out to be false. But once I arrived on site at Edenville and understood how high the water levels were, I did not leave until after the dam had failed, and I did go to Sanford Dam approximately an hour or so after the failure and did also observe that failure occurring as well.
If you go to page 1, I think it's 151. Greg, of the exhibit. Actually, 153, sorry. IFT on page 129 of its report, which is page 153 of the 106. That's the section 7.2.2.5. That's a actually.
Yes.
Now, I think you testified earlier that on the day before Eagle authorized the refilling of Wixom Lake, which was April 9, 2020. The day before that, the water level was about 6 feet below normal summer pond, correct?
I indicated that I would need to review the level logs to confirm, but it would have been on the order of 6 feet below, somewhere in that vicinity, yes.
And IFT concluded here, or at least wrote in part, that quote, the high lake level on May 19, 2020 was a physical contributor to the embankment instability factor. Correct?
Yes.
And you agree with that conclusion? You agree that the high lake level on May 19, 2020 was a physical contributor to the embankment instability
Well,
failure?
what the sentence reads, counsel, is given that the high lake level on May 19, 2020 was a physical contributor to the embankment instability failure, it is noteworthy that a regulator at most dam safety programs would not typically raise questions about embankment stability unless there were specific physical observations suggesting problems such as shallow slumping, cracking, or new or increased seepage at a downstream slope. That's what the sentence says.
Fair enough.
Is that correct?
That's correct. That it
Okay.
accurately recites the whole sentence. Mr. Trouble, you agree with the portion of the sentence which says the high lake level on May 19, 2020 was a physical contributor to the embankment instability failure, correct?
I agree that on May 19, the water level got much higher than it had ever historically been observed, and that was a physical contributor to the embankment stability failure, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Great.
I'm done?
No.
Cuban,
Oh,
you get to go next.
Very disappointed.
You still think I'm Kyle Krieger?
Are we doing redirecting another calling Mr. Trumbull back as a witness in that case? And
How do we want to handle it, team?
That's what I was saying, to say, Your Honor, is that if we need to put on our case, we'll call Mr. Trumbull. So we won't be doing our direct examination, of Mr. Trumbull. But
Okay. I have questions too. And then I'm gonna open it back up to the council. So go ahead, Mr. And I understand the desire to push through to get our next witness completed. Pardon me? But what's that? What's wrong?
There's a gremlin in your apartment.
It's me. No, it's me. I'm telling you. IT is, IT is,
We'll try.
technology is my son who's he's our tech consultant for me and for my wife's 91 and 89-year-old parents. So Dad, don't get mad at the technology. All right.
All right. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Trumbull.
Are we back?
All right.
Oh, it disappeared. Okay.
Okay. Good
I'll be
afternoon.
quiet. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Trumbull. You had previously testified about the IFT's efforts to determine the gate position and operation during the May event, correct?
Correct. Yes.
And and what they looked at was handwritten gate operator notes and then also had interviews with the gate operators, correct?
Yes.
And they did that, if it's your understanding, because there wasn't any contemporaneous timestamp digital data set that recorded gate opening positions versus time during the May 20th, excuse me, the May 2020 event, correct?
I'm not aware of any. I do not believe that the Boyce hydro dams were equipped with that electronic gate opening measurement device.
And so because they didn't have that data, then is it your understanding the IFT had to make a judgment as to the time and position and the extent of the opening of each of the gates at the Edenville Dam, correct?
I believe that there was some confirmation, at least at Edenville afterwards, through photographic and maybe even some measurements of the gates and the positions that they were left in post-failure of what those were. But I believe that they relied on the handwritten logs and information provided by the Boyce hydro operators as to the timing that those gates were operated leading up to the event as well.
And they did so, in doing so, they had to make judgments based off of the handwritten notes and those interviews. Is that your understanding?
objection calls for speculation.
Is it your?
Response.
Well, I did frame it as your understanding. I realize I started the question probably grammatically.
Do you want to just
Let
rephrase?
me rephrase. Is it your understanding, based upon the review of the IFT report, that the IFT team made judgments of gate position and time of those gate positions based off of the handwritten notes and the interviews from those operators?
I believe that that is the case, that the handwritten notes were translated into gate position and times and then translated into their models. Yes.
All right. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I understand it. The defense is going to waive any further exam of this witness at this time.
Yes, Your Honor, pending the.
Depending upon my questions. Okay, all right. And presentation case. Okay, thank you. Let me have a minute. All right. Ms. Trumbull, thank you for being with us since Monday. I have a handful of questions. To your understanding, could FERC, when it was the regulator, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to just make sure I'm on the same page. Could FERC have ordered Boyce to lower the reservoir below the 60? What's the,
675.8 is the normal summer level.
no, it's literally the tip of my pencil. It is less than an inch from there. So, all right, so 675.8. Did FERC have the authority, should they have chosen to have ordered it to be lower?
Absolutely, they did, and they have in other circumstances.
As
At
to
other
this,
dams.
as to this reservoir?
Not in this, but at other dams, they have made
Right,
such
yeah,
orders.
okay,
yes.
but as to this reservoir, had they done it previously?
They had not ever ordered the lowering of the reservoir, no.
How much lower from 675.8 could that reservoir have gotten if either FERC or the state said lower it as far as it'll go?
Using the operational gates, that the height of the gates is 8 feet. So you can't typically lower it a full 8 feet because that would assume no flow is coming out of the dam. My understanding through a review of the records of when the gates were opened all the way during the winters, those 2 drawdowns in the winters, that the obviously the level goes up and down with flow, but it was an average would have been around the elevation 670, so 5.8 feet
All right.
on average.
You said, I think, at some point in your testimony, you attended the 307 hearings in the circuit court. Is that correct?
I did, yes.
How many times in your service as an employee in the state of Michigan have you personally attended a 307 hearing?
I'm not trying to be cagey, but prior to,
I can usually address KG.
I'm not, I'm going to give a
I would just
bifurcated
like
answer.
an answer.
So, I personally attended probably 20. I would say that since the Higgins Lake hearing, decision came down a few years ago, I've attended many, many more of them per year than previously.
Okay. Had you attended any prior to the 307 hearing that was petitioned for by the 2 counties in this case?
I had not attended any hearings related to Midland or Gladwin counties prior to that, no.
No, had you attended any 307 hearings before the Midland and Gladwin County hearings?
I can't recall any. I would have, it's possible that I may have attended 1 or
Okay.
2 prior to, but I can't recall off the top of my head.
Thank you. In plaintiff's exhibit 138, or I'm sorry, in page 138 of defendant's exhibit 106, there is a statement that is to the effect of Michigan is one of the few states which uses the half PMF. Do you remember that?
I do, yes.
Approximately how many other states have a half PMF amount?
It's,
if you know?
I can't recall off the top of my head. I actually have worked up those numbers and I have them available, not with me, but, it's very few that use, if any, other states use our definition of half PMF. I would say 5% or less, of the,
So
so
that's 2 states, so
I think,
2.5 states.
you're correct. So, maybe 10% or less. There are several states that don't use a full PMF standard. They use some percentage
Okay.
of PMF, but not the way.
All
that's
right,
done.
let me ask it a different way.
Sorry.
No, you're being responsive. Nothing to apologize for. What percentage of states use full PMF? Approximately.
I believe it's over half of the other states use full PMF for high hazard.
Okay. When the permit to refill the reservoir was authorized in 2020, did your department have a 315 report?
No, that was not submitted until June, and I believe the permit was issued in April of 20.
Had there, so between when October 4th of 2018, when you first went to the Edenville Dam and when the permit to refill is authorized, there's no 315 report. Is that correct?
We had not received one, no.
How often do either the promulgated administrative rules for your department and or the statutes of the state of Michigan require a 315 report to be provided by a regulated hydro dam?
I need to ask, a hydropower dam that's regulated by the state?
Yes. How often are you required? If I'm Jim Redford Dam Industries, I have a dam and it's regulated by your department, how often do I have to have a 315 report?
It would depend on the hazard potential of your dam,
Okay.
but for high hazard dams, it's every 3 years.
Every 3. All right.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Any? Oh, sorry, I have another page. How many dams are there in Michigan
Oh,
approximately?
our inventory identifies over 2,600 total dams. I'm sure there are more that we've not aware of.
Okay.
Around 1,200 regulated between, Part 315 and Part 307 or both.
How many are state owned?
That's a good question. Rough numbers, 250. something.
200, the state owns 250 dams
Around that number, yes.
approximately,
Yes.
and municipally owned?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I do know that about 75% of the dams are privately owned
Okay.
and that, so the remaining 25% are divided between municipal, state and federal, ownership.
How many, if you know, are regulated by FERC?
My last count, I believe the number is 92 or 90-ish, somewhere there.
In your experience, how many FERC regulated dams have withdrawn the FERC license?
Withdrawn.
Or whatever you would describe what took place in this case?
Revocation, I'm only.
Revocation.
Is
Okay.
only one. Have been surrenders of licenses where either voluntary or implied surrender. There's been a
Okay.
few more.
So, but where the federal regulator revoked, this is the only one you're aware of?
I'm aware of maybe one revocation of an exemption back in the late 80s, early 90s of a low hazard hydro dam facility in Centerville, St. Joseph County. That's the only one that I'm aware of that's ever been revoked other than Edenville.
Thank you. Any additional questions based on the court's questions from the plaintiffs? Please.
Mr. Trumbull, in the case of the Edenville Dam, you had requested and expected to be receiving a Part 315 report before the dam failed, correct?
That is correct, yes.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Class. Fence.
Just one.
No, take as many questions as you want.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to have just one, just because they only ask one.
Mr. Trumbull, could you explain the difference between revocation and implied surrender or regular surrender? When someone loses a FERC license, what are the different ways that that happens?
Yes, so revocation is kind of the last hurdle in a long line of compliance efforts would be that, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has determined they cannot compel compliance and they revoke the license. They basically terminate the license, and there's typically not too many conditions in that revocation order about, any continued requirements of the licensee. The license is terminated, it reverts to state jurisdiction. Implied surrender, we've had a couple of those, the three remaining dams on the Tittabawassee River, the Secord, Smallwood, and Sanford Dam were terminated. The licenses were terminated via implied surrender because Boise Hydro had lost the ability to control those projects. When the counties condemned the properties and took over ownership, Boise Hydro no longer had access to operate them as hydro facilities. So they had lost control of project lands, and so they in effect cannot generate hydropower. The license is therefore terminated. Those typically don't have a whole lot of conditions that must be fulfilled by the licensee. Voluntary surrender is different. There's a process where a licensee will notify and apply to FERC to voluntarily give up their license. That initiates the process. Usually takes a couple of years. Initiates they consult with the state. So the state will consult with FERC and the licensee, and FERC will typically not grant the surrender unless the dam meets state dam safety requirements, or they would
It's what? I'm sorry,
meet state dam safety requirements. So
Thank you.
they won't hand over a dam that doesn't comply with state law. They will typically direct the licensee to make the dam come into compliance with state law, or at least have a plan that's acceptable that the dam will be coming into compliance with state law before they grant the voluntary surrender order.
So,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Can we excuse the witness for the plaintiff's case in chief? Class?
Yes.
Okay. It's all right. Defense, you're all right with that? And trust. Mr. Trumbull, thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your patience with us. You're excused at this time. And you're, obviously the lawyers for the state, I suspect have a manner to contact you. So
Yes, thank you.
thank you. All right. I'm ready to keep going. Everybody else ready? Thank you. Any objection, Mr. Trumbull staying in the courtroom?
No objection.
All right, thank you. Pardon me? Nope, I know, but he's now done testifying, so so I just want to make sure we're all, don't want to have to.
For the court's convenience, I do have a set of the latest trial exhibits that we use.
Thank you. That'll be very helpful.
I have a set of them.
Excellent. All lawyers taking notes? All right, ma'am, if you could remain standing, face me, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you will give in this matter now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated and please spell your first and last names for the court.
So sorry, You asked me to spell my first and last name for the court.
Yes,
It's
please.
Jessica Mistak, so it's Jessica.
Mhm.
Last name is Mistake without the E, Mistak.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Counsel, you may examine.
And I apologize. Do you say your name, Ms. Stack, or?
I do,
Okay.
yeah.
Just to make sure. Ms. Mistak, my name's Elizabeth Fagan. I represent the plaintiffs in this case, and I'll be asking you questions this afternoon. You're employed by the Michigan Department of Natural Resources, correct?
I am.
You're a fisheries biologist?
Currently, my title is I am the Habitat and Regulatory Affairs Section Manager for DNR Fisheries Division.
And by education, are you a fisheries biologist?
Yes,
And you've been employed by DNR since September 2000?
yes.
First, you were employed as a senior fisheries biologist, is that correct?
I was first employed as a senior fisheries technician for a few months and then hired as a fisheries biologist,
And that was your position until November 2010?
then became a senior biologist, and that was my position until November of 2010.
From November 2010 to January 2015, were you the Northern Lake Michigan supervisor? Is that correct?
I was.
From January 2015 then to the present, you've been DNR Habitat Management Unit Supervisor. Is that correct?
No, I was in that, I had that title until November of 2024. In November of 2024, I promoted to be the section manager over both our habitat management unit and our aquatic species and regulatory affairs unit.
So for purposes of today, we're going to focus on the time period from 2015 to 2024. Okay. And in that role, you were DNR Habitat Management Unit Supervisor. You supervised Kyle Krieger. in
I
that.
did,
And Mr. Krieger was also a fisheries biologist by trade.
correct.
Prior to Mr. Krieger's retirement, he was the person within DNR designated to monitor hydroelectric projects for compliance with federal licenses issued by FERC, correct?
Partly correct. He was responsible for some of the 90 or so hydropower projects, not all.
But he was the person within DNR tasked with monitoring the hydro project owned by Boyce. Is that correct?
Correct,
And that's the Edenville Dam.
correct.
And part of his job in monitoring Edenville Dam was to monitor Boyce's compliance with the FERC license conditions, correct?
Partly correct. Most of the DNR's role and Kyle's role in hydropower proceedings, begins with conditions and recommendations for licensing. And then once the license is issued, then looking at things such as recreation, looking at water quality, looking at different environmental measures and providing comments either directly to the licensee or to FERC.
So the answer to my question was yes, part of his job was to monitor compliance with the FERC license for the Edenville Dam, correct? He may have had other responsibilities, but that was one of his responsibilities, correct?
So can you clarify but it's monitor compliance with what exactly? And if you're referring to monitoring compliance as far as environmental issues, water quality, recreation, he did, yes,
He kept you in the loop on his communications with FERC, correct?
he did.
He copied you on his communications with FERC?
He did.
Neither you nor Mr. Krieger are dam safety engineers, correct?
We are not.
But when Mr. Krieger became aware of safety issues with the Edenville Dam, he notified FERC of those issues, correct?
I don't know that Kyle would have known about dam safety issues unless they came through FERC. So I don't know if he would have notified FERC of dam safety. I think FERC was the one providing notification of dam safety issues.
You said that he copied you on his letters to FERC, correct?
He did.
And in those letters to FERC, he raised issues about spillway capacity, correct?
For the most part, he would have, his letters to FERC would have.
I'm not asking what, everything that was covered in those, but I'm
Yes.
asking you in the letters that you were copied on, he notified FERC about issues with spillway capacity, correct?
He would have repeated issues raised by FERC related to dam safety, that's likely.
Throughout the period you were Mr. Krieger's supervisor, you were aware that there were spillway capacity issues with the Edenville Dam, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Bistak, I'd like to show you trial exhibit 26, correct? Craig, if you could pull up exhibit 26. You can also look in your book if it's easier
Okay.
than the screen. We're going to start with the email at the bottom of the first page that goes on to the second page. It's dated September 11th, 2018. Do you
Mhm.
see that?
I do.
And that email is from Kyle Krieger. And he sent this email to you and to others. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, at this time, Mr. Krieger was notifying you and others at DNR that FERC had revoked Boyce's license for the Edenville Dam, correct?
Correct.
And then you received a follow-up email from Patrick Ertl at DNR. It's at the middle of the first page.
Let me hold it. Yep, now I see it.
And Mr. Ertl, who was Mr. Ertl?
So Patrick Ertel he would have been Kyle Kruger's colleague, and I am Patrick Ertel's supervisor.
And what was his title?
At that point, he was a resource analyst.
And he was raising concerns about getting ahead of the potential for complaints if Wixom lake water levels were dropped, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Krieger then responded in the email that's at the top of that page on September 12th at 11:07 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And you received a copy of that email?
I did.
And will you please read the last two paragraphs of Mr. Krieger's email?
Last winter, when FERC issued.
Sorry, starting with drawing Boardman Lake down. I should have.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay.
Drawing Boardman Lake down 10 feet was DEQ's response to refusal to complete the spillway repairs by Grand Traverse County. So it's not like it hasn't happened before. I understand that was a removal precursor, but when it comes to safety, sometimes we don't get to make all the rules. Not saying this will happen, but we need to have contingencies for the worst case scenarios on this situation.
So DNR understood that the reduction of lake levels could occur in response to insufficient spillway capacity, correct?
Yes.
And reduction of lake levels is a response to safety risk when you're talking about a dam, correct?
Yes.
And reduction of lake levels in response to safety risks takes priority over the protection of wildlife, correct?
Correct.
And safety to persons and property is always a consideration when analyzing how actions could also affect wildlife, correct?
Correct.
DNR agreed that safety to Michigan citizens came first ahead of natural resources, correct?
Correct.
So you don't disagree with Mr. Krieger's statement that when it comes to safety, sometimes DNR doesn't get to make all the rules, do you?
That's correct.
Let's, if we could pull up exhibit 47. Ms. Mistak, I'm showing you what's been marked as trial exhibit 47. You see that you received, you were copied on the email at the bottom of the first page from Kyle Krieger. Do you see that?
I do.
But he was forwarding you several other emails, you and others, several other emails questioning who complaints about lake levels should go to. Do you see that?
I do.
Will you please read what Mr. Krieger wrote in the fourth paragraph, first sentence at the bottom there on page 1? It starts, the only known fact.
The only known fact is that it is now up to DEQ's dam safety unit to decide on the structural integrity of the dam and if it is safe to operate. but they are just getting or still waiting for information and data from FERC. They have done a preliminary walk down at the project, but have taken no specific action at this time.
So in October 2018, you understood that the question of the structural integrity of Edenville Dam was an issue, correct?
Correct.
And this was not the first time that Mr. Krieger had raised the question of whether the dam was safe to operate within DNR, correct?
Correct. And repeating FERC's comments.
We can go to Trial Exhibit 51. Ms. Mistak, this is a string of emails within DNR, which you were forwarded and then copied on October 19th, 2018. Do you see that?
I do.
We could start on page 2. And the email from Kyle Krieger that's dated October 19th, 2018 at 9:13 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And in this email, Mr. Krieger is summarizing for you a meeting that took place with senators, Lake Association, DNR, et cetera, about Wixom Lake levels, correct?
Correct.
And did you attend this meeting?
I did not.
Did you rely on Mr. Krieger's summarization of that meeting?
I did.
At that point in time, there was no court-ordered legal lake level for Wixom Lake, correct?
Correct.
Now, at that meeting, or could you please read where it says in the middle there of the page, it starts at the meeting, DEQ indicated?
At the meeting, DEQ indicated they have no authority to require a private owner to operate their dam in a manner that they may feel increases their liability. DEQ also noted that in the absence of a legal lake level, they do not have the authority to require the lake be brought back up. At the meeting, representatives from the lake associations indicated they were working with the company, county governments, and citizens to work towards establishing a lake level, but that process takes time.
So the focus of this meeting was on complaints from public and others about getting the lake level up, correct?
Response?
I'm asking for this witness's understanding, and I'm certainly happy to rephrase the question.
You rephrase. Thank you.
So your understanding was that this meeting was about complaints from the public and others about getting the lake levels back up, correct?
There were, it sounds like rereading this, there were a number of questions.
Is that one of the questions?
Ultimate lake level for recreational purposes was one of the questions.
And according to Mr. Krieger's summary of that meeting, he made clear that it was discussed that the dam owner was not, that no one could force the dam owner to do something that the dam owner felt would increase their liability, correct?
That's what I'm reading.
Now, one of the action items that came out of the meeting was the need for DEQ to get necessary information to determine whether structural repairs were needed to meet state dam safety standards, correct?
Correct.
And if we take a look, going to the first page, I guess it's the last email in time, but the first email on this exhibit from Mr. Krieger, he summarized that, correct?
And that's what's highlighted right now that you're asking for?
Yes, if you could read into the record where it starts DEQ dam safety.
DEQ dam safety did have some items on the table, which included the site visit they conducted and getting what information they could from the dam owner and FERC regarding any structural items necessary for the dam to be considered in proper condition. That is, meeting state dam safety standards for spillway capacity.
So at this point in time, you were on emails and you understood that the structural integrity of the Edenville Dam was still in question, correct?
Correct.
Now, in October 2018, there was a drawdown at Wixom Lake, correct?
Correct.
And DNR received reports that there were dead or stranded mussels as a result, correct?
We did.
You initially deferred to your colleagues at DNR on what the department should do about those reports, didn't you?
I did.
Let's take a look at Trial Exhibit 55. And Ms. Mistak, I'd like you to focus on the email that begins at the bottom of the first page. It goes on to the second page. It's an email from you to Scott Hanshu at DNR, in which you copy Kyle Krieger on October 22nd, 2018 at 11:37 a.m. Do you see that?
I do.
And at that time, Mr. Hanshu was a senior fisheries biologist for DNR. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the top of page 2, you inform Mr. Hanshu of the reports of the dead and stranded mussels due to the drawdown at Wixom Lake, correct?
Correct.
And you note that the drawdown may extend for an undetermined amount of time, correct?
Correct.
You knew that the drawdown could extend due to the structural safety concerns at Edenville Dam, correct?
False.
Why did you believe that that was going to extend for a period of time?
We had received reports that the licensee Lee Mueller was using the drawdown as a way to convince the Four Lakes Task Force to pay him to operate the dam.
So we just looked at a meeting that had just occurred where there was discussions about the owner wanting to keep the lake levels down in order to reduce their liability, correct?
Objection.
Response.
We're just summarizing the meeting that she just testified of her understanding of what it was about, and that was one of the items that it was in, but we can move on.
Okay.
Now you asked Mr. Hanshu for advice on what happens next, correct?
I did.
And you asked Mr. Hanshu for advice because you understood that he had the expertise to assess the extent of damage to the mussels, correct?
Scott Hanshu had the most experience at that time in the Department of Natural Resources with freshwater mussels. So yes,
And he responded to you that same day via email at 1:39 p.m., correct?
he did.
And what did he say to you, or what did he write?
If we want to go after resource damages, we would need to get an estimate of loss for each species and then use AFS values and mussel loss models used in NRDA settlements. Let me know if you want to discuss.
AFS refers to American Fisheries Society,
It
correct?
does.
And NRDA refers to Natural Resource Damage Assessments, correct?
It does.
And NRDA modeling is a framework that governments use to quantify natural resource injury, correct?
Correct.
And that's typically in pollution or spill cases, is that correct?
It is.
So you didn't dispute that this would be the proper way to proceed, did you?
No,
And you forwarded that string to Mr. Krieger and Jim Baker and said you presumed it would be up to the two of them on how to proceed, correct?
correct.
Now, who is Mr. Baker?
Jim Baker was the unit manager for the Southern Lake Huron office based out of Bay City.
Mr. Krieger expressed reservations on the scope of the project, didn't he?
He did.
And if you could take a look at the email from Mr. Krieger dated October 23rd at 8:07 a.m. What does Mr. Krieger say?
Not sure what type of effort would be required. There's a lot of exposed bottomlands there.
And what are
What?
Bottom.
Bottomlands.
exposed bottomlands?
It's the area that is exposed after the impoundment is dewatered. So the bottom of the lake or bottom of the impoundment.
In fact, you received a resounding response from your colleagues at DNR that an accurate assessment of the damages to the mussels would be impossible, didn't you?
I did.
So let's take a look at Exhibit 58. Let's take a look at the second and third pages. Do you see that this is a continuation of the email string we were just discussing in Exhibit 55?
I do.
Start on the second page towards the bottom. And specifically, looking at Jim Baker's email of 8:35 a.m. on October 23rd, 2018. What did Mr. Baker say in response to Mr. Krieger's email about there being a lot of exposed bottomlands there?
A lot of exposed bottomlands is an understatement. I don't know if those bottomlands are firm enough to be walkable or if we'd have to patrol along the edge in a boat and try to count clamshells that way.
So you didn't dispute Mr. Baker's assessment, did you?
I did.
You didn't dispute in writing, did you?
I did not dispute in that email string, no.
You didn't respond in this email string to your colleagues in DNR that that wouldn't be the correct, that wasn't a correct assessment, correct?
Correct, not in this email chain.
Mr. Baker then invited Chris Schreiber and Catherine Schauder to comment on the feasibility of the assessment, didn't he?
He did.
And Randall Claremont responded on October 26th at 10:02 a.m., just in the next email in time on that second page. He was the Lake Huron Basin Coordinator for DNR, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did Mr. Claremont say?
After speaking with Catherine this week and hearing about your site visit to evaluate the feasibility of inventorying the stranded mussels on Wixom Lake, I support your recommendation that a quantitative count is not feasible at this time.
And you didn't respond in this email chain and dispute Mr. Claremont's assessment, did you?
No, I made phone calls.
So there's nothing in writing that we would find for you disputing Mr. Baker or Mr. Claremont's assessment, correct?
False. I believe that statement's false.
You didn't respond to any of your DNR colleagues disputing their assessment in writing, did you?
I did, and it was with our plan to proceed with the survey.
We will get to your proceeding with the survey with the DEQ folks. I'm talking about with respect to the DNR folks. You didn't respond to your DNR colleagues in the department that you were in, that you disputed their assessments of the feasibility of the mussel survey, did you?
I did not respond in this email string because it wouldn't have been productive.
Mr. Krieger, who you previously said in an email that he'd be responsible for deciding how to proceed, then responded via email on October 26th at 10:04 a.m. That's on the first page. Do you see that?
I do.
And he agreed with Mr. Claremont's assessment that providing a quantitative count of the mussels was not feasible, correct?
He did.
And again, you didn't respond in this email chain and dispute that, did you?
No, because the instructions were figuring out how to proceed, not to provide an option to not proceed.
The instructions to proceed didn't come within DNR, came from DEQ, correct?
Can you repeat or clarify your question?
At this point in time, the question of whether to proceed with a mussel survey, let me back up.
Yeah.
The question to proceed with a mussel survey is typically a responsibility of DNR, correct?
Correct.
And that would be something that you would have the scientists that you work with within DNR decide whether or not to proceed, correct?
Correct.
And you would do that based on their assessment of the feasibility of such an assessment, correct?
Correct.
So looking at the next email in time, Catherine Schroeder's email of October 26, 2018 at 10:08 a.m. Could you please read her response about the feasibility of a mussel survey into the record?
Is that the one beginning with our staff?
It is, thank you.
Our staff is largely unavailable at this time. And the bottom type and magnitude of different exposed habitats would make this an undaunting task, and I even question the accuracy. Having said that, time and scrutiny of results would certainly be a problem. You can't just do a section and extrapolate. Also, there are so many fingers and such. It is a huge impoundment, and this time launching is impossible.
So at least as of October 26, 2018, the consensus within your colleagues at DNR was that a mussel survey was not feasible for coming up with an accurate estimate of damages, correct?
The consensus was only within the local fisheries management staff for the Bay City area.
And that was the staff at DNR that was responsible for this area, correct?
Correct.
And that was with the staff that knew this area, correct?
Correct.
However, DEQ wanted to go forward with a mussel survey anyway, didn't it?
False.
Let's go to trial exhibit 59. For this particular one, who is Brian Rudolph?
He is the Eagle supervisor for their Water Resources Division out of the Bay City office.
And when we refer to Eagle and DEQ, you understand we're referring
I
to the
do.
same thing. Okay. If we could start on the last page there. Mr. Krieger sent an email to Brian Rudolph at DEQ on October 26, 2018 at 1:27 PM. Do you see that?
I do.
To let him know that DNR was trying to figure out in terms of what can/should be done. And this is with respect to the Wixom Lake Mussel Survey question. Do you see that?
I do.
Mr. Rudolph responded that he'd rather discuss the matter in a conference call, didn't he? And that's the next email in time,
Okay. Yes, now I see that.
October 29th, 2018 at 1:33 PM, starting at the bottom of the page 2 goes to the top of page 3. So rather than respond in writing, Mr. Rudolph said he'd rather have a conference call.
Yes.
And you did have a conference call with Mr. Rudolph, correct?
I'm assuming we did. It's a long time ago to say with certainty, but there were many calls that happened during this time frame.
And after that conference call and any other calls you may have had during that time frame, you decided to go ahead with a muscle survey working with DEQ, correct?
My recollection is that decision happened internally within DNR before we reached out to DEQ Eagle.
But your colleagues at DNR did not run the muscle survey, did they?
We had some of our expertise within DNR. We also had a retiree who is a trained malacologist, and I believe,
I'm sorry.
malacologist, muscle expert,
Could you spell
I can.
malacologist or hum a few
Yes.
bars for us?
MALACOLOGIST, malacologist.
Thank you.
And we did have at least one person from Eagle who had expertise in muscle surveying and identification through their graduate studies.
The retired malacologist that you had help with the muscle survey, he was a former employee of DEQ, correct?
Correct.
What was his name?
Joe Rathbun.
So Joe Rathbun, who's the former retired employee of DEQ, and Amanda Chambers. Who's Amanda Chambers?
Amanda Chambers is the Eagle employee that I mentioned, who had the graduate school experience and undergraduate experience with muscle identification and surveying.
So Amanda Chambers, a current DEQ employee or Eagle employee, and the retired malacologist from DEQ took over the muscle survey work, correct?
I thought we also had Scott Hanshoe from DNR Fisheries Division involved.
I'm asking who was leading the effort. The two people who were leading the effort for the muscle survey were the retired and the current DEQ employee, correct?
I can't say with certainty.
We'll come back. I know I have it in the documents. If we can go to trial exhibit 61. Now, on page 2 at the bottom, you'll see an email dated November 2nd, 2018 from Joseph Rathbun to you and 2 DEQ employees. Do you see that?
I do.
And Joseph Rathbun, he's the retired DEQ employee that we were just talking about, right?
Yes,
And he sent it to Amanda Chambers. We were also just speaking about her, correct?
correct.
Now, according to this, this is when they started the muscle survey, correct?
It is.
Now, Mr. Rathbun noted that the group had surveyed just one site on the Tobacco River arm of the reservoir and found 150 dead mussels. Is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Chambers then responded with additional information about the survey work. If we go to page 1, correct?
It's not highlighted right now, but yes, I believe so. I do remember getting an email from her.
Yep. If we go to the first page of that trial exhibit, Craig, to the email from Amanda Chambers. And let's focus on the last paragraph there that starts on Friday.
On Friday, there was concern expressed about how sites were selected and if that selection process was representative of the conditions occurring throughout the reservoir. Also, as Joe expressed, there was some concern about having enough sites to capture variability in mussel species richness and abundance. What I gathered was that there is a desire to come up with a sampling design that is more statistically rigorous in order to account for variability within and between arms of the lake. My thought is that you'd want at least 3 sites in each arm of the lake and some random component in terms of the distribution of those sites. You could still use the same timed search approach we employed. In talking with Eric, it sounds like these sites could possibly be stratified based on different habitats that are evident from LiDAR. However, I think adhering to a random approach in terms of site distribution may be difficult, given issues with access, variability in areas that are dry versus inundated, along with variability in the bottom composition of the lake. That is super mucky spots that aren't sampleable.
So at this point in time, DEQ employees are handling the manner in which the mussel survey is being done, correct?
Correct.
And no other DNR employees are copied on this except for you?
No.
Now, by this point in time, you were working with DEQ to calculate restitution values that could be used as leverage with Boyce. Isn't that right? In ongoing litigation?
Partly. So at this point, I was calculating restitution. I don't believe at this point we knew what, if anything, we were going to do with this information.
So if you take a look at Trial Exhibit 62, this is just 4 days later on November 6, 2018. First, you were trying to figure out how much data the state would need to support a restitution value, correct? And let's focus, sorry, on the third page, to the email from you in the middle of the page dated November 15th to Randall Claremont. You see that?
I can, yes.
Okay. And you wrote, you wanted to discuss with Brian Rudolph how much data is needed to seek restitution value, correct? You wrote that, correct?
I did.
Okay. And Brian Rudolph is the DEQ employee, correct?
Correct.
And you wanted to work with him because you were working on how much data is needed to seek restitution value for purposes of litigation, correct?
Correct. Even though at that time we did not know if that was the path we were going to take.
Let's go to Trial Exhibit 68. And specifically, we're just going to focus on the bottom of page 1. And the November 20th email from Eric Decker at DEQ. Do you see that?
I do.
And he states that the information collected from the efforts on Wixom Lake, and the subject here is Wixom mussel sampling plans, is part of ongoing litigation. Do you see that?
I do.
So in November 2018, the mussel survey at Wixom Lake was for purposes of litigation with Boyce, correct?
No.
In the follow-up email at the top of page 1, Brian Rudolph emphasizes And he's sending this to the folks involved in the muscle survey. Let me echo Eric's thanks for pulling this effort together so quickly. Do you see that?
I do.
It will be a valuable part of the litigation going forward. Do you see that?
I do.
And you were on these emails, correct?
I was.
You didn't dispute that the muscle survey information was going to be used as part of litigation at that point, did you?
So
I'm asking whether you disputed it.
I don't see that I disputed it here in writing.
Now let's go to trial exhibit 69. And just to be clear, DNR hadn't filed litigation against Boyce at that time about the muscles, had it?
No.
In fact, DNR hadn't filed any litigation against Boyce at that time, had it?
No, I don't believe so.
But there was ongoing litigation between DEQ brought by the Attorney General's office against Boyce, correct?
Right.
And you understood that DEQ wanted to use the information that was being developed from the muscle survey as part of that ongoing litigation that DEQ had against Boyce, correct?
So this is maybe,
I'm asking for your understanding. Is that correct?
I'm not sure.
All right, let's go to exhibit 69. And specifically on the first page, the email at the bottom of the page. Eric Decker at DEQ sent an email. And do you see that you and others received that?
I do.
And he said that there's a December 12th, 2018 mediation with Boyce Hydro. Do you see that?
I do.
And he says, the data we've collected needs to be done by next week in order to bring resource damages to the table. The data needs to get to the AG next week, allowing them to prep and notify the opposite party that they are bringing this to the table. Do you see that?
I do.
So by the end of November 2018, you understood that the muscle survey information was going to be used in a mediation with Boyce, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, you prepared a summary of the muscle survey information and what that, let me just start over. Let's go to exhibit 70, please, Craig. Now, this cover email is from you to James Dexter and Todd Grishke. Could you remind us who those are?
Jim Dexter was the then DNR Fisheries Division Chief, and Todd Grishke was the then Assistant Chief for DNR Fisheries Division.
And you state that the attached numbers are what DEQ is going to send to the Attorney General's office for the December 12th mediation with Boyce, correct?
Correct.
And if you could take a look at the next page, which is the printout of the native Excel spreadsheet that was the attachment to that email. Do you see that?
I do.
Could you please tell us what this is?
This is a spreadsheet that lists the different costs associated with what was found for dead stranded mussels as a result of the unpermitted drawdown at Wixom Lake in fall, winter of 2018-19.
So the number of mussels found during the survey work that was done by DEQ and others was approximately 1,200 dead mussels, correct?
That sounds correct.
And that number of mussels was extrapolated for purposes of the spreadsheet to 7 million dead mussels, correct?
Correct.
And that's how you came up with a $323 million damages number?
Correct.
So that number was based on the extrapolation that your DNR colleagues didn't think should be done, correct?
Correct.
Now, you knew that DEQ and the Attorney General's office was going to use that number as leverage against Boyce, correct?
Responds.
I'm asking for her knowledge.
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
I do. My understanding was that this number was going to be used in discussions for mediation.
And that mediation was with Boyce, correct?
It was.
So it's going to be used as leverage at that mediation, correct?
I wasn't part, I don't know. I wasn't part of the mediation discussions.
So despite the dissents within DNR about the non-scientific process that was used, you supported the survey work that was done, right?
That's not stated accurately.
So, and despite DNR's and Mr. Krieger's concerns about the structural integrity of the Edenville Dam, you agreed with DEQ to allow this $323 million number to be used as in the mediation with Boyce, correct?
Can you repeat your question?
Right. So over time, you knew that there was structural integrity problems with Edenville Dam, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that portion of the mediation was about bringing the water or the lake levels up at Wixom Lake, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
What's the objection, please?
Calls for speculation.
Response?
I just asked her for her knowledge.
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
I do. I can't say with certainty. I was not involved in the mediation. I know.
That's fine. Next question.
Grab my pen. I'd like to show you trial exhibit 72, please.
Trial exhibit 4. Okay, plaintiffs.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yes, plaintiff's trial exhibit 72.
Yeah, since you're plaintiff's counsel, that makes sense. Sorry.
This is a one-page document dated December 11th, 2018, and your name is there at the top, correct?
Correct.
You drafted this document?
I did.
And this is a document that you drafted based on what you call the Wixom Lake unregulated drawdown and freshwater mussel kill. Do you see that?
I do.
And first you provide background on the reason for the FERC revocation in the first paragraph. Do you see that?
I do.
And you say that the FERC revocation was taken because of the licensee's longstanding failure to increase spillway capacity to safely pass flood flows and failure to comply with their license. Do you see that?
I do.
And then you discuss in the next paragraph, the unregulated and unpermitted 8-foot drawdown of Wixom Lake. Do you see that?
I do.
In the next paragraph, you summarize the surveys that were done of the mussels that the dead mussels. Correct?
Correct.
And do you see there that in your summary, in the middle of that paragraph, you say surveys conducted on November 2nd, 9th, and 14th were led by malacologists Joe Rathburn, DNR volunteer and retired DEQ employee, and Amanda Chambers, DEQ. Do you see that?
I do.
Does that refresh your recollection that they were the persons that led those
Yes,
surveys?
Thank
you. You note that the actual number of dead mussels found was 1,200. Do you see that?
I do.
And that you extrapolated that over the total area exposed. Do you see that?
I do.
You then note that the value of the mussels was determined to be approximately $322 million. Do you see that?
I do.
You then note that the issue is that the state was already pursuing Boyce for other violations of Public Act 451. Do you see that?
I do.
And at that point, you were working to decide how to use the $322 million number in connection with that litigation. Do you see that?
I do.
We can take that one down. Now, when the $323 million mussel valuation was circulated within DNR, it raised eyebrows, didn't it?
Yes.
That's because it was an extraordinarily large number.
Yes.
You're not aware of any other mussel survey the state of Michigan has done that threatened a dam owner with $323 million in damages, are you?
When we did a back of the envelope validation by looking at other mussel damages caused by other events, because like everyone, we were surprised by the dollar amount to make sure it was real accurate, as well as checking with the authors of the American Fisheries Society guidelines on how to do the survey.
And none of the other back of the envelope or other damages valuations or cases that you looked at even came close to 100 million, did they?
That's not my recollection. My recollection is there were some very high damage amounts associated with cases for muscle loss.
But you documented those in a memo, didn't you?
We did.
Could you pull up Exhibit 108, please, Craig? And actually, if you could look at this one in your book, I'm just gonna,
So what exhibit again?
108.
Thank you.
Just because I'm going to have you flip through the chart that's towards the back of there where you list other cases and tell me if there's any other cases that exceed $100 million.
What page? It's 19 pages.
I apologize. Yes, it's a chart that starts at page 12 of 19.
Thank you.
So the distinction here is
I'm just asking, were there in the chart that you prepared of comparison cases, there were no others that had a damages sought number of beyond 100 million, correct?
no, because it only provides settlement numbers.
It only provides, I'm sorry.
Settlement numbers that I can see. I don't see one for damages. I see settlement information.
Could you just read the 1, 2, 3, the fourth column over, the name of that column?
Restoration?
No, the fourth column, damages sought / settlement, correct?
Oh, sorry, I went 5. Yes.
Okay,
Damages sought / settlement.
okay. If we could go back to Trial Exhibit 72, please. I'm sorry, I think it's actually 73. I apologize. Now, in this one, Mr. Dexter reacts to the $323 million muscle kill valuation that you had submitted, correct?
What exhibit?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
73?
Yes, going back to 73.
Thank you.
And he was the DNR fisheries chief at the time.
Correct.
Could you read the last sentence of his email?
The number presented today, when put into context with Dow settlement or Enbridge Kalamazoo, certainly raised eyebrows around the table.
That was because it was extraordinarily large, correct?
When put in context with the settlement number, correct?
Now, Mr. Dexter, just above that, also noted that the state of Michigan had been lax on mussel procedures and permit conditions for past drawdowns, correct?
Past what? Sorry. Past what?
Had been lax.
No, I get the lax, but past brownouts or past
Oh, permit conditions for past drawdowns.
drawdowns.
I
Sorry.
apologize.
No, don't. It's my hearing, not your enunciation. So thank you.
I tend to start going too fast too, so.
You're doing fine. Okay, go ahead.
So you understood and DNR understood that the state had been lax on mussel procedures and permit conditions for past drawdowns at Edenville, correct?
I see that sentence. I don't know what Jim Dexter meant.
You didn't have information to dispute that this, from your fisheries division chief, that the state had been lax on mussel procedures and permit conditions for past drawdowns at Edenville, correct?
I have no reason to think we've been lax. No.
You have no information to dispute Mr. Dexter's statement, do you?
Can you repeat the question?
You have no information to dispute Mr. Dexter's statement that the state had been lax on muscle survey procedures and permit conditions for past drawdowns, do you?
For clarification, are you asking if today I do or at this time or at the time of the email?
Counsel, aren't you asking her to get inside somebody else's head about what they wrote in an email 8 years ago? Is that what we're trying to do at 4:20 in the afternoon?
That's okay. I hear you, Your Honor,
I mean,
and I have
I'm not-
emails that will get to
I'm not
this, so
saying that there aren't great
It's okay.
questions, but I don't know that that's one of them that we need to
fair enough.
spend a lot of time on.
We can move on. I need to find my place, so just give me a second. Okay. Now, in April 29, or in 2019, you understood, we're just going to shift for a second here to safety. You understood that there were still safety issues at the Edenville Dam, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
And if we could go to Trial Exhibit 97. And please go to the third page at the bottom. Do you see that Mr. Baker forwarded you and Kyle Krieger a series of emails about the plan to establish lake levels back to those set by the FERC license?
I do.
And in those emails that were forwarded to you, if you could take a look at page 5, there's an email from Luke Trumbull dated February 19th at 11:39. And in the second paragraph, second sentence, he says, the current plan would be for the counties to obtain ownership of all 4 dams from Boyce Hydro, establish legal lake levels for each lake, make any necessary repairs / improvements, and lease the power generation back to a hydro operator. Do you see that?
I do.
So you understood that any
What
plan,
page are you on?
page 5,
Okay, thank you. Give me a second, please.
no problem.
Go ahead.
Just to orient us, this was the series of emails that was forwarded to you and Mr. Krieger by Jim Baker on at the bottom there of page 3, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Baker noted that Mr. Trumbull was looking for everyone's input on what he was saying there, correct?
Correct.
So Mr. Krieger ended up responding, and here this is on the second page of this exhibit, which goes on to the third page. In the April 23rd, 2018 email, do you see that?
I do.
And you were copied on this? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Krieger expressed DNR's concern that lake levels would be set by order, and then there'd be a problem if repairs to the dam had not been made, correct?
So I'm sorry, I was reading.
Oh, please take your time. Do you want to read it first?
So, and you're pulling my attention to the email from Kyle Krieger, April 29th to Luke Trumbull.
No, April 23rd, 2019, bottom of page 2, going on to page 3 to Jim Baker, to yourself and Patrick Ertl.
Got it.
Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And he was commenting on the question, what was he commenting on?
So my understanding is that Kyle was saying having legal lake levels established to match what existed for previously for when it was licensed by FERC would be okay. But if there were ever a time where there would be no hydropower generation, I think he was suggesting that the legal lake levels may need to be reevaluated.
Actually, if you want to take a moment to read this, he expressed concerns that that lake levels would be set by order, but that would be a problem if repairs to the dam were not in fact made, correct?
Are you in the third paragraph?
Yes.
Okay.
Which exhibit, please?
Still exhibit 97. It's page 2 onto page 3. Really, the key paragraph is on page 3 that starts this
And are you
order.
able to highlight that?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, magnify, do the magic.
Thanks, Craig.
Thank you. Mm.
Why don't you read that paragraph for the,
Yep, this order, and they're referring to part 307, is pre-acquisition for the FLTF. So having a level set prior to them acquiring the projects or water control equipment seems wrong. If they end up failing to do this, this order will be placed, and there are questions about requiring or enforcing lake levels on that private entity. Similar situations to Black Lake, Sheboygan County. The county is the enforcing agency or entity, excuse me, but doesn't own the dam. They did when the order was in place, but not now. It's a hydro private owner. In addition, the county requested a lake level order based on a court hearing where they said they were going to put in place an assessment district to get money to fix the problem related to water level control, then didn't. So the order is in place, yet the things that were told to the court were not done. So now there's issues with water levels and the dam can't do all the things it needs to control the levels. So what happens if the order is put in place and the assessment district doesn't fly?
so Mr. Krieger was expressing DNR's concern that lake levels would be set by order and then there'd be a problem if repairs to the dam had not been made, correct?
No. I think the problems would be if there wasn't a Four Lakes task force with the accompanying assessment district.
And that would be because the repairs would need to be made. So if a lake order was set and all these other events didn't happen, there would be a problem, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we go to the first page of the document now. To Mr. Krieger's email dated April 29th, 2019 at 8:39 a.m. Mr. Krieger sends another email, this time to Luke Trumbull. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Krieger raises another safety issue with the Edenville Dam that needed to be in the mix when setting lake levels, correct?
Correct.
And this has to do with the gates to the dam, correct?
Correct.
Let's go to trial exhibit 107. On June 20th, 2019, Mr. Krieger sent you FERC's final order on denial of request for reinstatement of Boyce's license, correct?
Correct.
And he attached that order to the email, correct?
Correct.
And if we look specifically at the text of his email there at the top of the page, he called the order the final nail in the coffin for Boyce, correct?
We did.
And he quoted the order, which stated that public safety had been put at risk at the Edenville Dam, correct? Or if you would like to read that
Yes.
into the record, that starts with particularly like the comment on page 5. Do you see that?
Particularly like the comment on page 5. quote, "We have previously concluded that Boyce Hydro has for more than a decade knowingly and willfully refused to comply with major aspects of its license and the commission's regulatory regime, with the result that public safety has been put at risk and the public has been denied the benefits, particularly project recreation, to which it is entitled. And that the record demonstrates that there is no reason to believe that Boyce Hydro will come into compliance."
Where are you reading from? Where is the witness reading from?
We are on exhibit 107, the top email on the first page from Kyle Krieger to Ms. Mistak and others. Yes, take your time.
Thank you.
No problem. So as of this time, you understood that public safety had been put at risk as a result of the state of Edenville Dam, correct?
Correct.
Now this was on June 20th, 2019, and let's go to exhibit 108, which is an email you sent 3 days later. Did I say 118? I meant 108. I don't know what came out of my mouth.
I heard 108.
Okay, thank you. 3 days later, you sent a memo to the DNR fisheries chiefs, is that correct?
I did.
And you were asking that DNR make a decision about whether to pursue Boyce for the freshwater mussels damages, correct?
Correct.
And you attached to that, if we look at the page 2 is the summary of the mussel survey that we previously talked about, correct?
Correct.
And then you include some FAQs about the mussel survey, correct? And then you include the chart that we previously looked at where we refreshed your recollection on other examples of mussel settlements or lawsuits, correct? Now, you note in this memo, and I'm happy to point you to the page if we need to, that you were seeking damages for an estimated 7 million mussels, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
And that was extrapolated from the 1,200 dead mussels that were found, correct?
Yes.
And you approved that extrapolation from a finding of 1,200 dead mussels to 7 million for purposes of this valuation?
Correct.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I need a 5-minute recess.
Okay, thank you. 108, which was the multi-page document that you sent to the fisheries chiefs to make a decision about the mussel survey valuation and what you were going to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you could take a look at page 7 of the document, you'll see at the top, it says page 7 of 19.
Yep.
And specifically at the paragraph that starts while example cases. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Could you read that into the record, please?
While example cases demonstrate a wide range of settlement values and examples of restoration efforts based on the populations and communities harmed, with over 7 million mussels estimated killed, the Wixom Lake case represents a higher total number of mussels killed than other cases uncovered in Michigan DNR search. Even so, although the documented harm to native freshwater mussels seen in Wixom Lake may be unprecedented, the proposed effort to seek restitution proportional to the harm to mussels is not.
And so the 7 million mussels estimated killed in there, that was based on extrapolation from finding 1,200, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, that number there, you said it caused sticker shock, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's in the next paragraph there.
Yes.
But you nonetheless were supporting seeking damages of 323 million, correct?
I was asking the question of how we should proceed, knowing that this was an amount for damages.
And that sticker shock made sense in the context of other cases DNR had looked at, correct? And those are the ones that are attached to this in the chart, correct?
Yes.
Now, this is a highly unusual situation, wasn't it?
Yes, it's highly unusual for someone to do a drawdown of this magnitude without a permit.
Actually, it's highly unusual because DNR hadn't previously pursued mussel damages of this magnitude against any other dam owner, had it?
No, and I'm not aware of any of them doing unpermitted drawdowns.
DNR had been lax on requiring mussel surveys from Boyce in the past, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And DNR hadn't previously done mussel kill valuations for the Attorney General's office to use as leverage against a dam owner, correct?
I'm sorry, there was a background noise. You said had or had not?
Had not.
No, I don't believe so.
No, you don't believe so. DNR had not done one, correct?
At this time, we had not done another, yes.
Okay, we're going to switch gears again, so we can take that one down. In late October 2019, you understood that Four Lakes Task Force was seeking permission to draw down Wixom Lake, correct?
Correct.
When, sorry? Counselor?
October 2019?
Okay, thank you.
And you understood that the request was based on the fact that the gates had not yet been prepared on the dam, correct?
That's not my full understanding. And can you revise what you mean by prepared? You said gates prepared?
Repaired.
Repaired. Sorry, it's
No,
been a
that's
long
okay, it's
day. I'm like,
late.
how would you prepare the gates?
Yeah.
It went beyond gate repairs. It was personnel and equipment to manage ice.
If we could take a look at Exhibit 119.
Mhm.
This is an email that you were copied on from Kyle Krieger in September of that year, correct?
It is.
And Mr. Krieger said that the reason that the Four Lakes Task Force for the Boyce projects are claiming they can't, sorry, this is the reason for the drawdown, is because they're claiming they can't operate the gates in winter as the primary water control method. Do you see that?
I do.
So you understood that one of the reasons that the Four Lakes Task Force wanted to do the drawdown at Wixom Lake was because they couldn't operate the gates in the winter as the primary water control method, correct?
But they didn't want to, correct?
And that they didn't want to. Do you see there that he's saying that they can't? Mr. Krieger says they can't
He
operate.
said that's their claim. They can't. Yep.
Um, and at the end of Mr. Krieger's email, he says, trying to avoid another 8-foot drawdown on Wixom Lake. Do you see that?
I do.
So at this point in time, DNR wanted to avoid drawdowns on Wixom Lake. Is that correct?
It is.
And DNR wanted to avoid another drawdown despite the fact that DNR knew that the repairs had not yet been made at the Edenville Dam, correct?
Correct.
Right, I'm showing you, I'm not showing you, but I'd like to show you Exhibit 120. And this letter is dated October 2nd, 2019. It's on DNR letterhead. It's addressed to Brian Rudolph and Eagle. Do you see that?
I do.
And in this letter, this is, tell me what this letter is.
I need to make sure. I know that there are a couple letters to Brian Rudolph, so I need to look at the entirety and see who it was from.
Sure.
Okay. So the question is, what is the purpose of this letter? This was authored by Kesra Tiam Kilikul, and it was to provide comments on the request to draw Wixom Lake down 8 feet in the winter of 2018-20.
And this is DNR's position that it was opposing Four Lakes Task Force request for permission for an 8-foot drawdown, correct?
Correct.
And DEQ ultimately denied that request for the 8-foot drawdown by Four Lakes Task Force, correct?
They did.
Now, in December of 2019, so several months later, you learned that the lake level had been dropped, correct?
We did, yes.
And you were notified by Mr. Rudolph that he saw some dead mussels. Is that correct?
I believe so. Correct.
Craig, could you pull up Exhibit 134?
Excuse me.
This is an email that you received from Brian Rudolph on December 11th, 2019. Is that correct?
It is.
And he sent it to you and folks within Eagle and Mr. Gamble in the Attorney General's office, correct?
Correct.
Now, Mr. Rudolph advised that Eagle staff had been monitoring lake levels, correct?
Yes.
And he noted that he saw some dead or stranded mussels, correct?
Yes.
He stated that he intended to draft a notice of violation to Boyce and Four Lakes Task Force to stop the drawdown before they caused any additional natural resource damage, correct?
Correct.
Now, DNR is typically responsible for natural resource damages, correct?
Can you restate your question?
Yeah, DNR is typically responsible for natural resource damages, correct?
No, the mission of the DNR is the conservation, protection, management for the use and enjoyment of the public. Damages, for the most part, fall. So this was, so Eagle also holds a responsibility for natural resource protections under the various statutes that they administer. So there's both.
So if you're notified of dead or stranded mussels,
Yep.
wouldn't DNR procedures require DNR to assess and analyze the extent of harm to those mussels?
Yes.
So at this stage, you were comfortable letting the dam safety unit pursue those damage violations without doing an independent evaluation?
No.
You agreed with Eagle that it could send the notice of violation on behalf of DNR, didn't you?
The notice of violation was for doing a drawdown without a permit. I don't believe that was under Part 301 and perhaps Part 315. It wasn't a violation notice related to mussels.
You could please pull up Exhibit 135.
Mhm.
The first page, which we're going to go past, that's an email from Mr. Gamble to attorneys for Boyce, but I'd like you to look at the attachment. The attachment is a letter dated December 12th, 2019 from Eagle to Boyce Hydro, and you received a copy. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And if you could take a look at the first paragraph of that letter. And specifically, I think it's the second sentence that starts the unauthorized activity. Do you see that?
I do.
Could you just read that sentence into the record?
The unauthorized activity includes the drawdown of Wixom Lake below the elevation of 672.8 NGVD 29 allowed by the Part 307 Lake Level Order and prior to the allowable winter drawdown timeframe of December 15th, resulting in surface water drainage of adjacent wetlands and other damage to natural resources, including freshwater mussels.
At this time, DNR hadn't done a separate assessment of whether there was damage to freshwater mussels, had it?
Correct.
Excuse me.
We could pull up Exhibit 150. And we're going to look at the email that starts at the very bottom of page 1 and goes on to page 2. On page 1, we just see that there's an email dated March 13th, 2020 from Nate Gamble. And then we can look at the top of the next page to see that it went to Council for Boyce and Four Lakes Task Force. Do you see that?
I do.
And you were copied on this email, is that correct?
Correct.
The subject line reads, state counterproposal to resolve Wixom Lake drawdowns claims. Do you see that?
I do.
And in this email,
I'm sorry, which exhibit, please?
I'm sorry, we are on Exhibit 150. And we can back up.
Or, no, okay, so you're looking at.
Bottom of page 1 just has the from and the sent time, and then the top of page 2 has where we are.
Go ahead, please.
The subject line reads state counterproposal to resolve Wixom Lake drawdowns claims, correct?
Correct.
And if we take a look at the second to last paragraph in Mr. Gamble's email on page 2, the first sentence, it says, as for the mussel kill damage claim, the state would be willing to settle that claim for 5.5 million. Do you see that?
I do.
So you understood at this time that the muscle damage claims were being used as leverage with Boyce with respect to the lake levels and drawdowns, correct?
That's not how I remember it.
Boyce didn't accept that settlement demand, did it?
No,
So on April 30th, 2020, DNR and Eagle filed a lawsuit against Boyce, correct?
correct.
What day, please?
April 30th, 2020? And if we could pull that lawsuit up, Exhibit 156. And if we just go to page 21 so that we can just look at the caption. And so you can see here from the caption that this is the lawsuit that DNR and Eagle brought through the Attorney General against Boyce and Lee Mueller. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we go to page 22 to the introduction of this lawsuit.
Did you say 22?
Yes. This lawsuit was about the drawdowns of Wixom Lake and sought damages with respect to freshwater mussels, correct?
Yes, in part.
And then if we go to page 35, which is 35 of the PDF, but page 15 of the lawsuit, or 35 of the exhibit, you'll see there's a section called relief requested. Do you see
I
that?
do.
And then on the very last page, subsection E of relief requested. Do you see that the lawsuit sought forbidding any future unauthorized drawdown of Wixom Lake?
I do.
Thank you. I've got nothing further.
Plaintiffs? Or anybody else on plaintiffs?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Juan, or, geez, God, you are Mr. Juan. Sorry. Counsel for defense.
It's almost 9 o'clock. You received this tax statement from the planning to the economy. Because difference in
How long is your cross going to be?
I'm guessing probably 30 to 45.
If the witness has already made arrangements to stay in town, if there's, I don't know this for certain, but if there's 30 to 45 minutes across, I'm guessing even Mr. Juan might think of a question or two that he wants to ask on redirect, even since I don't know if he's already waived it, but in all seriousness, I think we'll probably be here over an hour. And respectfully, I think I think we should probably adjourn is my.
I will organize.
No, I have no, I'm very satisfied with the economy of words that council have used. I think they've been on both sides of the case. So, ma'am, you may step down. We're going to complete your testimony tomorrow. I hope you have a pleasant evening in the Fairburg of Grand Rapids. There are lots of great places to go. You're excused until tomorrow morning at 8:30. Counsel for the parties, I have no complaints at all about the manner of examination by both the defendants and plaintiffs in this case. It's been efficient, probing, thoughtful. So don't feel like I'm trying to be as worse taskmaster than I certainly am. I think everybody's doing a good job. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. It's all the parties and the court fully comprehend the seriousness of the matter. And it's serious. So we'll be in recess till tomorrow morning at 8:30. Is there anything else we need to take up for the benefit of the plaintiffs before we recess for the day? All right. Okay, Terry, anything you need?
I don't know that. Sorry, Danielle Allison Dillon. DANIELLE ALLISON. I've been filed over April.
Elizabeth, anything else I need to address before we recess for the day? All right. All right. Thanks, everybody. I hope everyone has a pleasant evening, to the extent any litigator in trial can have a pleasant evening. So court's in recess.